Hello and welcome to the very first episode of Lane by Lane, a show where the rules are made up by me and the points don't matter because I don't award points, I award gold. With me, I've got three esteemed guests. First up, Aiden Zyrene Moon, David Freak Turley, and Isaac Gazelle Cummings Bentley, otherwise known as the guys who didn't make the cut for this or that. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
It's all right. We're on a better show. We got Dak.
There it is. Oh, Zyrene coming in hot with the compliments. That will get you gold on this show. Gentlemen, take note. All right, let's hit the rules here. In my hands, I've got 3 questions, each of them pertaining to League, Esports, or the North American LCS. Each of these guys here will have their opportunity to give me their answers and I'll award gold based on who makes the best points. It's important to note, none of them can have the same answer, and it's not about being right. It's about convincing me that they're right. So without further ado, gentlemen, you ready for the very first question?
Of course. Go.
All right, let's jump into it. Question number 1. Which team is going to have the biggest gap between their spring split finish and summer split finish? This is going to be in the regular season standings. We're not taking playoffs into account. Zyrene, since you're already the points leader, I'm going to let you go first. How about that?
Thank you, Dad.
Ready, go.
Echo Fox. They already started at the bottom. They're already 2-0 in matches already. I think they're going to keep climbing. Froggen's on point. They can play around him in the mid. Acadian's got that synergy down with him. And Keith
they did have an easy schedule, I'll give you that. But it's a good point that since they started so low, they kind of have the most room to gain, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, Freak, what do you got for me?
Immortals, because they'll actually do well in the summer split here. They've also got the 2 record, but it's actually good wins. Zyrene, you can't just say, oh, but they had a weak schedule and expect them to not attack that because that schedule was free and they still almost lost to Liquid in that
point.
first game.
Immortals started off hot.
Immortals
tough schedule.
actually beat good teams. They're actually good. They beat 2 playoff teams. They beat 2 teams that were doing very well. I really do believe that Immortals are here for the long haul, and they got, well, like a 7th place finish before. The Xmithie change has definitely made them go better. Pobelter is on rare form here. This team's hot.
I mean, plus, they're a regular season team, and that's all they got to do. Azale, for this question, not Echo Fox, not Immortals, what are you going with?
I mean, I think Echo Fox is going back down to the bottom, but a team that is not going to be back down to the bottom is Envy. They started at 10th. I think they are moving up. I think that they improved a lot in the mid lane with Pyrion. They already had the best jungler in the league last year, Lyra. He was the guy with the most first bloods. I think that he's going to be doing even better, and these guys are gelling as a team, and I think that Envy is going to be moving way up this split.
All right, there we go. Oh, I accidentally killed Azale. That's all right. He was done answering anyway. We'll give him a brief rest. On to question number 2. You're the new editor-in-chief. I'm naming you the new editor-in-chief of our publication, The Rift Herald. What is the most outrageous / overreacting headline that we could have after the week 1 games? So this time we're going to start with Freak. Ready, go.
Xmithie, best jungler in the world. Obviously, right, you take a team, you give them one roster change, and suddenly you go from an 8th place, 7th place NALCS team to beating the reigning champions. Clearly, it's because Xmithie is such a good player. He can transform 8th to 1st. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's obvious, exactly one roster move.
Boom.
It's science. You can't be anything else.
2 wins over great teams off of the one jungler change, and there you have it. Zyrene, you're up next.
Pyrion greater than Faker.
All right.
Because
hit me.
Pyrion, he's on that 10th place team. He got a win with them in
but they still lost.
week. He's doing so much, and then of course, overreacting headline. Right?
You can't say that Faker would have been able to give him a victory. He didn't do it.
You don't know about that.
That's exactly my point. I'm right there with you, Zyrene. There it is.
Faker could 1v5 and go 18-0 in the LCS.
I like big claims like that. Azael, what do you have?
You want to hear an outrageous claim?
Let's go.
Heath is not the worst AD carry in North America. That's outrageous. I mean, sure, he had a good KDA, but let's be honest. The guy did 3,000 damage in like a 40-minute game where Froggen did how many? Like 24,000 or something? Now that's outrageous.
It's true, though.
I think the show is over, by the way. 3,000. I think
it might be. Hey, don't count yourself out, freak.
We got him.
That kind of pessimism is how you lose gold. I want confidence beaming out of you on this show.
I am confident that Azael's going to win this show.
Oh, boy. Well, you know what? Then why don't we just give him a little bit more?
Give him those points. Give him those points.
Keep talking, freak.
What are you doing?
Keep talking. All right, on to question number 3. Who is the most underrated player in the North American LCS? This time we're starting with Azael.
Ooh, the most underrated. I'm actually going to say Xmithie, because this is a guy that has been slept on for so long. Everyone thought that Immortals got the worst trade out of this, that they were going to be awful with them. You know, you're looking at Dardoch. Oh, yeah, Dardoch carried all of Immortals games. How are they going to succeed without this first blood, highly mechanical jungler? Well, Xmithie came in. He's adding leadership to the team. He's having good shot calling. He's synergizing well with the team, and he's willing to play a role-playing style to allow others to succeed, and that makes the team win.
You're making a lot of great points here. I can only give you a 200, though, because Skara said this like 2 years ago. So, in my opinion, you're just taking somebody else's idea. What?
But we've been saying he's underrated, but last split, Xmithie was 2nd most deaths in the whole league. We're rating him exactly where he should be.
Ooh, we're in the present now, Zyrene. It's this year.
Where are we? Where are we, Azael?
Two
in the
games
present?
in? Two
no,
games in?
You're dead. You're in the past. All right, freak, what do you got for me?
Most underrated player, Wild Turtle. The man has more titles than any other bot laner in North America. Everyone's giving TSM so much slack. Oh, if only get rid of Turtle, the team's gonna be so much better. They get rid of Turtle. They have a worse match percentage than they did with Turtle ever, basically.
What about FlyQuest?
One team.
And FlyQuest,
I will tell you what's up with FlyQuest. I mean, the team is got his weird things, but I watched Moon's vlog that he put out yesterday, and he said that when Altec wanted to leave the team, and he said, all of us, our first choice to put a new player on the team was Wild Turtle, and they were hoping that TSM would sign Delta to grab him. So pros are saying they want Wild Turtle. Sven was streaming before, and he said the fans are ludicrous for blaming everything on Turtle.
But we don't necessarily have that much evidence of it, Zyrene. I got to cut you off, Freak, because it's Zyrene's turn. What do you have?
It's got to be Pobelter.
Pobelter.
Everybody says this guy is not even like a top 3 mid laner. He's showing it this split already that he's in that top 3, possibly top 2, because he is going off. He's back with Xmithie. He's going to have that pressure, and I love that his champion pool is also so big, and he's able to play exactly what the team needs all the time, able to give those carry performances, able to give those performances from behind as well.
He is.
Team back in.
He's very good, but of course, as you mentioned, that Pobelter's success is at the hand of Xmithie as well. Azael's got to get 200 extra points. That's going to bring us to the end of the show. So as I pause it,
Dash.
What was that?
You know who's really underrated? You, Dash. You're really underrated.
I already hit pause.
It was
close. You almost got the compliment in under the wire, but I already hit the pause button. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it. So let's crown our winner, and it is Azael, far out in the front as the winner of our very first episode of Lane by Lane. Azael, as the winner, you get 10 seconds to give a victory speech. The floor is now yours. What do you have to say?
I don't need 10. I just wish I had a little bit better competition here, Dash. I'd like to say you did a great job, but I mean, you gotta deal with what you got.
I tell you what, next week I'll try and get you some better competition. I don't need to hear any more from these losers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for the first episode of Lane by Lane. If you did enjoy it, please hit us up on Twitter using that hashtag LaneXLane with any questions or topics of conversation that you'd like used in future weeks. Gentlemen, I have to thank you for your time here and providing as insightful answers as you could possibly muster up. And hopefully we'll see you all next week. Have a good night.
Azael, first man carried by Keith.
Amazing.
Underrated.
I love you guys.
TSM, usually, even if they do bad in lane, they always make it up in like the mid-late game where they really excel.
I think Dignitas being in big won't really change that much, to be honest. Once they're at their best, they actually look really good, and they're definitely not a team to underestimate.
Someday TPing in from the top side, and now they're gonna start melting down Envy.
I think Liquid's still the same. They didn't really try and improve anything, at least last split. They didn't try and improve stuff. They kind of just hired somebody for a month so they didn't get relegated.
We're just going through our options, like trying to figure out what needs to be changed. I'm pretty optimistic. I will never quit on Liquid.
CLG looked pretty good with Dardock. I'm expecting to have them put up more of a fight than TL and FlyQuest did.
Echo Fox, the only consistent member on their team is Froggen.
Down next, a double kill going the way of the Echo Fox mid laner.
That's an ace!
When you're playing against a team where you only have to worry about one player, not their teamwork, it's not a match you're too worried about.
Welcome back to week 2 of the North American League Championship Series. Fans loading in to watch their favorite teams make an early climb to the top of the standings. As you can see, we have a packed house today ready to check out the games as Echo Fox entering the building looking to extend their 2-0 start. Today, they will be facing off against CLG, who's planning on doing a little bit of the exact same thing. Great starts for both of these teams. One of the coaches here from Echo Fox stopping by the TSM Ready Room to have a chat. As Sven Skaren enters and gets himself ready as the rest of the team ready for the game. He's going to be going up against Shrimp and Dignitas today as we have a few mix-ups. Hello, everyone. I'm Rivington Bizen III, and joining me here on the analyst desk for day 2 of week 2 is Mark Zimmerman, Isaac Azale, Cummings, Bentley. Gentlemen, welcome to my analyst dojo.
Your analyst dojo. There's a desk here in the way.
I know.
What kind of karate are we going to learn with a desk here?
We'll get the planking in. We'll get everything. How you guys been?
I'm doing well, doing well. Happy to be here.
Yeah, awesome. Me too. New people every time. It's exciting.
We've had some few changes in the patches. We'll kick things off with the standings and take a look at that. Team Dignitas and Echo Fox, Counter Logic Gaming all hope to keep their top spot alive, while Team Liquid, FlyQuest try to find redemption in their second week of matches. We'll see how the standings shake up today with our games. It all starts with Someday and Team Dignitas versus Sven Skaren. TSM on NALCS 1. After that, Immortals look to take down FlyQuest, and then on over on NALCS 2, rather, we have Echo Fox taking on Counter Logic Gaming with Team Envy versus Team Liquid in the Battle Theater later on. So much league, it is beautiful. But yesterday we saw Team Envy surprise with a commanding victory over Immortals that kind of shows us there may be more to be seen here in the start of this summer split.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that the impressive thing about Envy this year is we already knew they could get early game leads. We knew they could hold that in the mid game, but they always seem to throw it away in the later stages of the game. But they're playing stronger team-wise, and they're able to actually close out some of these games.
I think that comes down to the carry threats of both Apollo and Pyrion now stepping up, because one of the problems that they had was they were always on these weird comps where you have Ziggs with a lot of AD on the top side, and they've been switching now with Pyrion's champ pool into kind of more standard comps, and he's been able to carry in the late game, as well as Apollo, like you were saying, doing great.
Yeah, I mean, Apollo has been really good. I think that he has stepped up a lot. I mean, he was, kind of like just outside of the OP5 last week, and he had a great first series this week as well. So, I mean, if he can be playing that well, Envy is a legitimate big threat, because we already know that Lyra is an incredible jungler.
Well, the team talks a lot about confidence. They have Lyra. They talked about Macro, all good catalysts to keep doing well. A few teams did well in week 1, but Immortals could not hold on to that streak as Echo Fox and CLG could to that 2-0. Now Echo Fox and CLG facing off. How do we feel about that matchup today, gentlemen?
I mean, the big one to talk about, of course, is the mid lane matchup. Two completely different play styles with their mid laners. Froggen, very resource heavy, wants attention drawn to him. That Lucian game, he has the Ivern constantly giving him double buffs, bringing people to his lane. Huhi, the complete opposite, taking the Aurelion Soul, getting out of the lane, trying to influence the whole rest of the map. Two great players that play the game very differently.
Yeah, and I mean, Froggen has had a really good split so far. He's been popping off in a lot of his games, but I think Huhi has had a good entire year. I think he was great in spring split. He has had a strong start to this summer as well, and the jungle matchup is something you also kind of have to talk about, because Grig is going to be coming in, swapping out for Acadian, and he's going to be going up against Dardock, who had a bit of a slow start last week, but has been known to be someone who can take over games.
And do we feel like that is going to be a bigger matchup than the mid lane, or do you think they'll kind of just...
I mean, it's going to be interesting because
previously it was Acadian and Froggen taking over early games, and the two of them would try and take over the whole game. Whereas Dardoch and Huhi, at least in the first series that we saw in the first weekend, they didn't have a ton of synergy where they comboed for plays together, quite like Froggen and Acadian. So it could be the kind of thing where once again we don't see that much jungle mid synergy, and it's about each of them trying to match up individually, where Froggen's trying to crush Huhi in lane, and Huhi's trying to get out of there and affect the side lanes.
All right, in this week's patch, we do see coming in on 7-11, which we saw kind of coming into effect in our games yesterday.
Yeah, we definitely have, and there are, a number of changes. One of the big ones that stands out to me, though, is Malzahar. The buff for him, I think he's actually insane as a mid laner right now. His wave clear, his pushing power is so high, and his ultimate does such an incredible amount of damage that I would like to see teams pick him up, even though in the past they've been slow to adopt those changes.
One of the ones they weren't slow to adopt was Rek'Sai, and
maybe they should have been.
Yeah, maybe think a little more about that one. Not super great. The ultimate is a little underwhelming. People are able to get out of it. We saw the one time Smithy really got a kill with it. It was like a 2-inch jump, and the kill was already kind of secured. Yeah. The big loss on the Rek'Sai was the multiple man knockup, because in the late game he kind of became a CC bot with the flash initiation unburrow. Excuse me. And now without having the multi-man knockup, she lost a lot of her late game team fighting prowess.
Yeah, I just think the ultimate is so unreliable that it's not really worth picking the champion until that does kind of get fixed up, perhaps next patch. But there were some other changes. Tabbies has been something that people have been wanting to be nerfed for so long, but they're still very good. When you're using them into the correct compositions. Doran Shield, kind of conspicuously was not changed, so we can still see a lot of playmaking supports, because that had been enabling 80s to survive lane and allows people to play things like Rakan and Bard.
Let's go. Get those supports in there. So you've heard our opinions now, but make sure you jump over onto Twitter and join in the conversation as well. Tweet to @LOLeSports. Use the hashtag NALCS. Share your answers with us, and we'll check those out later in the day. The question is, which playmaking support do you want to see in the NALCS, and why? We'll be pulling from the bunch to share some as we close out the show. So now, without further ado, it is time to kick it over to our casters to get into game.
Thanks, Reef. Hello, I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, and standing at attention alongside me is Sam Kirby Hartman Kensler.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Our first series is about to get underway as Echo Fox faces up against Counter Logic Gaming. As the analyst desk pointed out earlier, this match is about which mid laner can keep their week 1 momentum going.
Yeah, the mid laners are definitely what everybody's looking at, right? He's an iconic mid laner for CLG, the Aurelion Soul, and his roaming. He does have his work cut out for him this split, though, because Froggen has started off really, really well. 43.2% of his team's damage, and that's not just because his team was doing low amounts of damage, right? He had 806 damage per minute, which is actually insane, for the first week. And the second closest is Huhi, actually at 620 damage. Obviously, those are heavily weighted because we have small sample sizes at the beginning of the splits, and he did play Lucian, but it really does show more in the team's style as well. The team is committed to playing around Froggen. They feed him more resources, and it's very much a mid lane carry team.
Certainly does look like it, and it might surprise many to find out that Echo Fox are actually entrusting Grig in the jungle this time to get Froggen rolling. I mean, Acadian, he did have a strong week 1 performance, but Grig coming in is kind of a surprise here.
Yeah, it was surprising to a lot of people, and that's why I went to go talk to the coach specifically about this, because Acadian, he actually did not do anything poorly, right? He didn't do anything badly. They didn't take him out because they thought Grig would do better. He talked about they drafted 10 competitive players. They want everybody to actually be an option, and each player has individual skills. They feel like, Grig has been practicing some specific things that they wanted to try out specifically against CLG. So this is definitely a strategy where Echo Fox are incorporating their entire sub squad, as they said they were going to do. I tried to ask him even more about, are you really only practicing them? How is this practice going? And he wanted to remain very secretive about how their actual practice is going. But this is very much Acadian didn't do anything bad. We want to do something specific with Grigny. So I'm very excited to see what that specific strategy is.
I think against Dardoch could always be tough. Dardoch, a very formidable jungler, but let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Echo Fox. We're going to repeat their success from week 1. In the top lane, Looper. Grig stepping in the jungle as the new face, big carry mid laner Froggen, bot laner Keith, support Gate, and their coach Inaro.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point you bring up there at the end, right? He is versus Dardoch, who's he's known as a super aggressive jungler. He's going to pressure you. He could go for invades. Dardoch actually had a pretty slow week number 1. He is going to be in the jungle, though. Darshan up in the top lane. Huhi in the mid lane. Stixxay on AD carry. Afromu supporting. And Coach Zix on stage, as always.
And on the CLG side, we've already talked about Huhi. Kind of be interesting to see how Dardoch develops as a player in this team. But for me, let's go back, look at that bottom lane. I mean, Stixxay and Afro, they've been good almost since the inception of that new duo. Laxed a little bit, I think, in the last split, but Afro especially has been looking great. And Stixxay, face checking some of the wrong places every now and then, but still such a good player.
I was so excited to see Stixxay and Afromu pick up the Xayah and Rakan combo specifically. And Afromu was really the one to pull off the Rakan the best. By far, out of all the North American LCS supports, it seems like he has picked it up very quickly, and he's really adapted to this playmaking style. That's where he has always wanted to exist, right? This play space where he's the one calling for initiations and actually pulling the trigger on those same initiations. There's no latency between Afromu's call and the guy going for the initiation. It's actually him pulling the trigger, getting the team on the same board, and you can really tell because these are instant, super long engages from him. Whether it is Bard, whether it is Rakan. Hopefully, maybe at some point we'll see his Thresh again. But that's definitely a big point for CLG coming from the bottom lane. And we'll have to see how Echo Fox actually try and shift things more towards the mid lane and what they're going to do with Grig in the jungle.
I mean, again, topside has kind of always been a strong point for Echo Fox. Froggen, as always, Acadian when he was playing. But we can talk a little bit about Looper. I mean, a player that we know is so individually talented, but he just hasn't shown off that much yet. I mean, this is the kind of player that probably takes some time to get used to, has to adjust to a very different culture here in the US. But, I mean, certainly a strong player, a former world champion. I think Looper is at least getting more consistent with Echo Fox.
Yeah, Looper, more time on the team, definitely helping slowly but surely. A lot of the, criticisms that we have had has been kind of initiating on different page of the team. It's pretty much the opposite problem where we talked about with CLG, where Afromu is, so well coordinated. Looper sometimes way in front of the rest of the team or sometimes lagging and not quite there at the beginning. And that coordination definitely is something that you will need when playing Counter Logic Gaming. The guys are still fixing up their settings here for the first game of the day, so we have a little bit longer until they get into that champion select. But as far as specific jungle strategies, because this is the real interesting thing about this matchup, they have been specifically practicing something, and they feel like Grig is the kind of linchpin there that can pull it off. Zach is obviously huge. That's something that you don't count on getting through picks and bans, though. So I think it has to be something else, and not one of those go-to junglers. Now, there are some junglers that are strong right now that we've been hoping to see, like Warwick, super high win rate. Nunu actually is very powerful if you design a whole team and strategy around it. So those are the types of things that you might slot someone else in for, because Acadian has always been this guy that wants to fight you in the jungle. Doesn't really strike me as a new player.
No, or an Ivan player, right? Which I mean, he can play and he has played, but I mean that might just be a different style that Grig's bringing. I mean, you think about tank reworks that happen kind of in the mid-season. Even Sejuani, who's not seen very much play, is another potential option. So certainly a lot of fun. Grig himself is just busy getting set up again. His first time on the LCS stage this split, so he's going to have to make sure everything's working. And it's funny that you mentioned coordination, because yes, for CLG, that's always been their thing, and they've implemented Dardoch very early and very well into the team, so it'd be good to see that roll on. For Echo Fox, if they are dedicated to using a full 10-man roster, that front line and back line that delightful Rick Fox tweet mentioned.
Yeah, I love those tweets. They have confidence.
But if you are going to do that, it takes a lot more effort and work to get coordination with 10 different players, especially if you're mixing and matching.
What if they're only practicing against each other?
Well, maybe not. There you go. It's flawless.
Yeah, it's definitely. I like that they're also keeping their practice strategies a secret and a little bit of mystery there to this team. As far as what that training does look like.
I mean, Gate already brought out his classic cheese pick of the split. It was Sejuani, of course. Someone has played it. Thank you, Gate, for bringing that one back over from Korean solo queue.
I really do like the oddball picks too, and part of the reason why you do lend some credence to the strategy of just practicing against your own hidden squads is that you can pull out surprise things like that. So. Fingers crossed, hopefully we're in store for an exciting one this time around, but it could turn out just to be literally a level 1 plan that they wanted to execute, and we're just going to have to wait to find out.
We'll find out soon, Kobe. I can promise you that. About 30 seconds ago until we're up to the draft. In fact, I believe we're coming up even sooner. There's a chance have information that you are not privy to yet, but here we go. Champ select. EchoFox and CLG here in game number 1.
Right off the bat, the Aurelion Soul.
Get him out of there.
Smack dab in the middle. First ban there from EchoFox. A lot of people definitely agree with that one. Huhi, kind of the iconic champion for this player. Now, taking away Aurelion Soul, though, does not cut off that play style from Huhi. He still likes to roam, still likes to push up his lane and go affect other lanes really early on in the game.
And we saw a great level 4 roam with Syndra in our game to the top lane, so certainly can do it there. Hitting on the block though, the other bans for EchoFox, and Zach Elise with maybe even one more jungler to get taken away here as well.
Could possibly be, yes. The Talia's been super popular as well, and that's another one that you know, Huhi and CLG could use for roaming. Doesn't find herself in the ban phase. But again, first pick Kennen here. Looper, your boy, gonna be looking at some split pushing rather than the team fight coordination. So maybe they won't have to work around better coordinating teleports or better coordinating initiations, have Looper in the split push. Sometimes though, especially in North America, we've seen a lot of the Kennens fail by not sticking as a team to that strategy. If you're drafting for split pushing, try and use split pushing in the middle of the game to gain your advantages.
Well, there's Galio and Varus on the CLG side, so a very standard top laner here for Darshan. Could, of course, be flexed to a multitude of positions. We've seen Galio mid in the NALCS, and globally, Galio support has also shown up as well, but it's just such a good first pick.
Yeah, I really like how people have been super willing to first pick Galio, not only because, yeah, the champion's super strong right now, but the flexibility of the champion and the possibility of still putting him either into the mid lane or technically support lane as well, as far as the top lane. But there's the Talia that we're looking for, and it is a bit of a takeaway here. EchoFox nabbing that before Huhi can get his hands on it, and maybe they're looking to play a similar game here, right? The Talia can not only shove the wave, but can match any type of roaming that Huhi wants to go for.
Yeah, and there's Ivern also for Greg. So again, maybe going towards more of the supportive style junglers, and Bard for Aframoon. So he'll be back to a playmaker, and one of my favorites to watch him on.
Exactly, Patient. You were right about it in the intro.
He's an Ivern player.
Greg may be a little bit more adept at Ivern. These types of champions are very different from the style that we're used to seeing from Acadian. So it might just be that specifically. I still am hoping that there's more to it than just the champion selection though, and the actual strategy that they want to pull off early. We'll take a look because I am very curious about early Ivern routes. I put a lot of games on that champion, so we'll take a look. Meanwhile though, a lot of cheers went up from the audience as far as the Bard lock-in from Aframoon. One of the 2 supports that we have seen him really just outclass so far here in his role in the North American LCS. Very big playmaking abilities. You'll remember that play last week where he not only saved Darshan from a 2v1 dive, but got a counter kill for himself as well.
Made it look so easy as Thresh and Ashe actually CLG's phase 2 ban. So actually taking a complete bottom lane away, trying to set themselves up as best they can in their 2v2. On the EchoFox side, we started with Syndra, and we'll maybe have one more mid lane ban to come, just protecting that Talia pick from Froggen.
All right.
Okay, Lee Sin instead. So actually going to take away one of Jardok's probably best junglers, if not his best.
Definitely one of the champions you associate with Dardoch. The thing with me, though, especially was showcased when he was still playing on Immortals, was the extremely wide champion pool that Dardoch does have. Even though you really associate the Lee Sin with him, they would often leave his jungle picks till the second round. Don't even care if he gets like 5 jungle bans dropped into him, and he would pull things out like that Warwick he was hovering. You know, this time around, though, will be the Rengar. And Rengar following up on Bard initiations is definitely a thing of beauty, especially if that Rengar's got a Galio coming down on top of his head with the damage reduction.
All right, so there's actually a Lucian lock-in. Keith flicked between Twitch and Urgot, having some fun, but actually does decide on Lucian. I assume that's Lucian bot lane.
Yeah, I assume as well, because the Talia is there. And, you know, recently there have been a lot of tweets, and Double If was streaming some AD carry Talia or you know, bottom lane Talia. I don't think that's the case, and it looks like Keith is off Ashe duty for good now.
He got banned.
Got to play some Xayah. Yeah, forced off of it. And he will get to pilot the Lucian with double shields at his back. So EchoFox putting extra faith here into Keith on the Lucian. Very mobile AD carry. And I do like when he's paired with things like the Talia that have a lot of good zone control and Lucian can really move fluidly through that zone.
Yeah, I've always kind of seen these double shield comps as wanting to be, have a lot of fluidity to them and skirmish a lot. If you've got Kennen you can do that with, you've got Lucian, and Talia kind of bridges that all together. Last pick though for CLG is Ari, so really standard stuff here for Hui, but again, he's shown up on this champion so many times, and people generally play very safe in a pick like Talia. And one of the things I like about both these mid laners this split actually is that they've been willing to show that not only are they very good at these champions, but they're willing to play meta champions.
And there were some slight nerfs to Ari on this patch. It was just a little bit of the AP scaling was moved over to the E, to the charm. So just basically the changes made it more important for you to land that charm when you're going for assassinations. You know, more reward there if you're able to actually hit the full combo. What Ari can do is threaten the Talia when she tries to dip into the Fog of War and go for assassinations on her. However, I still feel like in this matchup, Talia can get the early advantage. You know, you can shove the lane pretty early on and try and affect the rest of the map. Typically though, Froggen likes to just smash in CS and control his lane.
I mean, Talia's a pretty good champion for that, so we'll see what happens here on the Echo Fox side. Really cool comp, actually. I mean, Grig kind of doing what we expected. No Nunu yet, sadly for us, but we'll see what happens on the Ivern.
I don't know about sadly. Even though I played a lot of Nunu as well, don't necessarily like it.
And there's Rengar for Dardoch, so kind of a classic pick for him. And a jungler we haven't seen that much of and certainly haven't been successful yet, but a champion Dardoch knows very well.
He's a champion he knows very well, and it's a champion that does gain popularity when the opponent is running the Ivern, because there is the obvious anti-synergy of Ivern puts up brush to try and protect his AD carry, then Rengar uses that brush to jump on the AD carry. So that's a little bit of a combo there. The other thing is that I like that they draft not just the Rengar in isolation. You have extra defenses by drafting the Galio with the Rengar. You also have an extra dive buddy in the Ahri, so they can make sure that they assassinate their target by having multiple members go, and they even have setup for it with the Bard. So there are a lot of different pieces here in the CLG composition that want to work together. Same thing with Echo Fox, though. The obvious shield synergy is there, and the constant split pushing from Kennen is supposed to reward them a little bit of cross-map pressure.
Well, we'll see what happens here at level 1. Looks like everyone's fanned out as we're out onto the Rift for Echo Fox vs CLG game number 1. We will be paying close attention, though, to jungle routes, especially because Grig is joining the LCS again for the first time here in summer 2017. And like you said, Kirby, you can do so many different things with Ivern as far as routing goes, and even little things I feel like make a pretty big difference to the early game.
Yeah, and Grig is a guy that's been with the Echo Fox organization for a while. He's subbed in previously to their LCS team. You know, he's been practicing with the squad for quite a long time. And as they said, they just wanted to try a different sort of strategy here. So let's see if he has any adaptation here on the early Ivern route. He's warding his own blue to make sure that Dardoch doesn't go for the initiative as far as counter jungling. Because oftentimes, one of your answers to Ivern and Ivern's counter jungling, ooh, he hasn't gotten to take away a small raptor. Dardoch did a good job landing his last hit so that he got all of his raptors, even though Luper was looking for the harass. One of the strategies against Ivern is to get the jump on him. You know, go for the counter jungling before he can counter jungle you kind of mentality. But Grig is actually going to use his first smite on the raptors, then traverse over back to this blue side, channel these camps to prep them all. I would expect an early back from him as well, because it does take quite a lot of mana after the recent nerf to channel camps now for Ivern. So we're going to have the kind of delayed full clear, I guess.
Yeah, for some pretty easy math, I believe it was 25% before, now it's 33% of total health and mana. So let's see if Grig is going to be healthy enough. Looks like he's wandering back down towards a red, which he also marked as well.
Yeah, so he's going to do the red, then clear the entire blue quadrant. That would make him end up by Kennen. Curious to see if he actually wants to, try and affect that top side of the map, because typically, with the double shielding and Lucian comp here, you would want to ensure that there is some vision down there for the bottom side, because right now they are pushing in the bottom lane of CLG, and Dardoch has ganked bottom more often than previously we've seen in a Counterlogic Gaming series.
Yeah, he's actually going for an early back after full clearing his left side of the jungle, and he's actually down towards this area, so Dardoch doesn't have another buff just yet. He's going to start the blue buff, but with that aggressive pushing from Echo Fox, Zuelin could see an early game.
Definitely is true. Ivern, meanwhile, is going to go for a mid lane gank here.
Quite the path here. Brushmaker already put up now. Who he knows something's problem. Brocola is going to hit actually. Great land as Froggen. He's going to move in for the rest of the damage. Grig gets a bit of brush. Froggen tries to get the shove. Does not connect onto Huhi though.
Really nice shot there from Grig to get the summoner out of Huhi and close to getting the kill as well. If that seismic shove lands, that is a dead Huhi. So effective gank nonetheless. And I actually do like that route from Grig. I had not seen the Raptor Smite start before, but definitely efficient from him. Got a very early level 4 for his mid lane pass, and you can see why they're subbing him in for this Ivern play. He definitely does have some expertise on it.
Dardoch also not too far behind in experience. Level 4 going to invade, although you're going to take out this ward first after putting him pink in that pixel brush. Dardoch, though, no camp for him to really get, except the marked Krug camp, which he might be going for. Good stun, though, for Afro in onto Keith. But no follow-up trade damage there. Keith still up in CS pretty handily.
Yeah, Keith doing quite well with Gate there on the Karma. Lends a lot of extra power to their lane phase. Aphromu's been walking around looking for chimes as well. Grig trying to defend the second Raptor spawn, but not going to be the case. Dardoch moves in for the classic. 4.5 minutes around there. Second spawn on Raptors. Big value taken away as so much experience was moved into that camp.
Yeah, Huhi actually took the big one, so I think he got the brunt of it there. See if he can help him out in the mid lane at all. Dardoch now trying to protect his own Raptors because Grig is kind of as expected here. Dardoch going to leap him onto him. Does get the root down. Slow's going to land, but Huhi actually has priority here. Going to move up first, and now Grig has to be even more careful. Dardoch smites away the big Raptor. Froggen now roaming around, trying to make something happen. Dardoch is going to get rooted. Froggen is getting back. Dardoch forced to flash away. Oh, that goes down. Froggen needs a little bit more, but he's not going to flash for it.
Oh, he didn't have vision over that wall. And no trinket wards available for either member of Fox, so they couldn't get that vision to make sure that his flash would secure the kill. But if Froggen had blindly flashed over, would have been able to get one more hit onto Dardoch. Man, that was incredibly close. And when Ivern is channeling a jungle camp in your face like that, either it's a very new Ivern player or he's trying to bait you, because Ivern cannot counter jungle unless he's able to complete that channel, and it's easily interruptible. All you have to do is, tag him with anything. One auto attack will do it. And Dardoch was baited in a little bit there.
Oh, Froggen now trying to get a trade back. Huhi low on mana. Did hit the charm to Froggen for that nice initial trade, but Froggen actually up 10 CS and counting after Grig's early pressure on the Ivern gank at level 4. Froggen now going to go back. They've actually both got double Dorans here, so pretty heavy lane investments early on.
Yeah, and a lot of action here with 0 kills, but definitely a lot of confrontation going on early. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Keith is massaging his little lead. There's a lot of minions here still for Stixxay to pick up, so he could even it up pretty closely. But it really does depend on how well they can see us under turrets.
You can see again, Wave just shoving through, but that cannon's going to push that all the way over.
Yeah, cannon should not die to any of the ranged minion damage, so it'll be an easy pickup there for Stixxay. Happy to collect.
Going to hold some of the minions back as well, but should be pretty straightforward. Sometimes tricky to last hit with Barb, but Echo Fox going to go back instead. Bilgewater Cutlass now finished up there for Keith, so we'll be going for that Blade of the Ruin thing first.
All right, remember it's also an Inferno Drake spawn in this game, so as exciting and as much confrontation as we have seen early on, I do not expect it to be a slow mid-game either. Inferno Drake definitely causes a lot more focus on the bottom half of the map, even with Rift Herald added to the game, post 10 minutes, adding some sort of objective presence on the top side of the map. Right now, though, post level 6, Ahri starts to feel a lot better about the assassination potential onto Taliyah. So Froggen, while still wanting to shove the wave, does have to worry about, level 6 Rengar plus level 6 Ahri. Very scary combination.
Yeah, you can see Dardoch was visiting again on the right-hand side of mid, so Froggen playing up and over, but that does give Grig an opportunity to go take this red buff, and more importantly, gives Loop, who already has a pretty nice CS lead, a red buff.
Yeah, anytime we see these auto-attacked base solo laners combined with an Ivern jungle, you definitely feel the pain for their lane opponents. See if Looper can use that red buff to really punish the Galio, though, because biggest complaint about Galio right now for people is his wave clear. It's very simple for him to get it off with spamming the Winds of War, and as you can see, he's been able to see us just fine up there. Darshan, no problem, pretty much even with the Kennen at this point, and even has the shove due to Kennen going over there to grab that red buff.
Blue buff for Grig as well. That will be Froggen's first blue, as he just goes over and collects the buff shortly. Looper, though, again, kind of letting the wave reverse back, trying to get pressure down onto Darshan. Froggen going to go ahead, pick up that piece of candy, and continue laning. Gold nice and even, though, so despite some CS leads here and there, they're actually pretty minute in all these lanes, and it just feels like both teams have been spending this first 9 minutes or so just finding position on the map and looking for an opening.
Yeah, definitely like the opening here, actually. And remember, these are both of the 2-0 teams going head-to-head right now. 2-0 from week 1, that is. And somebody is going to have to drop out of the first place tie. Pretty good performance here so far. As Grig now post level 6 on Ivern, you do have the possibility of using Daisy to either get some turret damage and be very annoying in lane, or pressure a Drake very easily, as Daisy can take the whole thing while spamming Trigger Seed on her.
Yeah, there's actually nice lane wards there from CLG. Actually never seen those before on the left and right hand side, but that's what pretty much every roam Froggen could ever go for, but might not matter as they're looking to collapse around this objective.
Exactly, those are the types of wards that we used to see versus Twisted Fate when he was very popular in the game, because either side of the lane that Froggen tends to hover, you can warn that side of the map.
Base check not punished, Ivan behind as well, shields Froggen after the charm, but barely missing on that shot for Froggen.
Yep, camping on his pink ward, definitely advisable. Able to get a little bit of harassment down on Huhi. It does pay off, and again, as we talked about, Talia can get that shove very reliably, then look to move that advantage to either side lane. As of right now, though, pretty even.
Yeah, Dardoch able to very quickly take down this ward, leaps on it 4 times, and it's gone after him behind him. And CLG are going to be the first ones to poke the Drake and see if Echo Fox comes.
There is a ward that saw them walk over to it, so this is a bit risky. Actually, Gate completes his recall on the Karma, so maybe Echo Fox are not going to commit more than maybe, they're not even going to commit at all. Not even a steal attempt here. CLG able to take it away as Gate completes that recall, and they make the call not to contest this.
Nice force there from CLG, though I assume knew that Gate was going back, maybe just from what was happening in the 2v2 in bot lane. As a result, they'll be rewarded with the first major objective of this game. Gold, though, still holding even, so it's just a small early victory for CLG.
Yeah, intelligent timing there from Counter Logic Gaming. And the Infernal Drake is definitely going to pack a punch here. If Rengar starts getting some of the kills, unique kills to stack up his passive, extra percentage from Infernal Drake as well, really starts to skyrocket as far as the attack damage build that he goes for. And Dardoch usually builds a bit more aggressive. He's not that full tank Rengar player that sometimes we see.
Have seen before, certainly. Looks like Darshan, fearing for his life, going to back away from that top side. 3 great wards placed though from CLG. And Lupa, I mean, again, still does have a decent CS lead here. Didn't see exactly what happened with the red buff, and his Blade of the Ruin King is on the way, but this is a face check.
First Rengar ultimate.
Yeah, onto Lupa here. Dardoch gonna land it up. Darshan with a great little Justice Punch taunt. Flash already from Lupa to use the ultimate. This should be first blood cannon. He's just so squishy. Dardoch swings forward and grabs it.
Yeah, able to get the flash there. Really nice taunt from Darshan. Covers such a wide distance. Looper can't get out of that area, and not only is that first blood, but it's going to be a lot of damage on the turret. Now, Looper gets up in 15 seconds and his teleport is ready, but you don't want to teleport back in and die again, so this is probably going to be first turret gold.
Froggen's trying to save it, but it's level 1 Talia ulti now just reaching for that lane, and that's too late. Great push from CLG, and again, they already got the Drake, so what can Fox possibly trade?
Super, super clean opening here from Counter Logic Gaming. You know, taking the Infernal Drake while the support is back for Echo Fox, then making a first blood turn into a first turret gold as well. And Darshan, so sneaky, gets into the brush on the side here, and Looper right for that pink ward. Pretty easy ultimate there from Dardoch. Take a look at the spacing here from Darshan. Tags him with the very edge of the taunt. We've seen actually a lot of people flash from one side of the taunt to the other side, thinking they can get out of it, and really not respecting the range on that AoE. Looper does the same, and not only does he die, he loses his flash for it as well, plus his turret.
And it does kind of feel like an early worry here for Echo Fox, not because, of course, CLG are now gifted a decent little lead early on, but whenever I see teams pick Cannon, it feels like so much of their game plan revolves in getting this Cannon file or getting him ahead and then abusing his power in a side lane.
Yeah, exactly. You want to get him to his 1v1 king status, basically, where no one can split push against him. This is definitely going to delay that and hamper Echo Fox's game plan coming into it. They still can fall back on, you know, Talia roams, and they have extra shields and speed for Keith as well on this Lucian, who's doing just fine in the bottom lane. But yeah, CLG, they have a lot of potential right now as far as the pickoff. Rengar with the Galio combo that we talked about can be set up so easily by a Bard ultimate.
Well, instead, Echo Fox just kind of biding their time, likely waiting for this next Drake spawn. CLG don't have too much to really worry about at the moment. Already got some first turret gold, picked up that first Drake as well, so we'll just kind of play through to their next objective also.
Another thing to keep in mind as well is the Bard initiation is very difficult, a lot more difficult to dodge if the Bard cast is not seen by your team. So if Aphromoo can throw his ultimate from Fog of War, that makes the job way easier, you know, for Dardoch and Darshan and Huhi and all the guys to follow up on that ultimate and the, you know, the chance of it landing. Another red buff over here for Ivern though means that either Lucian or Froggen could go over and grab that. On mid laners, I actually do like it.
Ooh, that was adorable.
The Ivern Bush extra harassed there as Froggen's able to get the combo off.
Well, it doesn't quite 100-0 Huhi. A little tricky to completely kill people. But Froggen will take the harass, although CLG are setting up for something around this mid lane. Looks like right now they're just kind of clearing out space for the next Drake that will be spawning in a minute 30, but Froggen not feeling too happy about all this pressure.
Yeah, they've traded quite a few Raptor camps. Grig himself has gone and counter jungle. Dardoch strikes right back. And Keith is the one to go grab that red buff on Lucian. Blade of the Ruined King is completed, so they are feeling pretty decent about their skirmish. Remember, never underestimate Daisy as well, especially early on. The early impact and the mid-game impact of Daisy disrupting teamfights is very big. You want to probably use your smite on her, especially since in pro play, nobody really takes challenging smites or skirmishing smites quite as much. So definitely want to keep that in mind. Try and take down Daisy as early as possible because those knockups really get annoying in extended fights.
Looks like Grig is almost level 2 on the ultimate as well. So again, kind of the slower nature of this early game has meant that everyone's just kind of farming up. I mean, Echo Fox, despite some missteps, giving CLG an early lead, do have plenty of farm and power in their carries. So I really think it is this next Drake fight that we have to be looking to. And despite the early setback, Lupa, I mean, he's still cannon with a Blade of the Ruined King now finished. So he should be abusing 1v1.
Yeah, another Inferno on the way. Looks to keep the pace of the game. Very similar state. A lot of wards here for CLG in the red quadrant, though. So Echo Fox moving around in full vision. And Aphromoo playing with fire a little bit. He really wants to clear that control ward, but doesn't have anything to slip into that brush to go for it.
No, not safe at all. Echo Fox instead will clear their own vision out here. Froggen continually shoving mid lane with Talia, kind of forcing her here to shove them very late is one of the advantages, and that does mean Echo Fox are first to this objective, so if they want to start or try for a bait, kind of their time to make a play is right now. Good shot back in onto Afro, chunks him down.
Ooh, that's going to be pretty worrisome, but there's the Bard ult. Misses!
Oh, misses, but Froggen flashes the stun on the other side. Keith now on the Stixay, because Daisy's going to help him out. The root does land from Stixay's Chain of Corruption. Echo Fox looking back in as Lupa finally pops his ulti to try and frontline it. Darshan made his way down though as Lupa isn't going to live through the rest of the burst. Froggen tries to zone out the other side of the team fight and does have wall. But Echo Fox just look a little scattered here. Low, but Dardoch leaps in and tries to get a kill, but barely misses it onto Gate. And the wall is nice there from Froggen, but the Drake's at full health.
Yeah.
This looks a bit awkward.
What are Echo Fox just standing around here for? And now they go back on the Drake. This is 4v5, and CLG can easily push him off. Dardoch's super low, but technically he's flanking.
I mean, they're tanking the dragon as well. Darshan needs to absorb most of that damage. Darshan over with the Bard but does get stunned. Now gets moved back, forced to flash away. Froggen barely missing so many kills as Keith flashes in for the rest of them. Dardoch assassinates Talia, though, taking down Froggen, and it's a mess around the Drake pit.
It definitely is, Pastry. Hovering around that Infernal Drake, and they go through the magical journey just to get destroyed on the other end. Meanwhile, Dardoch's flank there with the 200 health Rengar does find the unsuspecting Talia, so it ends up being a kill traded back, but Infernal Drake still stands. And the vision is still around Infernal Drake, so I expect the action to continue.
I was going to say, maybe it's a let's try that one again situation. I mean, Lupa came down, Darshan, probably the top lane is using their teleport, trying to contribute to that fight, but it's a stalemate on that first one, but I think both teams will be back pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why you like to keep the split pushing Kennen to gain split push advantages. You know, early in the game, he's only got to Blade of the Ruin King. If he teleports in, teleport is such a long channel, it's easy for the other team to set up, and CLG immediately focus fire Looper when he teleports into this. Take a look at the completion here, because there are a lot of parts. CLG misses a big part of their initiation, and Stixxay is getting chased off. So Looper completing that teleport initially didn't seem so bad, but Dardoch has the empowered root, and they immediately take him down. From this point on, CLG should have a huge advantage, because Daisy is down, the Talia wall is down, Looper's already dead. During that replay, they get right back out to that objective and take the Infernal Drake eventually.
Looks like CLG were there first, and Looper actually went back to top lane, so CLG able to take that objective down. Echo Fox threatening around the Baron area, though, because Darshan's actually trying to...
The Rift-Tailed.
Oh, it's Rift-Tailed. Never mind. A little too early, but they'll trade objectives here.
Yeah. Mini Baron being attacked right now, seeing if they can hit her in the eye. 8,000 health, though. She does take quite a while still to take, and CLG just threatening a little bit. Move up, chase them off it, and now they've got mid lane pressure. They can also push this turret.
Yeah, it looks like Greg again just going to channel that up. No smite. They can't give the blue over just yet. And CLG squad's all out. Recalling in that side bush. It's like a Fox kind of scrambling across the map to make a play, I feel like. I mean, went for the Rift Child, did have to trade it for a second Infernal and didn't even get it because CLG were able to get back there. It just does feel like with Lupin not being that strong yet and not having a teleport, it's really tough for Echo Fox to do anything around the map.
Definitely options kind of wasting away here for Echo Fox. 2 Infernal Drakes stacked up on top of the gold lead for Counter Logic Gaming. And they were missing a lot of their initiation in those last fights as well. You know, they did get summoners out of it. Both Froggen and Keith, the main carries here, don't have flashes available for the next Bard ultimate. So Aframu is 100% got his eyes on Froggen and Keith as far as his next targets. And Froggen actually definitely going to be on the receiving end.
Yeah, he's got his eyes on the dual lane, but he's 1v2 right now, trying to kite this one out. Aframu still with the ulti, but doesn't throw it. Redemption, though. We're going to keep Froggen safe about like a screen and a half away.
Redemption almost able to heal up all that bar damage.
Not too bad there. But again, Froggen, if he's going to play in this side lane, will have to be careful. Does have his ultimate to join any potential scuffle in the mid lane, and we've actually moved Keith over here for Echo Fox to try and challenge here and get some turret damage down. But Hui flashes in there, very aggressive, looks to take it down. It's gonna miss the charm, but does not matter. What Ari knows, Kobe?
Yep, no hesitation from Hui. He sees an AD carry in the mid lane and decides that he's out of place. I mean, that's going to give him 4 levels up onto Keith as well. But, man, the flash initiation there. Good call from Hui to take advantage. Right now, they have to worry about getting pinched, as the 4 members left of Echo Fox are circling around mid.
Froggen walling in, stun lands for Looper onto Stixxay. He's getting exhausted by Afro. Daisy in the front line as the wall's cutting everybody else off here for CLG. Echo Fox going to back off because looks like Rengar and Galio are coming though.
Yeah, it's a possibility they go for a dive, but I think it's pretty rare. Technically, they have the Rengar ultimate and Galio ultimate combo, but turret diving at this stage would be risky, considering Hui did blow everything to get that kill. And Ari, without her mobility, is a lot less threatening, to say the least.
Well, again, CLG will just take their kills, defend their turrets, and thwart the counter-attack there for Echo Fox. So once again, kind of reset at the 22-minute mark, but CLG have kind of built a quiet lead, I'll say here.
Mid laner versus AD carry part 2.
All right, Froggen wants this again. Aframu's not here this time. In fact, here's the bots roaming up. Stixxay shove back in. Oh, he's gonna get it! Destroys one as Gate flashes for the Q, but Darshan, who's gonna taunt him, just as punch him up against the tower. Doesn't even need to. Gate, he just tanks so many hits, and Greg is gonna try and save his support. The Winds of War not enough as Gate zips away, but Darshan still on the chain. Does flash in. Q, oh, he lands it, and Gate goes down.
Uh-oh, even Dardoch's actually still on the hunt here on the Rengar, and
Root Call is still going. Can see him. Brush set up, but that's riskier under Rengar.
Yeah, I didn't know about that brush.
Thankfully, Greg far enough away that it didn't matter too much.
It doesn't matter at all since the Rengar ult was on, but you can use it for vision, technically, not on invisible targets, though, I don't think.
All right. Well, Looper's bottom side with TP does take a turret in the outer turret, excuse me, on the bottom side of the map, but TP in for Fox. He's going to try and challenge
no!
Gets the blow up on the key. Needs a bit more damage as Grig will shield his ADC. CLG though still on his Baron. Grig with a smite, ready to try and steal this one away.
All right, he's going to go for it. He wants to kill him first, though.
Hui says no, Charm lands in. 6A over the top with the portal does take him down. Now it's uncontested. Just needs to smite it down. But ulti not going to land in. Ari actually gets it. CLG will secure Baron. But Lupa does take down Afro, and there's a double kill for the cannon.
So even though CLG got that Baron, we've seen quite a few early smites from Dardoch, and I think I saw 78 health or something like that left on the Baron, and thankfully for CLG, he was able to get that last hit, but that's pretty scary considering the other smite was down. Echo Fox had already lost Grigney, and in the end, CLG got the Baron, and now they'll be able to push as soon as Dardoch and Afro are back up.
Well, interesting challenge there for CLG. It's kind of forcing Fox around the area, but kind of well set up despite maybe the messy smite.
And look at this. Really good screening here from Hui. He chunks out the AD carry, so Echo Fox, at this point, not only do they have half their members coming from base, but they also barely even have pressure from Keith because he's almost dead, and it really makes this collapse onto the jungler easy. After this, though, things start to get a bit scary. There is a Bard ultimate on both members of Echo Fox, plus the smite is already down, so, there's 0 damage coming from Echo Fox. Still, though, for Hui to get the last hit, I believe, on that Baron, definitely a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a stray rock here, maybe. Something could have happened. Keith, I think, was dead, so no bullets flying through on the other side, but yeah, definitely a little risky there for CLG at the end, despite how well they set that up, but all in the past now, Kobe. They got 2 minutes left of Baron buff to play with.
All right, let's look to the future then, because CLG could go for the initiation.
Looking for it now. That's a blow up on a Greek Dardoch. Gets credit for that kill. CLG now 5v4, shoving with the Baron, looking to take the mid, outer, and more Keith. Getting aggressed on by Hui, who dives forward with a Spirit Rush. But again, still playing it safe. Dardoch with the ulti, looking for an opening.
Ulti's still on for a little bit longer, but they're going to back off anyway and just take the Drake instead. Now this is going to be a gold lead, very sizable gold lead at that, plus triple Drake advantage and Baron buff plus map presence. So CLG with all of the tools right now, even though Echo Fox are pushing mid lane. Oh, they're collapsing.
I don't fancy this at all. Echo Fox so far forward. Keith gonna be the first target stun. He's barely gonna miss, but Hui does get the first kill out onto gate. Lupa running interference for his team, but Echo Fox got so greedy there.
Looks like they're also sending Darshan back down to take out the bottom turret. So CLG defend their mid turret, get the extra kill, and still press the objectives.
He is 3v1 right now. Though his team's pretty close behind him. Grig gonna get caught by Dardoch, who leads in onto it. Bottom turret goes down as Darshan is able to pick that one up here. I mean, mid-out is still standing, but Darshan is doing work, and he can fly it with the ulti at any time. Looks like Keith and Froggen can now try and put a stop to this.
Yeah, CLG are rotating over to secure the escape here for Darshan, but they should definitely go back and spend all that money. They got quite a bit off of that last couple of plays that they were able to pull off. And after they purchase, it'll be a huge advantage that they're bringing to town.
Yeah, had about 5,000 gold in the bank, which is almost their entire gold lead, so gonna go back and spend that as Afro, once again, out of vision on the Bard.
Yeah, standing on that control ward makes hitting that Bard ultimate really, really easy. Successful use there, they get the quick kill, and the objective afterwards. Bottom turret went down, still a couple of them standing in the middle here for them to start sieging up.
Yeah, map not quite as open as maybe CLG would like it when they had the Baron, but still get the turrets that they need. Continue just doing damage here and leveraging all that gold.
And as much as we like to point to, oh yeah, it's another one of these games where we see a team not being able to utilize their Kennen split pusher for split pushing advantages, CLG had drafted quite a few tools to pick people off, right? Long range engage from Bard, the assassination potential of Rengar and Ahri. So they have a lot of answers here to that early Kennen pick. And we're seeing a bit of him. Afro gets caught.
Gets ignited, but maybe not enough damage. Still burning down, but no kill collected. Redemption gonna keep him. Oh, Greg, that's his snipe. Never mind. I thought it was gonna heal him, but no, blue is bad there on that side.
Blue is bad for Afro Moo, and he goes down. Grigney with the snipe. Here we go, though, on the bottom side. Hui able to take care of that inhibitor turret. Teleport from Darshan as well.
The big force from CLG, 2v2 in the bot side right now. Both of Echovox's carries trying to fight them. Froggen, though, is going to get jumped by Hui. Needs to just keep kiting back gate here as well. So there's the shield. Strict Darshan's ulti, not enough to keep him alive, but does look up Keita's Dardoch alley-oops for the kill. CLG there, first to the area. Grig ulted up by Stixxay, getting a taunted chain there as well. And there's a Dardoch with the double. Still going for more. Leaps in on to get, roots him down as he gets shoved back by Frog and Darshan. Now with the taunt, is able to take the next one. And this inhibitor's going down. And Lupa, he's trying to get some work back done, but TP is going to be awfully late here as CLG trying to end the game. Frog getting it left on, taken down by Dardoch, who gets himself a quadra kill before going down. And Lupa now the only one left.
All right, Looper, 1 versus 2. He's going in on Stixxay.
Oh, leaps in there, does get taunted up, but Stixxay still firing away. AD cannon ulti doesn't do much damage. There's the ace from Darshan.
And everybody's dead, but CLG death timers are 5 seconds on Keith, few more on Grig, so they're gonna back out and not risk any more staying around. I mean, I like it when we see restraint from teams around the Nexus turrets, because Nexus turrets give you the least amount of golden experience of any turret in the game. So unless you're actually gonna finish the Nexus, I never advise sticking around for those turrets, right? People will often die for them, and you're just like, we barely got any advantage off that. Unless you're really going to have someone like backdoor as far as teleporting or something. Regardless, though, Hui again goes for one of those flash plays on Ahri. This time, Froggen able to juke just barely. Because he kites back on a couple of ticks of health there, though, they get a very good heroic entrance. Darshan does catch Keith, who went for that kill and allowed CLG to finish up that inhibitor. Meanwhile, Dardoch on the Rengar, putting out the deeps, is able to get a couple of extra kills here for himself.
So you can see all this abuse of Ivan and Brochet. Dardoch is just camping this spot.
Yeah, that's rough.
God, I can't believe you leapt all the way there. Picks up the quadra on the Froggen, but like you said, CLG, a bit of restraint there at the end. Already got so much off of that play in the bot lane. So again, back away, reset the situation, and maybe look to Baron in 20 seconds or the Infernal Drake following a minute after.
Stixxay, Varus stats coming up. This game hasn't died, so Infinity, KDA, no problem. Technically, that's not how we judge that stat, but all divide by 0, no problem. I can do it.
You may be the only person that can. As CLG back towards the Baron.
A lot of work.
After taking that tier 2 in top lane. Very impressive, certainly, from Kobe. CLG going to look equally so. Well, maybe not quite. Fighting by 0 is pretty impressive. But he's going to take a Baron nonetheless. Almost up 10,000 gold, and again, Echovox have almost no base left to defend.
Yeah, and so this game is pretty much a foregone conclusion, but let's talk about what this really means for Counterlogic Gaming, because their opener was very impressive, right? Though the one thing you could definitely level at CLG in the opening weeks, even though they had 2-0, Dardoch did not have a very good performance, and they also had pretty lackluster macro game. They won actually a lot of their games through brute force team fighting and combos with Rakan or Bard. This time around, the macro game was also cleaned up. Very good control of the Baron area after they got their leads. Plus, Dardoch on Rengar, showing that he still has it in him to absolutely go off. People didn't really doubt that. You know, they were like, okay, you know, he had a bad opening week. What will CLG look like with a Dardoch who does pop off? And this is apparently it, as he's gotten the Rengar. And now they've got the Drake spawns are actually pretty crazy here for CLG as they get another Infernal just to add a little bit more power to their final push.
Yeah, you like this build from Dardoch? He's basically talent at this point. Just building 3 lethality items in a row.
Did we say at the beginning, you know, Dardoch is not the tank Rengar? And this is the one you like to see. Going for the assassinations, they are ahead, and they do have the Drakes to back up this build.
Certainly do. Dardoch with an immense amount of strength at this stage of the game, and it is nice. I mean, it's sad for Aphromoo fans when it's not ridiculous highlight after ridiculous highlight, but always a good thing for the overall look of CLG as a team. Aphromoo isn't every single highlight in a single game, and Dardoch has shown up certainly as well.
Spread the love around. Team game here, boys. All right, so next step is...
Team game here. Rengar got a quadra kill and Aphromoo is going up on Bard. Yeah, totally team game.
Take turns. All right, CLG with the Baron buff. They actually have okay deep vision. I don't see any reason for Echofox to actually step outside their base, but regardless, CLG coming to close the loop here as they push in all lanes at once. Dardoch's going to speed up a little bit the bottom lane. I think they'll wait for him to actually come around and maybe flank even from the backside here with his Rengar ultimate. Does have one more wave to push in from the bottom side before they really pressure onto these inhibitor turrets, though.
Yep, was kind of that first Baron that got CLG to this state. Now this second one, very much looking to seal the game. Good shot from Froggen. Needs to get a pick here for Fox to really keep afloat, but feels like he's got all his tools ready to pick off a carry out of position. And he's been so quick to jump on people when they've been out of position or just using cooldowns they shouldn't be using.
Yeah, definitely true. Like how he was able to abuse his advantages. Now the Ivern Brush is gonna make it a little bit more annoying to go for this. Now they time out and Baron Buff will take care of it. Extra pressure here, Dardoch rotating up from the bottom lane to help Huhi. And that's a lot of assassination potential here for the Taliyah. Froggen has to be a bit careful. Darshan has flash, Dardoch has flash, Huhi has flash.
Well, the start actually just gonna get kind of muscled on by CLG. They will take it down as Darshan taunts in the front lines to keep it safe. Daisy already popped as well. Darshan not quite gonna dodge the knockup, but very tanky with the 3 items finish.
Yeah, watch the cooldown on his taunt. Next time it is up, he could very easily go for the taunt flash. We've seen it catch a lot of people off guard still, even with how popular Galio is. Bard ultimate at the ready.
CLG again is gonna push forward. Look at this mid in here. Bot's already open. Dardoch actually gets shoved back in the bottle. It's going to disengage the fight. Only gets Daisy and Gate, though.
Nice move there from Froggen to get a chunk on one of the key DPS members. You know, we talked about Dardoch going full offensive build. Froggen able to punish him a little bit and buy his team some time, which is operation #1 here for Echo Fox. Buy themselves some time.
And CLG have actually just kind of backed off after that, again showing similar restraint to they did after taking that bot inhib. Not wanting to press the advantage too far, but does delay the game by quite a bit more, and there's nothing to really take off the map right now, but a significantly smaller Baron power play for CLG, kind of amassed all the lead they'll need in this game.
Exactly. 10,000 gold, 3 Infernal Drakes, and a Mountain Drake. Seems like pretty sufficient lead to end a game. See if they go for the exposed inhibitors next. No reason to wait, really.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. I mean, CLG, yes, positioned almost perfectly at this point to do whatever they want to close this game, but that does mean the longer the game goes on, the better things will get for Echo Fox. They're very bad right now. I do want to stress that, but they will improve slowly if they can drag out the game. The big question being, I just don't think they can from this stage.
Yeah, we'll see if Echo Fox, because you can still put, you know, hopes on everybody camping a control ward or something, right? You know, trying to sideswipe somebody, get a 5v1 insta-kill, and buy yourself a little bit more time. Then, you know, try and get another kill through the jungle, pick somebody off. You have to think just basically one step at a time. And #1 step is usually looking for sneak plays, using Fog of War. Froggen right now is looking for one of them. They're trying to use Keith as bait at the moment.
Good sense there from Aframu. Now Dardoch actually just insta goes for it. Aframu looks for the ulti, gets the Banshee's Veil only, but now Dardoch, oh my god, Chris Froggen's face off as Dardoch still diving through Darshan. Now gonna make the flash happen, looks to taunt in, does get Grigney after flashing in Huhi, tries to follow up, but Ivan's gonna flash out of the way. Darshan though, just a juggernaut in the front line, will not be taken down. It's buying time for the rest of CLG. Dardoch goes aggressive onto Looper as Stixay lands the ulti to combo in. That's going to be enough space for that inhib #1 now moving over to mid lane.
Holy moly. Duskblade, full lethality, Rengar coming through here, absolutely annihilating a mid laner. And CLG are going to use that one to push in on Nexus.
3 hits for Dardoch. The first 2 are crits to be fair, I believe the first one's guaranteed. Still got 1 to follow up with, but my goodness, poor Froggen dead still for 15 more seconds. Taunt, you know, the guitar. Sean actually gets the kill as Dardoch gets the ulti up again, and Looper, yeah, he knows what that means. Run far away from the Rengar, but Dardoch is going to chase him down, goes back in again, gets yet another kill, just demolishing the back of Echo Fox, and that's going to be game. Nexus exposed, and CLG in style take game #1. I'm gonna have to tell you, that quadra kill looked pretty good, but I wasn't too impressed. Those last moments are very impressive to me. Dardoch just taking over with the Rengar.
CLG also, really good start to this game, because it kind of went under the radar, but the timing of going for the first Infernal Drake, then immediately after, top lane play where Darshan sneaks into the brush, and they combo with the Rengar ultimate to get everything rolling. That was really the start of it. That first blood on the top lane, able to take down Looper. Talked about it so much with Kennen, split push. They did 2 things with that gank. They slowed down the Kennen scaling. Not going to be able to get to, the hyper scaling late game split push. Plus, they got Dardoch off the ground.
Well, certainly more than off the ground was flying by the end of that game. For a deeper dive into that CLG win, let's check in with Rube and our analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And starting things off with a bang for Counter Logic Gaming. They come out very strong here, and in the top lane, they take down Looper, and it seemed to cascade across the map really throughout the game for Echo Fox.
Yeah, and I think when you look at Echo Fox's team comp, it's one where you have to kind of be proactive. You have the Kennen counterpicking to the Galio, you have the Talia to get up there and hopefully start snowballing that champion, and that was something that, with Echo Fox, has been something that's been a bit of a struggle, is getting Froggen out late, and especially without Acadian, being there as the other playmaker in the early game. Grigney had a lot of shoes to fill, and it did feel like he kind of came up short.
All kinds of shoes to fill. But I definitely agree. I mean, that's always been one of the criticisms of Froggen, is that, yes, he's very good in lane, but where does he take that? Like, where does he actually extend that lead around the map? And he wasn't really being proactive on Talia. Grigney, I think, he had a solid game. He was okay, but it's like Ivern is not really that playmaker that's going to snowball lanes by themselves, and you need to see this team making moves, because this is not like a protect the Twitch type comp. It's a protect the Lucian, which is much more mid-game, early game focused, and it just felt like old Echo Fox, where they're sitting back and kind of just not making things happen.
And we actually see that in our first replay, a 17-minute dragon fight here, 2 for 1, and it was quite messy because they get control with this wall after throwing a few things down, and then wait, then take dragon damage, and the fight goes.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't super clean on the side of CLG either. They get this nice pick-off right away onto Looper. Blows a lot of resources to be able to do it. Froggen's going to wall out the rest of CLG and let the dragon situation entirely reset. But with CLG having a man advantage after this, you think that they should be fine to kind of slow play it, work their way back in the dragon pit. He's relatively healthy. Your frontliner, Darshan's relatively healthy. And instead, Dardoch starts wrapping around and makes this kind of a sketchy situation.
Yeah, and I mean, this is actually, even though it ended up working out for Dardoch coming over here and picking off Froggen,
ever so slightly,
it's still not really a play I think he should be going for. Ooh. Like flanking with 10% HP. I mean, if he's spotted there, if there is a ward there at all, Froggen kills him for free, and that situation can go bad. And that dragon was so important because the early game was relatively slow. CLG had already picked up the first Infernal, and if you give up a second, that's such a big advantage against a team that has 2 assassins with the Rengar and the Ahri.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that CLG was kind of already ahead. This situation went 1 for 1, and then when they reset, Echo Fox kind of gave it up. They had Looper go back topside and gave another Infernal Dragon over. And like you were saying, this is a mid-game spiking team. You're now down 2 of the best team-fighting dragons with a comp that probably doesn't team-fight as well either, especially with how fed Dardoch started to get.
And speaking about the top lane, our next replay, 22-30, Fox losing 2-0 in this top lane skirmish that comes about as we see Froggen heading towards the top, and this was a bit of miscommunication as well, and this 1v1 wasn't going well for Froggen to start.
I mean, it was going pretty well to start, but Stixxay had a really nice outplay. The flash aside, avoid that last hit of the Q, and then this is just like an overchase. This is one of those things where you're frustrated that you didn't get the initial kill. Gate desperately wants to finish it, but walking up near that turret with a Galio there, you can get CC'd so easily by the turret. He takes 3-4 turret shots, allows a second kill to come through.
And the big thing, too, is that right before this, Huhi had made a pick-off in the mid lane with the Ahri, a little bit better of an independent playmaking champion, something that Froggen can do. We've seen him on things like Lissandra and Ahri over his career make a lot of plays. The Talia pick not working out for him on the 1v1 side lane pick-off, didn't get out of lane and snowball the Kennen, so the pick did not make too much sense for how that we generally think this team wants to play, where the jungler and the mid laner have a lot of playmaking independent, and this is not a comp that does that.
Yeah, and I mean, while the damage graph is not always telling of a game, when you're running essentially a comp that is very dependent on your AD carry being able to get a lot of damage out on the fight, you have Karma, you have Ivern, Talia is not going to just solo through a fight, neither is the Kennen. Obviously, they still can be big contributors. Keith had a lot of trouble getting involved because Caitlyn was banned out. He's playing a relatively short-range AD carry against some pretty dangerous components. The Galio, obviously, if you get taunted up there, you're probably going to die. If you get charmed, you're probably going to die. If this Fed Rengar gets on you, you're probably going to die. So it's it's rough. But he only got 8,000 damage out, right? If your AD carry is not able to be successful in a composition like this, I don't think that your team is going to win. So I think a lot of this, kind of went sour in the draft. I'm personally not a fan of the Protect Illusion type comps, like Caitlyn, which was banned out, but there's still Twitch, there's still Kog'Maw, there's champions like this, and you don't have to play that sort of comp. But if you are going to, I think you need a better team fighting AD carry, a better hyper carry.
Right, and I want to touch on it before we go to break. The game's obviously not on Grig, but coming into the team, what are our thoughts? What can he do better, or what can they utilize him to do better?
I mean, it's a little bit of a question mark still because Ivern is a relatively unique pick in the meta. Pretty much the only like support style one there is a Nunu, but he has a lot of different jungling patterns, and he didn't look bad. Like we said, Grigne was able to. He almost turned a couple ganks, got some summoner trades, and then the big problem was that the rest of the team wasn't really doing anything, and that is a bit of an issue because Acadian is often counted on to be the guy who does get the team going, and Grigne didn't do that. Is it Champion? Is it him? It's a little hard to say still.
Yeah, I agree. I think he was fine. I don't think it was like a super impressive game. I don't think the game was his fault. It's more based on the way that the team played, right? They weren't snowballing through the cannon, getting that massive split push advantage there. Right. They weren't, able to skirmish early with like a Blade of the Rune King power spike with the Lucian and get him really strong. They just didn't really kind of play to their win conditions.
Absolutely. And as we look forward, our player of the game for this matchup is going to be CLG Dardoch, the opposing jungler in that situation, coming out huge with a quadra kill in the base, but before that on the Rengar, not getting himself into trouble this time, playing a bit more measured and really getting the team the advantages.
Yeah, 31% almost done as a jungler is pretty impressive in the current meta, given that
especially an assassin. This is not like a poke jungler.
This is not either the start of spring where Rengar was crazy permaban status. So great game out of Dardoch, stepping up to show what happens for CLG when he's online, because like you said, last week was some of his worst games he thinks he's ever played.
And it's really important for CLG and for CLG fans because these are the kind of games that they were hoping for when they picked up Dardoch. And if he can play like this and the rest of the team can play as well as they have been playing, they're a championship contender team.
We'll see if they can keep it up. We are going to step away for a quick break, but when we come back, it's game 2 between CLG and Echo Fox. Stay with us. You're watching the North American LCS.
That's true. That's...
Gonna land it up, Darshan with a great little Justice Punch taunt. Flash already from Lupa to use the ultimate. This should be first blood cannon. He's just so squishy. Dardoch swings forward and grabs it.
She has cleanse, by the way. Double kick, Karma. Careful. I think we got it back. Yeah, back it up right up. I'll probably die. I got the Lucian flash. I got Talia.
A quiet lead, I'll say here.
Mid laner versus AD carry part 2.
All right, Froggen wants this again. Afro's not here this time. In fact, his support's roaming up. Sticks a shove back in. Oh, he's get it!
Ivern. Go, Ivern. Yes, he ended him. Kenny can't get into tier 3. You guys can probably end. Yeah, we can. Clear, Karma. Talia no flash. Talia no flash.
Talia no flash. No flash.
She's rooted. Okay. Okay, we can end. Yeah, just go, chill. Whoa. Let's go, Cannon basing. Can we just
run far away from the Rengar, but Dardoch is going to chase him down. Goes back in again, gets yet another kill. Just demolishing the back of Echo Fox. DLG in style take game number 1. Welcome back to the North American LCS. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between CLG and EchoFox and Kobe. It has felt like controlled CLG for the first 20 minutes, and then really aggressive Dardoch and a bit of extra CLG there to close out the game.
Yeah, definitely the case here, and there are no substitutions for EchoFox, so they're sticking with this plan, and I kind of like to see that, right? It wasn't a player problem, and the knee-jerk reactions of pulling them out too early, definitely not really worth it, especially this early into the season. So I want to see them, play out this 10-man roster, utilize the different flexes that they have, to the full extent and focus on actually cleaning up the play mistakes rather than changing the players around, and switching them out between series. Grig is going to get the full setup there on stage with the team. And we'll see how EchoFox try and turn this one around.
And I think it is interesting to highlight some of why EchoFox maybe didn't look as red hot as they did in week number 1. I mean, we do have the odd even week joke that we may have to revive here for summer, perhaps.
Oh,
depending on what happens.
It's dead.
All right, it's dead. Never mind. Sorry. This just in.
I hate the coincidence jokes, because then you see people repeat it so many times that then someone believes it, and then another person believes it, and it's their thing. Regardless, though, yeah, EchoFox, they are going to try.
Hey, don't look at me. I'm not looking at you. He revived it himself.
He starts to believe it. Well, regardless, in this game, I'm curious to see if they go with a similar strategy. If they are going to have Grig on one of those types of junglers, or if they're even going to try a different look with him and go with a super aggressive jungler and try and get snowballing early, or if they try and play that controlled style. It'll be interesting to see the flexibility of the individual players as well.
And again, I think EchoFox just kind of had a lot of different pieces there, but top probably felt behind there for Looper, and when Cannon's behind it, it does feel pretty miserable to do stuff around the map. Didn't feel like they could contest for that first early Infernal Drake, and then the second one rolls around. You can kind of see that they're scrambling to put a team fight together when the whole team isn't ready. Items aren't there, the coordination just wasn't there, and that was the moment where it felt like the game could have tipped back in EchoFox's favor, and the lead wasn't that big for CLG. CLG's credit, they played a little risky at times with Dardoch's flank play on the Rengar, but come out on top, take the Drake, and the rest of the game just snowballs from there, it felt like.
Yeah, and that's important to highlight here for Counter Logic Gaming, because they took advantages and then they pushed them very quickly. The top lane advantage, as well as the stacking Drakes, they very quickly transitioned the game after the first turret has gone down to gaining their picks with their deep vision, continuing to snowball the assassins that they have, as well as controlling the neutral objectives.
Well, we're into champ select for game number 2. CLG gonna ban away LeBlanc and Elise to start things off here, and EchoFox swapping over to the red side, gonna ban Zach, which is pretty much a mainstay on that side.
Yep, no surprises for any of the bans so far. The most common bans that we have in the North American LCS, and now the most common bans against CLG still coming through, so not much variation from last game. Only thing is that Counter Logic Gaming take away the Elise ban rather than EchoFox going for it.
And then actually I'm gonna ban the cannon away, so respecting the power of the champion despite the loss. EchoFox just picked up on it. Kind of curious what the last ban is here for EchoFox though, because have to consider a lot as far as potential first pick. I mean, Galio maybe jumps to mind, but then you've got something like Caitlyn, Xayah, even if you kind of want to stitch that together. EchoFox instead decide on Shen, actually, so going for a top lane ban.
Yeah, Shen has been pretty popular here, especially for the early game cross-map plays that people have been able to pull off with them.
You know who else is good at cross-map plays, though? Plays in the top lane, pretty big.
Galio.
Yeah, Galio. I mean, I think CLG are kind of considering maybe between Caitlyn and Galio, or Gragas, never mind, I'm completely wrong. They'll go to their favorite flex.
Yeah, they were first picking Gragas a lot in week number 1. And Darshan was usually the guy on that champion. It's very possible to flex it, and that's one of the reasons why I do like the early picks on it and the priority here, because this is sometimes we have flex picks and we're like, oh, it could be played as support, but they're not truly threatening flex picks. The Gragas jungle top lane is one of the really threatening ones. I feel like Galio as well is the second one.
All right, Galio and Kate and the two champions. I expected to be contested, instead maybe taken away by EchoFox.
I believed in you, Pastry, all along.
Thank you.
Just a little bit delayed.
Gonna stop draft analysis for a little while longer, though, I think. And there are the picks for EchoFox. Do manage to lock them in, so a solid start to their draft as well.
Yeah, and a little bit on the analyst test was touching on it. Caitlyn was banned out, so this time around, no ban on Caitlyn. and Keith will be able to have the extra range to work with, trying to abuse that lane phase, get some turret damage, and see if they can actually get first turret for Echo Fox, or at least gain the momentum there and the control in the bottom lane to try and pull off those plays.
Well, a flex no longer. Fiora actually locked in for, I assume, Dashan.
Exactly. There's no longer a reason to keep the flex a mystery. As soon as you see the Galio, if Galio's in top lane, Fiora will absolutely smash him. So now it's on Echo Fox. Do they want to flex this Galio to Froggen? And CLG actually, with this Fiora pick, are putting pressure on Echo Fox to force a flex of the Galio to the mid lane, because Fiora can definitely do extremely well versus the tanks like Galio. Even though he tries to stay back far and farm the wave, she can pressure him almost all the way off it with a couple of good vital spawns even before she starts scaling.
Yep.
And it's a very good path for Fiora to scale into.
Yeah, Fiora just wrecks Galio by the looks of, as we've seen so far. There's Varus picked up for CLG, as Lee Sin, sorry, the last pick there for Echo Fox. So Grig gonna take it away from Dardoch. They did ban it in the last game. But again, another new look for Grig, just staying in as, you know, another solid jungler.
And that's why I was so excited that they kept him in, because it's not just, oh yeah, he's the Ivern player and Acadian is the aggressive player. They have a lot deeper strategy here with their 10-man roster. They want all of their 10 players to be competitively viable, and that requires that you have a diverse champion pool with diverse styles. Lee Sin is one of my favorite soft, answers to a Fiora pick. Because you can pressure her early, you can get kills when she tries to go in for the vital attacks, and Galio also is decent at setting those up. So we'll see. Echo Fox, it's risky to still keep the Galio top, but you technically can do it if you are dedicated to bringing that jungle pressure to try and even out the matchup. I still would think that they're maybe edging towards giving it to Froggen now, but it really does depend on how Froggen feels about the champion.
Well, phase 2 bans for Echo Fox are supports, actually. Thresh and Bard going to be taken away from Aphromoo, but kind of curious to see Jace ban there for CLG, so maybe expecting what you are suspecting in that Galio will be going mid lane there for Froggen.
Yeah, CLG are not fooled. They still have kept in mind that the Galio could be flexed mid and ban out a few more top lane champions that would bully Fiora. So not only do you have to keep in mind how does Froggen feel about taking the Galio, but now, is it still worth it if the Renekton and Jace are both off the table as answers to Fiora?
Well, they are going to do it. There's actually Rumble picked up there for Echo Fox, so unless something wacky is happening here in this Champ Select, it is going to be Galio mid for Froggen.
And this is a good one. Rumble, I like the early Rumble versus Fiora matchup. Jungle, again, plays such a big role in it, though, that you always have to worry about what is the next step in the game going to look like, because Fiora will 100% get to a stage where she split pushes far better than Rumble, and the Rumble team looks to force elsewhere on the map, looks to use the equalizer for the teamfight presence. And this is kind of an interesting clash and differences in their team compositions. Zyra, meanwhile, getting locked in for a very powerful bottom lane for Counter Logic Gaming. A lot of actual kill pressure there and level 6 threat.
Yeah, it looks like last pick will be mid lane here for CLG, just kind of mulling over all the options who he has. It's not blind, he's likely into that Galio, but there's Orianna for who he.
Orianna, the most picked mid laner in competitive gameplay across all regions, and a very, very good all-around and safe pick. That being said, Syndra is available still if Froggen wanted to triple flex a Galio support.
Hey, Gate, how you feeling? Oh, they're looking to Leo!
I did it!
Galio support!
I was close. Okay. The Galio is being triple flexed into support, but the Syndra is not the answer. Dang it, so close. Talia is going to be picked up instead. Again here for Froggen. We'll see if this time he can get off some more control and better roams.
What a fun draft.
Yeah.
So many back and forth moves, so many flexes, but in the end, Echo Fox on the red side will get the final counter.
See, that's why you always keep the door open for those Galio support flexes, even though it is a bit less likely.
I mean, look, if
Gate is the guy to do it.
I was going to say, if anyone was going to be ready with the more off-the-wall support choice, it is Gate, of course. This one, significantly more normal than the Sejuani he brought to the table last week.
Already been used in competitive, so it's not like a mind-blowing thing, but it is definitely low percentage. Let's see how Echo Fox can pull this one off, though, because they have a lot of mobility. If your Galio can get the roam off in the mid-game, post-level 6, supports going into Fog of War usually not as scary, but definitely going to have to worry about that one.
Yeah, certainly a lot of fun to see here. Echo Fox kind of assembled a bit more aggression in the early game. We'll see if they can use some of that to sort of get an advantage and take over the game. CLG on the other side, such a great team fighting comp with the 4, and then of course Darshan, something he's very used to here on a strong split pusher.
Definitely going to highlight the matchup of Grig versus Dardoch once again. Super curious to see if they actually do play to their split pushing game plan here for Counter Logic Gaming, and is Dardoch going to help get this Fiora off the ground and start snowballing in that top side, or is Looper going to have the classic push advantage with Rumble and get in with early wards?
Well, we'll find out soon because Game 2, Echo Fox and CLG is starting right now. So out back onto the rift, CLG going to fan out here towards
the outback, huh?
Map.
Classic Pastry, slipping in the Australian references.
And then moving out here on the Fox side as well. Gate zipping away with the support Galio.
Welcome to
Looks like no plans just yet being cooked up, but you never know. Both of these teams actually have prepared some pretty wonderful level 1s this year already.
Yeah. I was curious if we were going to see Echo Fox go for some more rare level 1 setups, but not going to be the case here, and Grig will just have a standard Lee Sin game. Probably start on his Raptors. Dardoch's looking to get his ward in there. Gragas plus Orianna is also a good Raptor start, as long as you time your barrel correctly on the Raptors and get the old leash there from Orianna. Pretty easy for him.
Yeah, don't want to do the mistiming and lose your Raptors. That happens too sometimes. But Darshan here on the Fiora. Definitely one of the Gallion matchup, but Echo Fox again, flexing it all the way forward to move it down the bottom side. So we'll see how any interference maybe affects that top side matchup.
Let's say the exact timing, by the way. So for people at home, it's a 4-second maximum duration on your barrel, for it to get fully fermented, I guess, would be a good word.
That is the flavor.
And then it's going to pop on its own. So you don't want to do it 4 seconds before Raptor spawn, which is 137, 138 if you really want to be safe. But technically 137. A little bit of a block there, but no problem.
Yeah, Dardoch taking those out quickly. 1Q from Huhi, able to help out.
Oh, look at Grig. He might use that ward to hop over. Yeah, he is on the Lee Sin. So another sneaky little start here from the Lee Sin. He started red, and then they used the ward that they had behind the Rift Herald to go in for a very quick counter jungle on this blue buff. And what this does is protect the Rumble pushing. We were wondering if, is Dardoch going to make an early route up to the top side to get this Fiora going and play into their split push strategy? Echo Fox, I like what Grig is doing here. One step ahead, trying to cut off that strategy by removing a lot of the jungle resources on this side. It makes, even if Dardoch is able to get vision, it removes a lot of the incentive to be over here, and Grig
might have been fighting. Froggen's actually moving over, and Grig's level 3. Dardoch's on level 2. Double left there. The Q lands over Grig. He's going to follow up Froggen. Roams around and gets first blood. Auto attack seals it.
Well played. Let's see if he can get out of it because Darshan is on the way.
Gonna need some help here. Not a whole lot more coming. Flashing. Grig zips away, and there's the Trade Cooper who also gets double buffs.
This is an interesting question. Would you rather have the first blood bonus gold or the double buff as opposed to just the red buff? I think the first blood bonus gold, even though spamming on Orianna is pretty threatening here with that blue buff. So take another look though. Really liked again, we were talking about the invade, cutting off the options that CLG were going to go for, and he catches Dardoch after the blast cone. Then Dardoch actually flashes while the Q is still on him. He flashed so quickly, I think he was trying to flash the actual Q. Point blank, Lee Sin Qs are incredibly difficult to flash on. It's kind of a guessing game. He thinks he's going to throw it out about then, just slightly off. Then the double flashes are burned to get the counter kill there, and the ghost, by the way. So actually maybe he'll try and return to punish Huhi in the mid lane who burned both his summoners there. We'll wait and give him some time to think about it.
Yep. Could be a buff transfer in the near future, perhaps. But I do like the invade a lot there, Franco Fox, as we do have a pause, fingers crossed, briefly here in this second game. I mean, like you said, just very creative stuff here from Grig. And I mean, buff to buff sounds very standard, but doing it a different way here.
Exactly. And let's talk about the multiple ways that you can benefit from this, because you're not, every time you're doing this play, you're not looking for the first blood on the enemy jungler. This is not a strat designed around, we're definitely going to kill Dardoch because he's 100% going to blast going over. there are redundancies built into this strategy. If you clear out blue buff and Gromp, the resources here on this quadrant of the jungle, even if Dardoch came over late and he came over in maybe a more safe way and saw that he had been counter jungled and hadn't committed to a fight or something, there would be no incentive for him to stick around on that top side, and he couldn't affect that Rumble Fiora matchup. And if you let the Rumble Fiora play out on their own, unaffected by jungle, and Rumble gets a big push advantage, and it's definitely bad times for Fiora and slows down her scaling. So it's kind of a win-win if you go for that jungle setup, and there's a lot of thought that really went into that start.
Wonderfully timed as well, because they even got the Gromp, so kind of really predicting Dardoch's level 1 route, it feels like, and able to punish almost to the maximum. Does get picked off at the end, unfortunately for him. Just a quick update. Gate is, I believe, asking about Relic Shield. He's saying that apparently he's not getting stacks. It's not activating properly.
Not giving him gold, yeah.
Don't exactly know why, but of course our team's looking into that, and we'll update you as soon as we know more on the situation. Definitely want to make sure that's working if you're playing a melee support.
Yeah, I mean, it's already kind of bad enough times if you're getting pelted with Zyra plants and various Qs. But so far, they've done just a fine job there. Keith and Gate pushing the lane in. So there are extra minions that are alive for Echo Fox that may or may not be picked up here by Stixxay. But as of right now, I want to make sure the Relic Shield situation is fixed first. And we'll return. So revisiting that level 1. Out of all the setup, all the planning we talked about that went into it, this is a really good, idea here from Echo Fox. But the actual outcome was indeed a counter kill that went over to Huhi. So not terrible for CLG, even though it is a good start for Echo Fox and very good plan. Huhi did end up getting those double buffs. So unless his summoners are punished in the end, not too bad of a situation for them.
We'll have to look see if the revisit does happen. We are now unpaused. Gate apparently was experiencing a visual bug, so he is still getting gold. Everything is working perfectly. And we'll get back into game here. Let's actually visit the bottom lane for the first time here in this game. Like you said, not going to be the most fun matchup to play, but Keith and Gate should be able to get farm pretty comfortably here.
Yeah, and it always feels good to, even if you're a melee support and you don't feel like you have the biggest impact in the trades, he has a long-range harassment ability, plus he's got a Caitlyn by his side. Very safe AD carry, long range, able to get off some trades that other AD carries would not be able to do.
Kind of curious to see what Gate does on the playmaking side of things. We've seen, of course, Top Galio able to initiate pretty aggressively and CT people up. We'll have a lot less resources to work with, but should be able to set some nice things up for himself regardless. Huhi still with those double buffs ticking away though, even on farm versus Froggen. So Froggen's doing a nice job staying afloat in the lane despite the early advantage, but it looks like Grig will not be back for a revisit. So kind of all that early level 1 playing out in almost a trade. Echo Fox up in gold still as a result. Looper actually got a nice big CS lead, like you mentioned, Kobe, kind of all going all the way back to that level 1.
Yeah. And again, the end game plan was technically accomplished there by Echo Fox, even though they traded kills, as Looper is still able to get harassment under the turret and constantly shove the wave with Flame Spitter. Grig still camping up on this top side, and I really like the focused game plan. He's going to stick to it. His aim was, or was it the timing? Did it just spawn? Because he had the exact timing. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds for small camp respawns, by the way. That's how you time the second entrance for Raptors as well.
Ooh, good little stun there from Dardoch. Actually, Froggen just trying to fight it out, but there's a stun. Dardoch.
Yeah,
gets that one.
That was more than a good little move from Dardoch, right over the wall. Very fortunate positioning there because Froggen got just close enough that Dardoch didn't even have to use his flash. So now we're talking about which mid lane can get punished. Huhi summoners are back up, and Dardoch still has flash on the Gragas, so that was actually a very big play from Dardoch. Even though it was opportunistic and kind of required Froggen getting this close to the wall, that was very good timing. Froggen does get close enough. Shaboom.
Great punish there from Dardoch. Gets the kill. I think he deserves it after such a great play over the wall.
Yeah. Also, a little mechanics there, as you saw, Huhi was able to sidestep Froggen's seismic shove, so didn't even take a lot of damage in the exchange there. With that play, Dardoch has pretty much evened the game back up. Now, they still are nursing the areas where the deficits are. Darshan, obviously, on the Fiora is trying to climb his way back and doing an okay job of it, but Gonna have to use his teleport to get back to lane, most probably.
Yeah, Loop is still shoving these waves in. Throwing shields for both, but should have their first purchases in relatively shortly as Darshan. I'm gonna take one more wave. Try and get all these. Should be able to grab them under turret pretty easily for himself. And Loop is actually gonna roam down and get some vision. So kind of trading time in that lane. Instead of going back, he's just gonna get some wood done as well.
I like the camp here, actually, since he's got a pre-existing control ward. Dardoch wants to use his flash, but remember, Froggen still has double summoners, so who's going to outplay who here? Both junglers are there.
Moves over here, but he's level 6, kicks one in through the Talia, rocks at Froggen, moves the Q the other way, gets knocked back in by Huhi, but he's already dead to Froggen. TP's coming in for both as Dardoch now going to get chased down by the volley. Darshan joins in, Lupus here as well, now going to look to collapse as he dodges out of the way of the harpoon.
What a sick mid lane skirmish here. I love it when there are actually even resources available. Froggen early flashes Dardoch as soon as Dardoch shows, because he's expecting the body slam flash to come. Six actually walking through a melee support here. Gay.
Good little damage there from Gay. Great combo actually ignites him as well. So one of maximum damage because Froggen's coming in. Keith here as well as Afromu's gonna go down. Never mind, Keith. He's actually gonna get the kill there onto Stixxay, and Afro survives, but he's forced to flash out of the way.
Dardoch.
Nice aim for Keith with the Peacemaker.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, flashed on as well. Dardoch, big mistake. Does flash out of it, but didn't really need to be there.
Pretty big swing here for Echo Fox as things just explode. And a little bit of a lazy trail back to the bottom lane. This Galio support pays off. Not only does Caitlyn, have her CS lead, but a kill onto Keith now to accelerate the crit build. And what? Dardoch just gets manhandled here.
Just a snipe from Froggen. That is not a long-range ability, but under the shove, just gets killed by Froggen. All the way from mid.
The reason I love this so much is because both junglers were here. Mid laners can't complain. Froggen early flashed Dardoch showing up, and because Grig got in there first, they get the kill on the enemy mid laner, and it's kind of snowballs from there. Both teleports are answered, so even usages here. Darshan, though.
Run from Huhi, no ultimate just yet, but it's up soon. Lupus still getting aggressed on Darshan. Is going for the full dive, gets the procs on the vitals. Huhi moves it back over. Darshan finds the last vital, does get the kill, but the turret's getting the trade.
Counter kill goes over there, so it is a 1 versus 1, or 1-4-1, and the mid laner out of position means Grig can go pick up this Infernal Drake. Echo Fox pushing the tempo very effectively here.
Huhi may be losing a little too much for his team on that roam into the top side. Stixxay is going to check the area, but it's just going to be him. He's on the controller. Grig has already taken down the Drake. In fact, Grig going aggressive. Froggen's down here. In fact, 4 members of Echo Fox are collapsing onto Stixxay. Stixxay
kick.
Only with a heal. Great Q from Grig. Lands in on top of it. The knock up there from the Galio. Kicks him back into it. Keith gets him with the Peacemaker. What a combo from Echo Fox.
Oh, man, yeah. The damage from Lee Sin, as soon as Warrior is completed and you're post level 6, definitely enough to deal with an AD carry. And since he saw that Keith already had the ace in the hole on Stixxay, he was like, yeah, no problem. I don't even worry if this kick kills you. Punts him off, dies in the air due to the shot. And what a ridiculous snowball here off the bat. I like it. Echo Fox striking back. They want to make this series go to game number 3, and they're making a pretty good case for themselves thus far.
And again, Grig, from Ivern to Lee Sin, almost a 180, I would say, as far as styles go, and playing with it so well. Afromu knocked back up here. Froggen on top of Workgrounder. I think Afromu was done for without his flash.
Yeah, pretty close. Froggen's landing some pretty good seismic shoves under that bottom turret.
It's a dangerous place to be.
Meanwhile, though, calming down a little bit with some of the river roaming. A lot of vision on the bottom side for Echo Fox. But top side pretty overloaded by CLG members as they do their blue handoff.
He's going to get spotted by Lupa, but not sure he can really get involved. So he's going to go ahead and grab the buff. But Froggen, actually bottom side working on this turret, might be able to get it on this wave. I think needs a little bit more help, but I've actually swapped Keith over as just an ult on the wave there for Rumble. Looks like Lupa's going to go back, or he's waiting for his jungler. Stixxay zoned away. Does give Froggen the first turret of the game. Solo gold over to him.
Yep. I mean, it's completely opposite from game number 1. Echo Fox, big gold lead early on. First turret gold here, and Infernal Drake to their names. Now let's see if they can actually bring it together. Keith is working towards his Infinity Edge next. That should be his first completed item as he heads up mid lane to help with this pressure. The rest of Echo Fox actually converging.
Froggen actually back into the mid lane, now basing, so we'll see exactly where they want to send all of their team as far as their lane assignments go.
And this is more what you kind of want to see with the first week results, right? They're 2-0, both these teams heading into this match. But a lot of people were not giving Echo Fox nearly as much credit as the other 2-0 teams, Immortals and CLG, because Echo Fox still looked a little bit slow when you get to the late game shot calling. And due to the strength of schedule, you know, there are some questions still there. So this game in particular is a good statement game from Echo Fox. You know, showing up, good early power. Grig is in, he can play multiple styles of junglers. Question still stands for the late game though, and we'll keep our eye on it, see how this does develop.
And pretty massive lead for Fox builds up already. It's approaching 4,000 gold at under 13 minutes. And again, they're not done as far as movements go. Gate going to join up with Keith here in the top side. That looks to be the next turret that Caitlyn wants to siege down. And you've got Froggen able to pivot very quickly to lanes on Talia as well.
Exactly, because very often we'll see the first rotation of the AD carry and support to that mid lane, try and pressure the enemy mid laner, but Orianna has good wave clear, and Talia, when in the mid lane, has a lot more threat as far as being able to roam to either side.
Better access overall as Darshan does get a couple of those Krugs. Looper shooting that harpoon. He's going to get some more harass down. Darshan kind of still struggling in the early stages of the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he has been able to get to his Hex Drinker, but he's going to have to farm it out a little bit more. You know, he's doing well in that farm objective, which is all his concentration right now, getting the last hits on all the minions so that he can still scale up, even though he had a little hiccup early on. Fiora always can rely on that scaling as far as the 1 versus 1. Rumble still, though, does have the upper hand, and a lot of wards around Looper as well. You can definitely tell that Echo Fox putting more effort into that split push with the red quadrant wards for themselves.
Battle for the Raptors ends pretty even, I think. Dardoch with a bit of an invade does take some of those away from Grig, but Grig with quick fingers able to auto down some of those also. As looks like Rift Herald going to get aggroed here. CLG are going to start it. First eye buffed away. But again, we'll take a decent amount of time to take it. It feels like you're pretty safe to take the Rift Herald most of the time, but you need enough time to actually get through all the health.
Exactly. Most of taking the Rift Herald is getting the eye to reopen. And that does take time because it is gated. 4,000 health left on it, though, as the rest of Echo Fox do show up. Teleport for Looper's ready, but he's pretty far away. He would have to use it.
Smites are up as well.
Making his way.
Maybe even going to have a fight for it. Grig actually wants to take it down. Might even have 50-50. Gate going to try and taunt him away. They do get the Rift Herald, and he picks it up. Going to get knocked up by Froggen. Does flash out of the way, but Froggen is ghosting. Great snipe from Looper with the equalizer, though, and Froggen, he's not done. Grig and Gate collapsing on the top side. Tagged by Afro with a resonating strike. Afro is going to wait it out. Great flash for Grig. Warthog's over. Flash kicks him back towards Froggen and Gate, but now it's 3v3 as the Zara ult is going to knock one up. Not enough in the hero's entrance as Gate. It's way too late, and CLG are going to turn it all back around. Keith does get the snipe onto Afro with ace in the hole, but Grig caught down, is going to get killed by Darshan.
Oh, Echo Fox do get the Rift Herald. It gets a bit messy in their dive afterwards, though. And that's one of those situations where the Lee Sin flashing for a kick back didn't really gain them a whole lot, as the change in positioning for Afromood didn't really make his death come any quicker. And it was just the end there when Keith is able to get off his ace in the hole. Regardless, though, Echo Fox did take away the Rift Herald, and it was a 2-for-2 trade in the end. So objectives still going the way of Echo Fox, despite a little bit of a hiccup. Okay, let's take a look at this pick by Talia, because this is one of your favorite champions, Space Tree. Froggen has his Ghost on, and he's able to nail him with the full range on Seismic Shove right there, and a quick finish by Looper. Picks it up and gives them the confidence to go for this trade. Aftermove waits till the Q completes the flash over, good there. And then the flash from Grig to change the distance from Aftermove actually knocked him out of the Q, the threaded volley there from Froggen. So it delayed his death until Keith is able to secure it. And kills going over to Fiora. While it's not a whole bunch right now, every time that happens, you're a little bit worried for the future.
Oh, great to Leo Warbit, who he answered with a shockwave, still going to get knocked back by the shove. Gate trying to finish it off, and Keith gets the peacemaker, but Dardoch knocks him back in. Froggen does go down as Keith, fighting for his life. Ultimate not enough for Dardoch. Keith still lives, and he grabs the double kill as a result.
Flash forward from 6A to try and finish the kill onto Keith, but Keith also using heal and flash to get out of that. And this one turned back around onto CLG, 2 members down, who he was walled off, initially by Froggen to force that one. Whew. All this time, though, and all this action,
yeah, I mean, this
is away from Fiora.
Which is good for Dashan, certainly. Going to get himself a turret. Did pick up a few kills there, and like you mentioned, Kobe, just getting that gold. However you get it, it's not always going to look pretty, but as long as you get towards your 3 items, 2 to 3 items, Fiora eventually will take over the side lane.
Yeah, Echo Fox, though, they still have the Rift Herald, and they're starting to pull away in gold. Ocean Drake will be a nice addition to add some extra healing to themselves. And maybe they'll return to use that Rift Herald because the 4-minute timer counts down very quickly. And you'd love to set up a play with Rift Herald rather than having to use it reactively and, you know, maybe just getting half turret health or at best 1.
Got about a quarter or just under of the duration left, so Grig is going to have to move it or lose it pretty quickly here. Gate down towards his bottom side, joining Frog, and as Grig is looking for the flank, tags the Krug. Dardoch, though, just going to be patient, finish that off. Stixxay, though, hitting a pretty significant amount of damage. Bleeper did put in the flash, so I believe put aggressed on 2v1. Echo Fox trying to set up a pretty cool-looking 3-lane push almost.
Yeah, Grig is kind of hovering in the jungle right now, while Froggen and Keith laying down the fire here on the turret.
Herald, yep, is going to be unleashed, but there's Dardoch starting it off. Keith does get knocked back into Dashan. Should be able to clean that up. Grabs a shutdown for himself as he keeps getting gold.
Yeah, Grig does pop that Rift Herald during the skirmish in bottom lane. At mid, though, it finishes it off, but it's not the biggest use as who he's then going to be able to clean him up right after. So turret does end up going down, but another kill over to Fiora. Scaling intensifies.
Certainly does. I mean, 3-1-1 for Dashan. Hex Trinket and the Hydra already done. And again, Echo Fox just kind of using all their lane advantages to try and pressure every lane. I think it's kind of a greedy strategy, but the payoff can be good, and they do at least crack the mid-outer turret and make sure all of those outers are now down for CLG.
Yep, CLG are remaining with the farm for a bit later strategy. Fiora getting quite a bit more gold to her name. Once the Black Cleaver comes in and you have the extra move speed to work with, makes her extremely annoying. We'll see, though. Echo Fox, they also have very good options for 5-on-5 fights, especially in the jungle. I really love seeing the Taliyah wall comboed with the equalizer from Rumble. Especially if you fight in the jungle, you can almost guarantee a really nice lineup for that. And that itself is sometimes enough to win an entire team fight off.
Well, you can see Echo Fox actually receiving a lot of gold in the right places, I'll say. Froggen 2 items, Keith 2 items as well. And he's actually been the recipient of almost half of the kills that Echo Fox have gotten here, 5-1 and 0. So, Dardoch ultis, all right.
4-1 out for the homies as Rift Herald returns to the void.
Already went
You never know. You know, Dardoch and Rift Herald were very close.
Said that he
will miss her dearly.
Not sure. I'm going to chalk that one up to a misclick, but you never know.
Nah.
No?
That was a party. That was a party R.
Well, no celebrating just yet. CLG behind in this game. And looking to take this one and sweep this series. Echo Foxo setting up a round Baron. Infernal Drake won't be up for a number of minutes, but
it will be up. And that's key because as much as we talk about scaling, the time is now when it comes to Infernal Drakes. Echo Fox can utilize those very effectively. Look at the items completed. 2-item power spikes coming across here. Keith has a crit with a static shiv on top of his Infinity Edge because of all those kills you talked about. Meanwhile, Froggen already had the 2 items, and Looper is very quick to follow here. Almost can complete his Zonias to really just fill out the team fighting. Can't stress this enough for Echo Fox. They have a lot of options when they group 5-on-5, and it's up to CLG to try and keep them spread out and buy them a little bit more time.
It's interesting because Echo Fox are also using the teleport and their Taliyah global to try and pressure all 3 lanes at once. So maybe not quite confident in the full group around the objective, maybe nothing worth to fight for just yet.
A big part of, you know, spreading out with Taliyah is prepping their closure into the 5-on-5. Push the waves up so that you can get them in position to gain advantages after the collapse, right? It's setting up for the positioning for a collapse and the possibility of catching people off guard. I mean, you're always looking for angles, right? You talk about the theory of Taliyah Wall and Rumble. Oh, it sounds good.
Yep.
But it definitely takes some setup here.
looks like again he's backing off. 6A's reversed the wave in top side, so probably going to go ahead and revisit that after getting himself a blasting one. Looper still running full-time bot pressure. He's in that lane right now, getting that going, and Infernal Drake will be up in a minute 25. So all that setup is coalescing into this next objective for Echo Fox, and still healthily ahead on total gold. Another Infernal Drake added to the mix will be even better for them as they look to, again, just eke out advantage after advantage and get this game to a point that CLG had in game 1, where there was really not a whole lot that Echo Fox had left to fight for.
All right, again, they shoved away with Talia, then go for a possible jungle skirmish here. Grig takes a lot of damage on the exit, though.
Just poking, Ocean Drake gonna start ticking in, and Fox actually starting Baron.
I like the call because they have so many control wards here. And oh my goodness, that's gonna make it really, really safe.
Froggen walls it off as well. Really nice stuff from Echo Fox. Dardoch just can't get in. He wants to get in so bad to try and smite it away, but that's apparent for Echo Fox.
Beautiful late game here from Echo Fox. We still had some questions concerning this stage of the game. They utilized Caitlyn traps, 3 control wards, and to top it all off, a little bit icing on that cake, Froggen gets the pick as they are doing it. Just incredibly safe Baron right there for Echo Fox, and that is definitely going to secure them the opportunity to finish CLG off. Oh my god, that was actually a full combo there. He saw him there just at the end to pull it off.
Incredibly fast reactions from Froggen as another pick gets from the start. Dardoch moved through the rocks as Gate flash taunts in and tries to nail down Hui. Dardoch eventually goes down, but Keith took a lot of damage in the process. TP cancelled though by Darshan. 6A's not even here for this fight, so CLG just trying to trade.
Yeah, I mean, the teleport was also canceled there from Darshan, so CLG have very few options, and the Baron up Echo Fox are coming for an inhibitor.
Oh, tier 2 turret in mid will fall down. Echo Fox don't need to stop anytime still. Soon a healthy amount of Baron left. Froggen and Darshan, oh, freeze each other by. Now Darshan gonna start with the Vitals. Froggen flashes up, but Darshan flashes forward. 6A getting low, but Darshan gets the kill, but still problems in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they pull off the old AD carry bait as a side lane pusher, but the bait does cost them an inhibitor, and Echo Fox do not stop until they get it. CLG trying to trade, though, because they know there's not much they can do about stopping that anyway, so they try and get something back for themselves. Kill onto Froggen, plus an outer turret is a little bit of gold. Echo Fox gonna get a lot of bit of gold, though.
Yeah, looks like that turret's going down. Keith able to get the last shot in with a bit of help from the Baron up minions. And Infernal Trick is also still on the table. Froggen only dead for 13 more seconds. And Darshan has to stick with his team because he doesn't have his TP. Looper, in fact, TP's in early just to make sure they get this objective.
Oh, they might actually go for a steal here.
Still 5v4 for a little while longer. Dardoch looking for something, but Keith headshot, headshot, headshot on a Dardoch. There's the taunt in for Gate. He's going to try and sew it up, but a good ult. He's going to be pinned all the way back into the team. Heroic entrance, not there in time. 6A able to get that kill, and Dardoch still getting chased down. Grig does get him over with the blast wave, but CLG blowing up people in the front line as Froggen finally makes his way down here, but Rumble already dead. Gate going to try and taunt off the Fiora, and Grig is kiting away as best he can. Dardoch still alive though, and does flash. Body slam in onto Froggen. 6A now fighting it around as Froggen caught 1v3. Looking to blow 6A up again, but 6A once more with the flash outplay, and CLG kill 4 members of Echo Fox.
I hate to keep coming back to this, but more and more kills for Fiora. Darshan now with 7 to his name, and they chase Echo Fox off of the Infernal Drake after they just got the Baron. What a necessary play for CLG there.
And again, still pretty far behind in total goal, but Infernal Drake's gonna feel nice for the team that is trying to play catch up, and Echo Fox just thought they had this even 4v5.
And look at this. All eyes from CLG are on Keith. Everybody is so focused. Dardoch is the one taking the initial focus there, and he gets the ultimate. Hui also gets his shockwave on, and Darshan immediately collapses there. Then Dardoch, even with the Q on, is able to use the blast cone over, then immediately body slam to interrupt there. And Darshan just takes it upon himself to continue the chase here and get a couple more kills. Dardoch flashes over, gets Froggen, and corners him.
And then the Froggen, nothing else he can do. Tries to stick 6A, good flash again. And Darshan playing cleanup once more. 7 kills now. Participated in 9 of the 12 that CLG have picked up in this game.
Zion Spartan is the... Whoa!
Oh, maybe back. Good shockwave from Hui. Looks for Keith again. Fox still have a little bit of Baron buff left on the jungler, I assume.
Froggen looking for a bit of a flank here. Wants to use
He's
the
found
wall.
the flank, but the flank has found him. Good off from Dardock. Froggen already so low from the combo. Kui though getting burnt down. Keith able to snipe him. Another TP in for CLG. Darshan gonna try and clean up once more. Greg, the first target, moves through the rocks there as Darshan takes it down to the other side, but lips it onto Keith. Keith gets it over, but Darshan gets him. And now the fight's still going. Darshan still looking to take it all down. He's 1v2 with Dardock barely able to help. Dardock does take Greg out, so he's able to contribute. One steps away. That was a weird interaction. Froggen does get the kill into Darshan, and it's another absolute mess. 4 kills for 2. Froggen gonna try and kill the last member of CLG. There's the double, and there's the ace for Echo Fox.
Holy moly, what a messy little fight there. And Echo Fox immediately strike back. What a topsy-turvy game, and they're going to be able to get so much off of this because minions are already inside of the base. That might be the last mistake that CLG get to make in this game. Echo Fox, 1 inhibitor down, and they're looking for another inhibitor turret.
And it's scrappy, but CLG have tried to fight their way out of this deficit all game long, but Echo Fox fighting back just as hard.
Holy moly. So CLG, they were presented with a very big opportunity there and almost got baited in because Froggen walks into Dardock and they get this great shockwave. So they only have four people here. Remember that CLG are just looking to defend until they're like, oh my god, perfect opportunity here. Froggen's almost dead, but Looper's Equalizer nails 3 people under the turret and almost takes out all of CLG. So Darshan's teleport completion doesn't have very much support behind it. You can see the duo tried to come help there, but they got immediately taken down. And after that, it's just Darshan and Dardock against the world. Then this blast cone into body slam, immediately getting away as the blue buff spawned and doesn't block him off. Was pretty ridiculous escape, even though it didn't mean much as Froggen chases him down and finishes off that kill.
Well, that was the ace for Echo Fox. Only still with 1 inhibitor down for CLG though, so Echo Fox didn't do additional damage to the structures, and Darshan still up to his old tricks. 8-2-3 on the Fiora.
He is still the hope. Like CLG's game plan is literally, Darshan, you're gonna win us this game. If we're gonna win, it's gonna be off the split push of Fiora.
Looper gonna try and answer that, but can Rumble tussle with an almost 3-item Fiora? Darshan has those 2 first ones that we care about. Just gonna see if we can force Looper off.
Wave clear should be the main focus here from CLG. They have to be a bit careful to be even baiting themselves in with these opportunities that are presented, kind of. Because Looper's Equalizer under the turret just absolutely destroyed them.
Ooh, Dardock again going in aggressive. Card to the Colossus, keeping him tanky. Ult gonna miss by Stixay.
Pretty big. Baron is available. Every cooldown definitely matters here.
Darshan knows as well, he actually doesn't have TP, so he walks over. As Looper now gonna have to TP, but he's pretty late. Froggen does get spotted actually by Dardock, but there's the hero's entrance. Gonna maybe cut off Dardock, who could be caught. Sharp is gonna miss as Dardock is very tanky. Now Keith, Greg, and Looper are all caught out. He does TP in, but Dardock is still fighting the rest of Echo Fox. They're so split here.
CLG are almost 7,000 gold behind, yet they're still fighting in this and forcing Echo Fox off the objective. They're gonna have to get back to the base now, though. And all the vision for Echo Fox through the blue quadrant's really paying off.
And the plan stays here for CLG. Darshan is like, yep, TP's up soonish. I'll take this turret instead. Afro flashes in, looks for the Stranglethorns. Greg might have got caught in the mess, but not this time.
Darshan now flanking behind them, technically. You don't really want your Fiora to enter a 5-on-5 unless people are already low. She really, even though you have Riposte to rely on, you don't want to have to deal with multiple forms of crowd control, as you only get 1 Riposte.
Yep, can't parry them all. Is Greg gonna kick away his control ward in the back of the Baron pit? Echo Fox are gonna start it here, so once again forcing CLG to the area.
Dardock gets shoved in.
Comboed back in again, another great catch. He's down. That's gonna be Baron for Echo Fox. CLG gonna have to try and defend, but once again Froggen walls them off. Darshan though off on the other side, getting gatekeeper by Froggen.
I think that's it. They're gonna be able to grab this Baron. Echo Fox again. Good utilization there of the traps as well as the wall from Froggen to guarantee themselves another Baron.
Oh, everyone's safe-ish. Keith! Shockwave back in by who? He flashes for it, and Keith, oh, he goes down. He loses his Baron buff, and he's dead for 50 seconds.
Oh, no. You feel bad for him. He's going to hear about that. With Baron-empowered recall, still does get caught there by the flash of Huhi. And Huhi almost... Uh-oh.
Afro! Oh, he gets kicked. The Cubit is great! Warthog's over here as entrance. Flash auto attack. He's going to get it, but Darshan might clean up the jungler. Does go down, and CLG here first. Gate 1v3 as Darshan gets shoved through a few rocks by Froggen, but Gate still so alive. Justice Punch blocked by Darshan as the taunt is going to channel. Damage back in onto Darshan. Looper now here. Darshan maybe too far forward, but 6-8 takes out Gate. Looper eating so much burst damage, forced to burn the Zhonya's. Is Darshan barely living? Huhi. One auto is not enough. Needed one more. The scrap shield barely saving his life.
I hope your heart is pumping, Pastry, because this game is really getting out of hand. CLG, with these big plays that keep coming up, they will get an objective for themselves, and it's yet another Infernal Drake.
We have had the maximum number of Infernal Drakes spawn in both our games so far in the series, and it spurred on a lot of action between these two sides. Echo Fox, they thought they had the pick on Afro. They wanted to take the other Infernal and continue to snowball, but CLG foiled them again.
Oh my goodness. This was the most ridiculous interaction. Whoop, nothing to see here. Passing by, then whoops, I missed my cue. Right after the guaranteed kick, and because he had to flash for that kill, because he missed the Q and had to flash instead, Darshan goes in, he gets one, now Fiora's going off, he chases down Gate. He doesn't have another cooldown on his riposte though for the second taunt, because taunt is a much lower cooldown, so it makes the re-engage pretty tricky here. He ends up not riposting any crowd control, just the damage there, and the last auto isn't enough through the scrap shield to kill off Looper. But it is enough to force them away from the Infernal Drake and get CLG a little bit more late game insurance back for themselves, as the game plan remains the same.
It certainly does. Death Dance is done for Darshan, so he's fully equipped to really start abusing his 1v1 dueling power. Makes sense for a duelist.
And even,
like
as we've seen, the scrappy fights. If we keep having these drawn out little skirmishes instead of full 5-on-5s, he actually has the opportunity to chase people down. Now they're going for a base race versus a Baroned up Echo Fox.
Yeah, 50 seconds left or so on the Baron, so CLG gonna have to book it. There's a 5-man recall, but they're probably gonna lose this turret at least in the process.
Ay. Keeps coming through. Darshan does have teleport. Here comes CLG trying to defend the inhibitor, but all the turrets are down.
Ulti's all ready, so this could be a big fight once again if CLG want to make a stand for their inhibitors.
All right. Take a moment here. Account for flashes. Gate on the support Galio could be the hero for Echo Fox. If you can get a multi-man taunt flash definitely available. Oh, Dark goes for it though.
Try and keep the gambit. It's not quite enough. Stranglethorn's in as the wall's coming in for Froggen. He's trying to split the team. 6-8. Oh, it's Gates are eating damage there as Huhi able to take him down. Keith. One kill there, but the rest of them are low. Afromu taking damage. Keith able to take him out. Dardak again with the re-engage. Tries to fight him. Keith's low. No shock dive available for Huhi. Can't finish off the carries of Echo Fox and Froggen. Another great shove. Almost takes out the Orianna also.
Look at the teleport from Darshan, though. He's sneaking in the back. There are low members. Keith was taken low. He's at half health, and Darshan's got eyes on him.
Q's gonna miss. Froggen gonna try and zone him out of the way. Keith just needs to shoot him, but the damage is coming forward. Darshan gets it as Grig goes down, but Keith nabs the shutdown.
Looper was running interference on the rest of CLG, so Darshan was caught out by himself. And Keith is still alive. The full item Caitlyn here, finishing off the inhibitors.
3 inhibs open, so Echo Fox is just trying to get what they can. Keith using it aggression. Takes the shockwave. Huhi takes him down, and Looper gonna try and get the counter kill. Does manage to snag it. He's overheated, but there's another counter kill as Stixay shuts down Looper.
The counter kills are coming through. And CLG defend their second inhibitor, but Froggen still wants to go back mid.
Gonna try and take the other one out. Back and forth between the top and mid. CLG hold firm. Keep 2 inhibitors alive.
Okay, now, Elder Dragon will be the next big objective. And you mentioned that we have had maximum... All right, let's look at the fight first. They try to combo the Gragas initiation there with the Shockwave, but Keith gets out of it. So good reaction there from Keith to stay alive, because Keith is the one putting out the damage for the squad here. He picks up the first kill onto Afromu to return for them. Dardak tries to re-engage onto Keith there because he gets snared up, but they don't have the damage then because Stixay was already forced out of the fight. And Huhi does get a chunk onto Keith, but that sacrifice doesn't get them a whole lot of presence in this game. Darshan then 1v3 because Looper on the bottom is forcing Stixxay away, and in the end he goes down, getting one counter kill there on the Lee Sin. As you know, they're just gonna keep on fighting, more kills go back, bing, bang, boom.
All right, well, the game is back to even-ish. I'll call it. EchoFox still with a pretty big gold lead, but 37 minutes in with, again, mostly Darshan almost having his build fully completed. There is not much left in this game as Froggen tries to wall them off. Doesn't get anyone, though. Dardoch with a quick body slam away.
And look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, we have a medium break here as we will take some time to breathe. Now,
much
as
needed.
Crazy as this game has been, we are about to have a double objective spawn. Dragon as well as Baron coming up at roughly the same period here for both of the big neutral objectives. And you're right, we have gotten to that late game point where the variations in gold are not that big of a deal, as people are trying to keep spots in the inventory for control wards anyway, and it's so much more about the setup for these fights and people getting caught off guard, or big crowd control abilities getting through. Does the shockwave actually only hit the front line again, or does he get Keith with the tail of it? Keith right now, a lot of is on his shoulders, and he does have at least the Locket and Redemption completed from Gate on the Galio, even though he is the melee. Those shielding buffs do apply to his magic shield, so a little bit of synergy intact.
Yep, doing okay, but you can see Gate, I mean, he's dying so much faster in these team fights than a regular Galio, but that does mean that EchoFox, were able to pick this Rumble and have plenty of damage. Both teams, I think, have actually got many avenues to try and find a team fight. It is interesting to see that CLG's 4, if you want to consider Darshan as kind of a separate split pusher.
Yeah, he's on another level.
Absolutely. I mean, he is playing cleanup, which you noted, which is good in certain situations. But for the most part, CLG are kind of trying to force a 4v4 team fight. And EchoFox, I think, trying to find the pick and then unbalance it to a 5v4, because they do have teleport from Looper, ultimate from Froggen. But it's tough. I mean, credit to Keith. Honestly, this game, he's the carry as far as maximum damage goes, despite how much work Froggen's doing. And he's got no real front line.
He has by far the most gold in the entire game. Say as much as you want about Darshan on the Fiora, and he has been extremely powerful, but Keith has, over 1,500 gold more than Darshan. Like, this is a Caitlyn fully itemized for offensive use. So there's a lot of DPS threat in that Caitlyn. If Caitlyn does go down, though, that's where the team fight changes. And that's why it was so important in that last, bottom lane fight that Keith was able to get out of the shockwave and not get killed off by the Dardoch re-engage. Both teams are focusing, very heavily on that.
Well, it looks like Looper having a mouse issue, so get that resolved quickly and back into a very tense game. 37 minutes into this one, we've had a awful lot of kills, actually, 25-21 in favor of EchoFox. And it does feel like this whole series, but especially this game, has been rather hectic.
Definitely true. Just the way we like them. 3 Infernal Drakes all the time and plenty of kills. No time to stop talking about the plays that are actually on the screen. Replays actually overlapping with live plays.
It's usually a good time when that happens. So both teams have been fighting back and forth at each other. I've been impressed by CLG's scrappiness, actually, I'll say. They kind of know that, okay, we're
better get ready because we are about to head back in, buddy.
Trap continues. Well done.
Elder Dragon and Baron very close in spawn timers. And it's all about the vision. Can they get a little bit of extra down here to try and set up the play? Right now, EchoFox going for the recall on Gate to grab the extra refill on his wards and replenish his eye. Control wards aplenty here for Counter Logic Gaming, though, as they have plenty of their 6 slots filled.
And both sides, again, pretty much done as far as builds go. 16 needs one more. Actually, Huhi would have a pretty big upgrade for himself when the Rabadon's is fine.
Oh, and he's going back for it. This is actually kind of risky. They're sending Orianna back right now to finish, I would believe, that purchase, but he actually heads out. He didn't get it. He just potted up instead.
Yeah, needs to kind of be maximally strong for this fight. Does not have enough to finish that death cap, so you can still see the gold lead being relevant here for EchoFox. But, I mean, execution's going to be the big thing here. We've seen so many close team fights.
And again, they trap off the entrances here from the jungle. Then they have used Talia Wall 2 times already to secure their Barons. And CLG can make the call to actually force the engage here or go for a bigger avenue. Whew. Risky play. I mean, it is in the fog of war, and we're late enough into the game that even if you see 3 members, you have to worry about 2-man Barons. Greg being on the screen gives him a little bit more confidence, though, because there's no smite in there.
Yep, key to note, Dardoch actually kind of fainted in there, almost looked for Keith, who did burn the flash, so Caitlin's got 1 less tool to try and get out.
That's actually huge. The fake out body slam. Keith with an itchy trigger finger. Now, Keith does also have Mercurial, but without the flash, it is going to be very difficult for him to... He gets down the trap.
Oh, he looked for it again. Froggen barely missing Afro.
Yeah, look at that chunk in damage. That was only with 1 of the threaded volley stones hitting.
Ooh, catch on the gate. Actually, again, Darshan able to let it rip with the ultimate.
Equalizer.
He's still fighting away. Looper goes in, but a great shockwave from Hui might have just saved the fight. Does flash out of the way. Redemption going to try and reset it, and Darshan's already down to Looper. Looper dropping it on Hui. He is way out of position at this stage, and Froggen on a rampage as Fox grabbed 2.
And they've got minions on the Nexus turret right now. They can funnel straight for the extra inhibitors. If you can collect all 3 of those, it's an immense amount of pressure. They're cutting off CLG, though.
Trying to capture some backs. Froggen again going in as Greg does execute Dardoch.
That's going to be it. Keith is already headed into the base, and Looper stopping the back here of Stixxay. Even though he dies, Keith is on the Nexus turret.
Froggen going to catch Afro as well. 1v1 might be won by Afro. Strangle Bonds knocks up Froggen. The plant's not quite enough to finish it off.
Inhibitor
respawn. The super minions finally doing damage again to that turret, and Keith will be the hero here for Echo Fox. Nexus exposed, and Echo Fox are going to force a game number 3. Oh boy, we're in for quite the day.
Now that was an action-packed game. Whew. And Grig on the Lee Sin. Early plays just all over the place.
And what a way to pick it up, Grig. Actually, his first NALCS win ever over CLG there on the Lee Sin. And like we said, so much kind of respect for Echo Fox keeping him in and just kind of sticking to the plan. And he shows up, you know, get him off Ivan onto an aggressive champion. He can certainly show up there.
Yeah, I mean, that game, that was a very quick game. Lightning fast action all over the place. CLG trying to play for late, trying to put everything they have into this Darshan split push on the Fiora, and he's racking up kills, and they're fighting back to these mid-game objectives. But Echo Fox, again, that last team fight set it up so crucially. Looper again has a big Rumble ultimate, and he definitely deserves some credit for these really crucial late game fights.
Yeah, we are going to break the game down here, so you can see the draft here in front of you. Kind of a cool comp, I will say, actually, by both sides, but CLG kind of really did so much to try and get some fights in the bag. We are going to go through the fights relatively shortly and kind of show you kind of how the game unfolded. But early plan looking good for Echo Fox, most certainly. I mean, they wanted to play more aggressive. They got themselves a lead, and then this fight started.
All right, so Hui does start that one off with the Shockwave, so that's a big cooldown that they've already used. And Darshan, you can see him split pushing still on the screen, so Echo Fox go for the Force. Dardoch, then he gets the ultimate here on Gragas, so it kind of self-baits them in because the Shockwave's already down and Darshan's not there. Yet CLG commit to it because they found Froggen in a fairly compromising position. Then Grig kicks Darshan right next to Keith, so a little bit of a happy mistake there for CLG. He can't catch Froggen though. He gets kited out. Dardoch ends up going over the wall only to live a few seconds longer for Froggen to end up hunting him down. And a lot of these team fights were this close.
Yeah, and where it looked a lot like that actually, where everyone was just kind of piling in, and despite the deficit, CLG, I'm impressed with how much they were able to come back and almost find their way back into the game. As it turns out, Echo Fox's lead was just a little too good, and then they did do a really good job playing with the tools they'd given themselves, which with what I would say was a pretty difficult comp to execute with, and kind of evolved into something like this. Although
yeah,
this was hilarious.
This was definitely one of the funnier ones as Aframu starts it off, walking right by Grig, ends up flashing for it, then he ends up going down, and these are the kills we're talking about going over to Fiora, where Darshan was getting extremely fed and becoming a real problem for Echo Fox. Despite the team gold lead on Echo Fox, Darshan, because he had so much to himself on such a good scaling champion, was causing quite a few problems for that squad. In the end, not quite enough though, as the setup for the team fight and the 5-on-5 was more critical Echo Fox able to end it out.
And you kind of see Echo Fox, we complemented their objective focus so much with the Barons, how they're able to kind of set up and kind of build themselves a lead and then end the game. How they actually ended the game, though, we'll check out this replay here. Just getting kind of 2 picks in. They'd set up so many fights this way, and one of them kind of finally broke their way properly.
Okay, so Root is used on the gate, but Darshan commits really far onto it. He's got 3 autos. The Shockwave almost took them out, but not quite enough, and he relies on the Redemption to get that return here. Looper destroys the front line. He got the kill onto Darshan. He gets the kill right there onto the extra carry. And even though the graph is all red, that was definitely one that made you sweat if you're an Echo Fox fan.
Certainly was. Froggen, though, putting up once again some pretty outrageous DPS numbers there in the mid lane as Talia, and kind of stopped shooting for frontline with the Talia wall in that final fight, which was nice to see. So I was wondering how Keith was going to get free hits. Turns out when they're literally trapped in a cage because the rest of the team's walled off, it's pretty easy for Caitlyn.
Yeah. All right, well, this series is definitely going to go to game number 3, and I'm excited about that.
Certainly is. Meet us here in a few minutes to see if CLG or Echo Fox are going to grab the win. They've been fighting. Froggen's actually moving over, and Grig's level 3. Dark's on level 2. Double left there. The Q lands over Grig. He's going to follow up Froggen. Roams around and gets first blood. Auto attack steals it.
He ulted me. I hit him. Finish him off.
Nice there. What the?
I killed him. Rumble. I'm dead. Rumble. I ruined it. Rumble.
Watch Talia. I healed. Yo, watch Talia. Go for it.
Can try and clean up once more. Griggs, the first target, moves through the rocks there as Darshan takes it down for another time and leaps it onto Keith. Keith gets it over, but Darshan gets him. And now the fight's still going. Darshan.
And who he almost.
Ebro! Oh, he gets kicked. The Q misses Greg. Whoa, over here is entrance. Flash auto attack. He's going to get it, but Darshan might clean up the jungle.
Kill Zyra. Nice. Okay. Nice.
On the last steal right now. Wait to me.
He's really tanky. Help him.
Can we fight them?
Hit the Fury.
No worries. I'm on
Careful, Keith.
Yeah, fine. Let's just go mid end. Thoroughly.
Welcome back, everyone. Riv here, along with Mr. Aiden Zyrene Moon, to take a look at something that is near and dear to my heart. It is supports. Love supports. And it's looking like the age of supporting supports is gone to the wayside, and now the age of playmaking supports is on the rise due to a few things and a few meta changes.
Yeah, and that's really what I want to talk about here is what is causing this shift. So you think about supports that really want to poke you out of lane like Karma. A lot of their power budget is in that early game of wanting to shove the person out and get advantages there. But it's much harder to do that now and actually remove an AD carry from the lane because of Doran's shield and double potion start. It gives so much effective HP in the lane. It doesn't give you too much less in terms of CS power. And also, it really makes it so you don't even have to lifesteal off of creeps if you get kind of pushed out. You can just take a step back, reset, pop a potion, wait on your regen, and then you're good to go. So those supports that really relied on poking you out of lane like Karma and then waiting for mid-game shields, the mid-game shields weren't really as impactful as something like a Thresh hook, or something like a Blitzcrank hook that can just change the whole tide of a game.
It's more like great save, not like great shield engage. Oh,
exactly.
Go get him.
Exactly, and that's really kind of the cool thing here because those supports had so much early game power, but because early game is so strong now in terms of regen, you don't really want to pick them as much because now, how do you kill something that has a lot of regen? You all in it. So you play something like a Rakan, you play something like a Bard, you get in there and you make that engage happen where you can all in the person and kill them. That gives you kill potential in lane, and then out of lane, it's those mid-game fights, those mid-game picks that I'm really excited about.
We're also seeing a little bit in the early game, too, with the ability to get some more playmaking in the lane. You have more time for that support to roam, which always happens, but there's more impact from the hooks, from the Bard Cosmic bindings that we're seeing from people like Hakuo, Ole, and the likes of a lot of these supports stepping up in the top team.
Exactly, like the champs that we're seeing now, the Bard, so you're thinking Afromoose, Smoothie, even Matt comes to mind with the Bard.
Yeah.
So these types of plays where you can pick somebody from across the map are huge to give you engage potential. And then you think about Rakan, Afromoose, the guy who jumps to my mind, where he had huge recombos that were just so good halfway across. Recombos. That's the RW, that's what I'm talking about right there. But still, the Tahm Kench, another one as well, cross-map plays that affect the mid-game and completely shift the entire flow of the game.
Absolutely, and with these playmaking supports coming in, obviously a few more always creep into the mix. Who might we be able to expect to see coming up in 7-11 or even further?
Yeah, right now we just saw Thresh, who's actually the most picked support the last 2 weeks across the world.
Love it.
Not seeing it as much in North America, but there's also some champions that have been picked a bit that haven't shown up just yet in North America, mainly Braum and Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank has seen a little bit of play here, but it's really the Braum that's sticking out to me because this is a champion that is now number 3 in picks across the week for supports, but he really hasn't shown up here in NA just yet, and I'm waiting for him to really make his rival on the scene.
I can't wait. Bot lane's getting more action, more plays from the supports as well, means more actions overall in the game.
Yeah, and that's what's really cool to me is that these supports that kind of had to play that role of, I give you the shield and then I wait, and then I kind of wait for those cooldowns. Now they're the people on the front lines. They're the ones who are making those plays. And so now we're going to see more player of the games go to support. We're going to see more of that visceral action where you're just like, that is such a cool play from Afromu on the Rakan. That is such a great Bard ultimate. These types of plays where we know those playmakers, Ole, Afro, Smoothie, etc., they get to have that spotlight again.
Well, I'm excited. I can't wait to fit a few of these champions into my pool. And now we want to hear from you out there on the internet. Tweet your favorite playmaking supports to us at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag NALCS. But without further ado, let's send it over to our casters to get back into the games.
Welcome back to the deciding game in the series between Echo Fox and CLG. First things first, Kobe. Player of the game honors will go to Froggen for yet another impressive DPM rack up.
Yeah, I mean, Froggen was definitely good with the Taliyah. I have to say the tipping factor in giving it to Froggen were the Taliyah walls to wall off the Baron. They got multiple Barons off his Taliyah. I have to say, though, Looper on the Rumble was making a strong case for me. He had a lot of team fight victories as far as the equalizer placement. So definitely a team victory here for Echo Fox. Even Grig, right? His early game on Lee Sin was what really got them off the ground.
And kind of the fun thing for me is that for Echo Fox, I feel like we've seen 2 pretty different styles from them between game 1 and game 2. I mean, Ivern to Lee Sin is about as extreme of a transition you can make as a jungler. And of course, Greg, sitting back in his chair, will be in for game 3, will stay the entire series to play against CLG. So I guess the thing is, like, which do we think was more successful? Should Echo Fox be more aggressive in the early game? Do they have other tricks up their sleeve? There's a lot to love moving into this third game.
Yeah, so I don't think there was a problem with the Ivern. I think they can still definitely utilize the Ivern very effectively. And that's kind of like what I like about them showing Grig on Lee Sin, also Grig on Ivern. The versatility is there, so you can't really funnel them into one sort of play style that you're gonna expect.
And on the CLG side, I mean, when we see them winning and looking good, it's just the same controlled CLG that we've seen time and time again. So game 1 was a great example of that. They found their leads, they snowballed the game very quickly, but also like in a very measured way. They didn't feel rushed, but they were making sure they always had kind of map pressure moving forward and was snowballing a lead. Until at one point, it just felt like Echo Fox couldn't do anything. Game 2, significantly far behind in the early game, trying to kind of claw their way back into that one. And CLG are a team that can do it, but just didn't have enough resources or positioning, or things didn't break their way enough for them to really get back all the way into it. So for them, you can see Stixay rubbing the back of his neck, gonna have to be a reset. We've had 2 pretty hectic and quite long games that these teams have had to play already. So we're gonna probably have another pretty interesting third one as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we do get another split push strategy coming out, or if we go team fight to team fight, because that last one had so many skirmishes throughout the entire early and mid game, where even though there was a very big gold difference, a lot of interesting moves kind of by CLG to stick around, get back in that one. Darshan constantly able to hold advantages in the 1v1.
Yep, certainly was looking good there. Although I think the early Fiora pick did do a lot of fun stuff for the draft, but I think CLG maybe didn't get the complete setup that they might have wanted. So should be back on red side here for this game. We'll see if maybe they adjust in champ select as well, which you will be at in just a few moments. So see CLG's back, all sitting in their chairs, talking amongst each other. Teams are back already on stage, ready to play. We'll start it off with the draft in game number 3. No surprises though to kick it off. Zach and Aurelian Sol both banned again.
Yep, Aurelian Sol permaban versus CLG, and Zach permaban versus everyone.
Yes, as Caitlyn also banned by Echo Fox. Took me a second to catch it, but I'll get there. There's Elise banned again by CLG, so also adding to the banned a horrendously large amount of the time junglers. Elise going to join Zach once more on red, and then we'll see if the LeBlanc ban rears her head again for CLG. And we'll see what Echo Fox want to do. Able to ban supports before, instead going to stick.
All right, we've got almost all of them back. Are we going to get the LeBlanc as well? Shen was banned out. Let's see. No, Gallia. A little bit of switch here, so they're not going to have that triple flex availability.
Seemed like maybe too many, and I think Echo Fox have a lot of things to deliberate here for this first pick. The one thing I do like about CLG as a team that plays Xayah and Rakan is they can threaten it and just take it here on their first rotation, but LeBlanc was left open, so with Galio banned, it is going to be first picked here by Echo Fox, so once again, putting so much promise into Froggen's ability to play this champion and hard carry a game.
And if we remember back to Echo Fox's game versus FlyQuest, he had a very effective game on LeBlanc, and he did go with the Hextech Gunblade as well into the Sheen. So like he's weaving a lot of auto attack damage into that LeBlanc. And with that, 7-2-3-3 or 7-2-3 score, pretty big carry, and no wonder why they're willing to first pick it for him.
Yeah, on CLG's side, they actually love how they've started this draft. We've got Gragas once again, that flex for Darshan and Dardoch, and then Xayah here for Stixay, which is kind of the good half on its own of Xayah and Rakan.
Yeah.
But realistically, are Echo Fox going to take Rakan here?
I mean, it's interesting, right? Gate has been one of the support players to play so many different ones. It looks like still you have the opportunity to grab Rakan, because if it goes through the second ban phase, not sure if Echo Fox would rather just play super lane punishing combo like Caitlyn Karma or something like that, Caitlyn Lulu, and just try and punish them.
And that was fast from who he's apparently got his counter pick prepared already. There's Kassadin locked in for the mid laner of CLG. Lee Sin and Canada for Echo Fox are sticking with that strong, aggressive early game. But I mean, Kassadin's a champion we thought we were going to see so much of.
Yeah, Kassadin came in with a lot of buffs and hasn't really had the pick frequency that we expected, but he's always been a pick into LeBlanc and seen really often there because using the shield off of his Q, he's able to get pretty decently through that lane phase and then scale up very nicely, as all Kassadins are looking to do. Plus, it opens up your double teleport options. And double teleport is something that CLG, ever since Afram has been on the team, which is a very long time, have been able to utilize very effectively.
We can see phase 2 bans have started. Lucian and Tom Kent, CLG again using their red side phase 2 bans to take down a complete bottom lane with Echo Fox having no picks there that we can kind of see. And there's Rakan and Rengar banned for Echo Fox. So they'll split up Xayah Rakan, which I think CLG expected, and take Rengar away from Dardoch. So maybe thinking that Darshan wants to play the Gragas, or at least respecting that it's an option for CLG.
Yeah, exactly. Keeping that flexibility open. And we'll see, because there's
There's a Blitz!
We've been seeing the Blitz come back over and over, and Aphromoo has been a long-time Blitz player and, loves his champion, but he almost never got to pull it out, right? But this goes back way, way back. Yesterday, we saw another Blitzcrank. Not very effective, but see how Aphromoo tries his hand at the champion.
Bold to take it in a final game here where your series is on the line, but yeah, gets back to his old tricks. That's our support Sejuani. If you haven't seen it before, gonna pair it with a Varus here. That's Keith's bot lane pick.
Yeah, exactly. The first thing that you feel when you see a Blitzcrank is, oh, I should take a melee support into that, so if I get pulled in, I'm not totally screwed, right?
Free dash.
And Sejuani is going to be able to, have more stuns than previously after the rework. It's actually very interesting to count how many extra melee champions are on her team to help proc those stuns. And, Grig will be helping with it with the Lee Sin. He's very mobile, so maybe they are able to stack those up quickly for the little skirmishes. Anytime you have the jungler and support working together with a good combo like that, it means that the mid-game vision control can really benefit, because you always want to see your jungler and your support pairing up for that mid-game control. Both Sejuani and Lee Sin are very mobile, so there's a lot of options for that duo if Gate is able to, go work closely with Grig.
Yep, and looks like this was the combo that Immortals ran yesterday, playing with Xayah and Blitzcrank. So I thought it was initially for Ole something about the matchup, like with a squishy support. Haku had Karma in that particular game. But I mean, like you said, the support counter pick available here for Echo Fox. Gate takes the melee Sejuani, thinking that maybe, this is the best thing for it. But it may just be that this pairing is just another good lane for Xayah.
Yeah, and so I was casting that game, and so the problems with the Blitzcrank were that they weren't able to capitalize off of any of the pressure, off of any of the pulls. Always, the pulls were resulting in either trade kills or even disadvantageous positioning for they themselves. So we'll see if Aphromoo and Stixxay on the Xayah Blitzcrank combo we'll be able to have more success this time around into Gates Sejuani support.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of fun, if nothing else, here between our bot lane 2v2. But Game 3 has now started. Echo Fox and CLG going to continue a very good run to start the split off early, but only one can remain 2-0, Kobe. Only one.
And it's going to be really interesting, too, because the duo of mid lane and jungle has a lot more kill pressure for Grig and Froggen. However, Hugi on the Caston, he also talked about his scaling, and Graves obviously has very good scaling of his own. So CLG's jungle mid, which you usually think of as the playmakers for this team, Dardoch obviously, and Hugi's always roaming around. Those guys are going to have to wait a little bit, at least through the early games, to scale up, get through lane phase, get a few items before they're really ones making the plays. Aphromoo and Darshan are the two guys that are going to be the main focus as far as any sort of action that CLG are the ones, trying to start.
Yeah. Well, I will say for Dardoch, it is kind of makes sense to me that he's kind of back on more of a carry-style champion. He went off on Rengar in Game 1 of this series. But, he has been playing Gragas. He's played Ivern even already in this split. So he's clearly trying to diversify as a player. But I think in this sort of situation where, you just have one game left to try and take the series, Dardoch is going to take something more like Graves and kind of play a bit more aggressively, and something that we've certainly seen works for him, but is also very comfortable.
Yeah, really comfortable. He's got the animation cancels on Graves down very, very well. He was one of the first to pull off the R knockback animation cancel with Graves, and he definitely has all of the auto attack cancels down very well. Both of them will be starting at the Raptors, so no surprise for either of them. Lot of vision for Dardoch, though. They saw him both on the Raptors, and they have a ward on the red, so they'll be able to see the second camp here for Grig as he reverses to go grab his buff, and that means Dardoch has plenty of options available as far as which blue quadrant he even wants to go contest. Looks like might just power farm his whole red, though.
We'll see exactly what Dardoch wants to do, but down on the bottom side, Aphromoo getting hit up. Level 1 trade's actually starting as Gate taking that W, swinging that flail around, trying to get some poke in. But this is some pretty classic Blitzcrank. Just zone them off, threaten the pull, and take the brush control for as long as you can.
Yeah, the problem with taking another melee into the Blitzcrank is that if you're double range, you kind of can guarantee that you'll get the first level too. But since CLG bottom lane got control.
Good flash, great flash from Darshan. Follows though, and Dardoch with the river. If he's gonna flash in, he wants first blood, and he's gonna get it.
Yeah, so we mentioned a little bit that Dardoch was gonna do the full red quadrant clear, and he was up at Krugs. But then immediately, early gank onto the top, kills the Kennen. Once again, split push Kennen off to a bad start as Darshan and Dardoch both blow their flashes to secure that kill.
Certainly seen that story before for CLG. They're picking on Lupa and the cannon early. Try and keep it down for as long as possible. Grig are going to go ahead and take this blue buff as Dardoch returns to his blue quadrant of the map. And, I mean, Lupa, he wanted to wall, but just a little late here.
Yeah, I mean, Dardoch just barely got into position. Perfect there with the red buff. As soon as they see his flash as well, no hesitation. Doesn't have lightning rush, and he's toast.
Cool flash from there from Dardoch, I think, trying to make sure minions didn't block bullets. Graves is kind of a weird one.
Yep, he wanted to get close for the point blank. You get extra damage as well because all your bullets are going to hit. But then finishes off. I think the Q is the thing that actually got the kill in the end. Regardless, though, got to revisit this Cassidy because Huhi is getting blasted in the mid lane by Froggen. And LeBlanc definitely able to punish early, which is very good for Echo Fox.
Yep. To clarify, it is a counter matchup, but Kassadin's early levels are almost always very rough. Froggen kind of abusing what advantage he has, but who he should play catch up as he gets levels into the queue, and of course gets farm and experience.
Scaling always highlighted with Kassadin.
Darshan TP's back to the top side. Lupa's done the same, so Lupa keeping that pressure up, but Darshan's got a big stack of minions to farm here. So should be able to play catch up, and that early assist actually has given him 3 early Doran's rings. So he's set up in the lane.
Full build.
Very quick. Yeah, pretty much full build.
The triple Doran ring top laners are actually, I think there's a nerf on PBE slated for those. But very effective right now. You know, you get all the mana. Oh!
That hook was very accurate. Afro move.
Yeah, right through those
champions. 2v2 though. Froggen getting aggressive. He got chunked, but Dardoch very powerful. Gonna force him away from the play.
Just coming in to push that wave. Meanwhile, no real sparks flying.
Nice chain from Froggen though.
Gonna result in some extra harassment as he gets the Thunderlord's proc as well. Pretty rough situation for Huhi. He's still gonna try and get off a delayed recall, so he's gonna lose more minions. Froggen with the first pick on the LeBlanc yet again. See if he can get this early game rolling for Echo Fox again.
Yeah, it's a really uninspiring buy as well for Huhi. Just a Ruby Crystal and some consumables. I mean, he needs to get through lane. He's kind of buying items to help him do that. But Froggen, double Durance, got a boots, and when he goes back, he should be pretty strong, whichever item he decides to go for.
Super successful interrupt on the back there. And Gragas a little bit easier at warding that brush. He had a pretty similar timing, but body slams away.
Now from another hook there onto Gate, but Gate's going to charge out of the way. Stixay low on mana, but kind of firing feathers out towards Keith. Afro threatens with a knockup, but Keith kind of dancing around all that potential crowd control quite nicely.
I think Dardoch is just waiting for a...
That all was nuts from Darshan. Gets the body slam in as well as cooking the barrel. Dardoch's here and Lupa absolutely caught in the smoke screen. One more, no, Grig gets the save and turns it back around. Darshan goes down.
A little bit too far forward there. Dardoch was not level 6, so he had no ultimate to finish off the kill onto Kennen. And, you know, as slick as that was to start everything off, counter kill goes over to Echo Fox. And now they've got some money back in the hands of the Kennen. He can increase the minion lead as well as even up their jungler presence.
Pivotal counter gank there from Grig. Able to kind of right the ship there in top lane. Suhi and Froggen still doing battle. Suhi getting a bit more aggressive now that he has Riftwalk and Dardoch behind him, but 2v2 action is not stopping either. Afro lands the hook in tower range. No, not quite Gate. He's taking damage on the feathers, but the root's not there. Keith firing onto Afro when that happens.
Yep, cover fire there from Keith. Every time that Gate does get pulled in, Keith is there to dish out the damage, and he...
Oh no, oh no, he's on a one! Afro gets a knockup! No! He flashes out of the way, heel forced out by Keith. Oh, tough one there for Gate.
Yeah, that's a sneaky ward. You got to keep track of those lane wards. Sometimes it's really difficult, though, if the enemy team is pushing. Take another look at this. Darshan got a very nice ultimate into the body slam, into the wall, which ensures the extra damage there from the end of the line. But 2 turret shots. Got a little bit of minion block there, and then Grig comes in with a very slick safeguard into Sonic Wave combo and cleans up a really quick counter kill.
Back in the mid lane though, Froggen still up about 15 minions over Shuhi. Is Gate actually looking for something around the mid lane? Might just be sweeping up vision at this point. No ultimate yet for Gate to try and make a play with, but going to empower Grig. And this is a pretty strong roam combo actually. You mentioned tracking melee champions on the same team as Sejuani. That only combo that can exist is between Grig and Gate. But if they can lock somebody down, that's an awful lot of CC for Sejuani to help Lee Sin do all that damage with.
Yeah, and the auto attacks after, a lot of burst that people don't really account for too often. Calling in junglers to help shove the waves here as the mid lane battle continues to rage. Huhi stabilizing after level 6 with Cassidy. You feel so much more comfortable, and he's able to keep the CS discrepancy about even at that one wave.
There's actually been a lane swap here for CLG deciding, you know what, bottom lane, not feeling too hot right now. We're actually going to move Zaya and Blitz to the top side of the map. This does help Dardoch steal away this blue buff as Afram is there to cover for him.
Yeah, they do this post, 7 minutes, so the extra reduction on the turrets is gone. But even so, teleport comes in, and Echo Fox are going to react very quickly to power down for some first turret gold.
They're actually going to burn the TP on Looper's side to make sure this goes down. Froggen will have his back in a minute, but they're going to win the race here with Grig also coming down from the jungle, so should push through the lane and try and deny a few more creeps, but first turret and the gold does go to Echo Fox.
All right, see if they can use this momentum. The Infernal Drake, so common in this series, is there yet again, so that would be a very big pickup for Echo Fox as CLG opt into the top side pressure. They're going to continue pushing onto the secondary turret, and Rift Herald will spawn after they finish up there. So it's a possibility that CLG then retreat over to Rift Herald and trade that objective as well. But Hui's going in.
Grig gets the smite though, and Hui trying to get the kill on the jungler, but so many stuns there for Looper. Q lands in, he Rift walks away! 2v1 outplay by Echo Fox.
Yeah, I mean, 2v1.
I mean, look, Hui probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, Hui goes in there, and now it's a little bit of aggressive move from CLG, but they're kind of floundering after that play. I don't know, maybe Hui didn't expect the rest of Echo Fox to have collapsed down there, but he goes in for the solo contest on the Drake. Darshan gets a little bit of harassment from Froggen's side.
Yeah, I'm not that confident that Hui, even if he's just trying to steal the Drake, he's going to have a whole lot of success. So
going in for a steal versus Lee Sin, he's got smite and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know about that one. Well, Hui gonna cost him some pride and also his life because of a catalyst now. Teleports back to the mid lane to try and keep up on farm. He's only 10 or so behind, but I mean, Luke was stealing the blue. Hui sees him and was like, yeah, I can go in, but so, you have no other vision.
I think they assumed that the rest of Echo Fox recalled to defend their top lane push, but they had not. They had just pushed down that other turret and had stuck around, so Hui thought that maybe he was gonna get some alone time with Grigny in the Dragon Pits. Not the case.
Certainly not. It's 3vx. CLG actually collapsing with 4 people right now on the
ultimates.
top. Afro behind, make it 5 as Grig, good ward. Nice ulti there, moves Gate back into the team. He's gonna get rooted, but dashes out of the way. Hui gets that first kill. Now the TPs are in for Echo Fox. Keith trying to flash out of the way as Froggen's caught Dardoch with a nice grab on a Grig. Is going to force him away with the safeguard. Froggen slays Dardoch though as Darshan's going to leap forward onto Keith and 6-8. Just needs a few more autos. There's the bop there from Darshan, able to get yet another kill.
In the end, that's only a 2-for-1 for CLG, and Looper is pushing mid lane on Kennen. The CS is slowly climbing up for him, so CLG expend a lot of resources here. See if they get punished for it.
Grig does a kick here, so I can maybe look for a play nice ward from Afromu though. Is going to stop that from happening. It's kind of just the outer turret they're looking to get. Grig actually burns his safeguard for a few extra autos. Froggen wants to stay. He does get grabbed up, but they will get the turret. Froggen trying to dash out of the way, and there's Looper running interference with the ultimate. Gets a massive set of stuns as Grig looks for the kick. Finds Afro, wants to get him, and does execute him eventually, but Hui is going to get Looper on the other side of Stixay. Flashes forward for the next kill.
Yep, and they clean up Grigny as well. CLG don't defend the turret, but they do get the kills on the other side, so They're losing out in a little bit of map control with the objectives. As long as that gold is close, though. They just want, again, the scaling to take over. Dardoch and Huhi feeling pretty decent about themselves. Extra kills here going over to Huhi also result in stacks on the ring, right? So have to account for that, as well as a possible earlier completion on his Rod of Ages.
Well, given how kind of poorly the laning phase went, any help's good here for Huhi. Is Echo they know what's happening here when they commit to this play.
Both teams are well aware. Okay, they're committing to finish the turret. We're going to try and get the kills on the outside. And Darshan is able to kind of close the gap here as Kassadin very adequately equipped to chase down targets. 6A avenges his partner Afromu as well.
Now red buff over to Dardoch, actually. Going to keep farming through for himself. And as we have a quick checking with a few items, nothing major completed just yet with the exception of a Looper is Blade of the Ruined King. Froggen does appear to be going Gunblade.
Yeah, that's what he went last time. And it's a possibility. Still,
why does he have a Phoenix Codex?
Maybe we're going 2 different routes at the same time.
Maybe. Splitting the difference. We'll see.
In the middle here, though, we have Afromu going into Tricky Brush, and I believe that they still have Froggen around, yeah?
Looking for the hook. Froggen blind is just going to take the ward down instead. Doesn't want to get hooked by Afro, but Afro busy with the control ward.
Exactly. He has to worry about Huhi, who's hovering up on that top side. Froggen off to a very good start, so, you know, with the extra minion advantage and the possible completion of a Hextech Gunblade, that will give him sustain for the split pushing game that starts to come up. All teleports are down except for Loopers, though. So Echofox, slight advantage there.
He's going to give Looper priority in that side lane. It's actually bottom right now. 1v1 faced off against Darshan. Froggen's going to go ahead, dance around the blue buff for himself, but get it nonetheless. And there are, like you mentioned, kind of 4 teleports in this game, despite one only being up right now. Looks like Grig is going to start the Rift Herald. No vision in the pit for CLG, although probably have a decent idea. As I say that, they're not checking just yet. Pressure in mid lane from Fox is going to kind of force them away from that area, at least for now.
Yeah, as you said before, it does take a long time to do the Rift Herald because she has so much life and you really need to rely on multiple eye-opening events. So they're able to come a little bit leisurely here and put a stop to the Rift Herald. Dardoch has to worry, though, because Froggen provides a lot of burst.
Looper back into the turret. Nice ult there from Darshan. And now Looper's going to let it rip with his own ultimate. Darshan maybe a little too far forward. Needs one more stun, but needed 2 more marks to get it. Looper not able to get that kill, but even then with Darshan starting that fight, Looper pretty effortlessly wins that 1v1.
Yeah, don't underestimate the sustain on that Blade of the Ruined King, especially versus tanks. Afro moves coming to threaten the turrets, but again, back to the Rift Herald, and that may be the last straw here. Enable Echofox to pick this up and possibly set up a stronger push. You know, they're out-CSing CLG across the board, pretty much every single lane. Only the jungle position really going well there for CLG. And as we said, they have the lead in turrets and dragons. If they can continue to use this to widen the gap, that would be ideal.
Froggen again playing on a side lane. Blue buff on level 11 with his TP almost cooled down. 20 seconds till that's available. So plenty here for Echofox to play with. Darshan and Huhi have their TPs up though, so maybe look to play around the map as things do press forward. Huhi actually hiding in a brush for now, kind of making sure no one's hiding with him. Froggen's already back to base, and the Gunblade is now completed, so just wanted a bit of extra early CDR. I imagine that's going to be Morello's in short order, but Froggen now with some decent split push potential, but of course a lot of assassination at his fingertips.
And it's actually a pretty important spike here because Huhi's Rod of Ages is just completed, so it's still stacking a bit here, whereas Froggen has a very nice spike on the Gunblade and should be able to push the wave first. He can do a lot of healing even if he takes a trade in between. Huhi is waiting up in that brush though while Dardoch takes the dragon, so CLG looking to take multiple things at the same time.
We'll get the Drake here. Echofox not too interested in that. Maybe setting up the Rift Herald push instead. Cloud Drake though will go over to CLG as Keith hanging out in mid lane. on the strong side towards his jungler. Gate here as well as like a Fox. Again, shove it back down mid.
And look at the top lane as well. Froggen using that spike we talked about to continue with the pressure onto Cassidy, who he's not skilled up yet. Bottom side though, Looper uses his blade active.
Yep, does get a good amount of speed. Actually doesn't even need to use Lightning Rush, which he did not have until just now. And he's the Rift Herald mid lane. Echo Fox just pulling CLG all around this map and trying for something. Oh, the grab does find Grig, but there's a chain of corruption back in onto Stixxay. Huhi, though, around the sides, get kicked away by Grig as Lee Sin's trying to make an exit. Play to the Ruin King popped on Afro, needs a bit of extra speed, and that Rift Arrow push gets thwarted almost instantly as Gate is forced to fight out from under the Zyru, but Froggen trying to assassinate Stixxay, gets a huge amount of damage, uses everything to get him through it all, and now Kate busts up from under Afro's marker, but still eats it on the other end as Darshan. He's forced to fight out from the chain of Froggen. CLG again collapsing so far, but Looper is doing work on the bottom side. Fox just need to buy time.
Ooh, and they're able to disengage after canceling the teleport, so now they're buying time for Looper to push on the bottom side. Pretty good evasive maneuvers, and Froggen on the LeBlanc, consistently able to find the target on the back line, takes down Stixxay.
Maybe even takes down Dardoch, looks for the chain, doesn't land it in onto Graves. Red goes over to Grig though, who picks up the smite, and now damage on Huhi. The Victor's firing away. Afro also low. Hook lands in, but he might just get stunned for it. Huhi moves in and does go on a killing spree. Ultimate moves in. Keith does get Afro, but Keith does go down on the other end. A 2-for-1 trade mid lane, CLG.
Oh, they're able to scrounge up some extra gold for themselves. The turret almost dead though.
Looper gonna get it, but he needs to book it ASAP. Is able to get out of there. Stixxay not around in time to try and lock down the cannon. The cannon is gonna be proved to be a bigger and bigger nuisance as the game pushes on. Phantom Dancer now completed for Keith. We'll see what Looper gets with his 2 daggers. Got excited there for a second. Looks like maybe Hurricane, maybe PD's on the way, but there's a Zeal up for Looper now as well.
Yeah, much better focus from Echo Fox this time around. All right, let's take a look at this 2v2 because they want to keep the pressure up and finish these turrets off. They got a large amount of damage onto Huhi, but again, Gate gets pulled under the turret and immediately bursts. Then with the silence, Aframu is able to secure that kill onto Keith there. However, he does sacrifice his life getting into auto attack range. I think it's definitely worth it though. You want as many kills on this Kassadin right now as you can possibly get because Echo Fox are doing a very good job at keeping up the pace. One of the biggest criticisms leveled at this team is that they slow down in the mid and late game. But they've done a good job keeping up their pressure and committing to that cannon split push, which has earned them, you know, extra gold advantages.
Well, it does feel like CLG are playing a very similar looking mid game than they did in game number 2. All the kills are going to their late game split push. It was Darshan's Fiora in game 2. It's who he's casted in here in game number 3. And just again, trading, trying to keep the gold close. Yes, Echo Fox do have 4,000 gold up already. But if they don't fold too hard to all of this 3-lane pressure, then CLG will be able to fight their way out eventually. It's just a matter of holding on and not giving too much away.
And this is one of the strats I really enjoy, you know, when watching double teleport teams. Having one of them trail the other split pusher in case Looper goes for an engage onto Darshan, who he was there to capitalize for a kill. But Looper plays it intelligently. He doesn't have any eyes on the Kassadin, so he doesn't fully commit you know, to harassment onto this big tank.
Yeah, Echo Fox just charging down mid lane. Gonna try and do additional damage to that tier 2 turret. Its health got pretty low in the exchange where Aframu did trade his life for 2 on the Echo Fox side.
Darshan is actually coming in for a flank. CLG might try and force a fight.
Oh, misses onto Dardoch. In fact, a lot of CC missed there onto Dardoch. Afro looks for a very predictive hook.
Yeah, I think that maybe that was the last place Froggen had left a distortion, and he thought he was going to go back to that. Didn't quite see it there, though. Regardless, the flank attempt from Darshan is not going to get them an engage, and they do lose out on one more wave due to Looper committing to his split push.
Looper's actually kind of
he got the wolf, though.
He get the big one, but Looper's going to get the small ones. That is Froggen CC'd for days. Aframu gets the kill with his Ignite.
Oh, what a pull there, and the Blitzcrank actually is coming up decently big for CLG. Playmaking abound. They really need it too because secondary turrets are getting so low. They've already lost one and the mid about to fall. So every kill they get buys them some more time to get back out onto the field and get some much needed vision.
Yep, vision around Baron is where they're looking as well. So Echo Fox Into
the last
respect.
auto.
Oh, that's awkward. Those regenerate. Looking for a pick maybe perhaps instead. Can clear it out in the next few seconds, so don't need to rush things just yet. Froggen up in 3 seconds with his TP. We can join a fight if Fox want to start one, but the Drake is up in 40 seconds, and I think we'll start seeing people maneuver back around to their respective lanes. And Lupa with his Hurricane is going to get this lane shoved out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no problems here. And especially with his flash available, very secure in his split push now. The 2-item power spike for Kennen can easily annihilate a wave and then roam into the jungle to try and set up this dragon. And I think it's looking very good as far as Echo Fox setting up for the dragon. We have to say, CLG has a lot of playmaking potential. Aframu on his Blitzcrank. Can he land the God Hand? They're setting up some control wards to try and get Fog of War to work with.
Yeah, and again, like game 2,
He wants Gate.
Oh, good hook. Nothing off the gate. CC's going to chain in, but he does flash over the wall. Summon a spell down, though, does not cost CLG much.
Pull in a flash. That's one less escape for Gate now. And remember, he's playing a lot of these melee supports, but they are fairly squishy as not much income early in the game. Meanwhile, the split push here from Huhi really building up. They've got a giant, like, triple stacked wave slowly building on top side, so they'll be able to corner Gate.
Yeah, Gate's actually just trying to go all the way to Lupa maybe as Grig next one caught it off from Darshan's going to knock him back towards the team. Needs to kick them through and does get a nice triple kick to maybe escape. The whole time though, Lupa is still pressuring that bottom inhib turret, so CLG have to answer.
And they're going to use up one of their teleports. Also, they let Gate get away for a while, but now he's roaming back around through the turrets. Gate's going on his own adventure right now.
Passive does wear off, but pretty tanky as Stickers may be found in. Lupa trying to fight Huhi and Afrum and Dardoch, who's also coming into the fight. Lupa, destruct a little too long, flashes out of the way. He's trying to dance around the rest of CLG, but 4 members are there, and Dardoch puts the final nail in.
They already used Darshan's teleport, and Hui's super low, so Fox goes straight for Baron.
Well, this could be awkward. CLG need to book it as fast as they possibly can. Stixxay is the lone defender right now, as the ulti is not going to stun him. Stixxay holds onto his ult as well. Froggen does get the chain down, but he's still rooted at the end of it. Froggen he's going to go in, but he needs to just try and save the day. Huhi looking to clean up on the other side, but they still have their jungler. Baron goes to Dardoch, who steals it somehow. I have no idea how that happened, but CLG is starting to clean up. There's the ult from Dardoch, gets a kill. 4 members of Fox dead, and they lost Baron.
Goodness, tragedy strikes for Echo Fox. CLG get the pick on the bottom side, then not only kill off 3 more members at Baron, but they steal it to boot. Dardoch comes up so big for the team, and just like that, they gain all the momentum in the game. Baron push gains them more gold. They'll have empowered recalls to go purchase with. Cloud Drake is there for the taking. Red buff is there for the taking. What an absolute monstrous turnaround.
The gold gap has completely closed and now overtaken for CLG. How did Dardoch steal this?
All right. First of all, Stixxay dodges the Sejuani ultimate, and then this 1v1 with Froggen as well. Let me take a look at, he's able to dodge that wire with the ult. Then he starts auto-attacking the clone. Dardoch, though, just flash Q auto smites right over the wall. Really big burst there. Able to claim it. Then style kill. Ults over to get Froggen. Whew. Yeah, you could say he feels at home on Graves.
Certainly looks like it. As CLG turn the game around with one very impressive looking play from Dardoch. And I mean, now we've almost got 3 items for Huhi. TPs will be coming back off cooldown, but so much pressure in every lane with Baron. And Lupa's split push, which was looking so great, he just has to 10 these waves while Baron is up. Blue buff going to go over to Dardoch as well. Aframu is going to grab that one.
All right. The map is CLG's to play with now. Huhi on the cast it in. Stacked up, got the extra little bit of burst damage from the Sheen. And since he went for the Zhonya's second item a little bit earlier than sometimes we see, he even has playmaking potential for team fights. Stixxay, though, takes a bunch of damage from Froggen and has to burn his ult.
Good patience from Stixxay. That was the one he wanted to try and stop hitting you, so doesn't get the proc on the passive.
Yeah, definitely necessary there. Barely saves his own life, but a big cooldown, and he's going to Wish he had.
Oh, 2v1-ish starting. Looks like CLG are collapsing towards his bottom side, so Lupa had a bit of help from Greeny, though. He's already diving in. Chunks Lupa down to about 60% health, and Darshan is on the backside of the turret with his ultimate. Echo Fox, this might be a bad turret to try and defend, and they'll back up towards their inhib turret. CLG with the Baron buff. Had a couple minions there to help them out, able to take that one down. 5 turrets to 4 now, where only moments ago it was 4-1 in favor of Fox.
Exactly. Again, we're seeing the downfall of so many split push teams. When your Kennen team gives up one big mistake, like 4 kills and a Baron over to the other team, then he's kind of forced into team fighting, which is not where he wants to be. Right now he's flanking around the outside though.
Grab on the gate, Froggen again looking for a kill, but 6A blows up Gate on the other side. Darshan taking fire, but is gonna live as 2E dives back in onto Lupa. CLG still here with plenty of damage, gonna rip that turret down. And now still 4v5, Fox is trying to defend their base.
Yeah, Inhibitor's gonna go down pretty seamlessly here for CLG. They get the kill and they get the objectives on their way out.
They're starting to feel out of reach even now for Echo Fox, which is incredible to think, given how much of a lead they have. But CLG, 1 steal of the Baron by Dardoch. A follow-up fight, and it just cascades to such a big lead already.
Exactly. I really like seeing these 2 team comps play out, because Echo Fox, with the early pressure, they have the split push advantage. They're running CLG around, but CLG came up with some big plays to get right back into it. And here's another pull from Afromu to start it all off. Darshan is on the front line, and he wants to be better safe than sorry. Just flash out, make sure they don't give anything back, and they slowly gain their map advantages. Super Minions will now be trailing into the bottom.
And that's one of the best sides right now. Yep, there's an Ocean Drake coming up in a couple minutes, but when Baron does respawn, you'll be happy to have that pressure, and that is quite the Baron power play for CLG. 7,600 gold or so.
Definitely well above average, which last time I checked for the North American LCS was around 3,500 for average ones, so more than double what you usually get. And you have to take all those factors into account that we mentioned. They were initially behind when it started. They got a bunch of kills right after Dardoch stole it, so that adds on and that counts. Plus all of those turrets that they get to clean up. The comeback Barons are the ones where you see on that extreme end of the scale.
And again, CLG just always know how to set up their map, not just like what to do and how to win with a lead. They're very good when ahead, and you can kind of see with the amount of damage they were able to do with that Baron buff just how good. But I think it feels like they see the map in every different position and kind of understand all the different iterations. There's so much synergy, so much strong macro play, and it's the kind of team that, yes, will take a game that looks horrible and just turn it around with a 7,000 gold Baron power play.
And Afro,
another hook there, flashes in for it. Does knock up Gate again, who seems to be magnetized. Although Froggen leaping back in. Afro this time the one to go down as a chain of corruption. Doesn't quite spread around Gate. Still taking damage. Ult there is going to move Greek back in, but he's going to kick Stixay out of the way. Root's going to land in, but Stixay has to back away.
Yeah, Afro did not want the flash pull to land onto the support Sejuani there. Gate is able to take it, and that is a turnaround. Hold there for Fox. I think CLG still, upper hand here, but actually Hui now committing.
Going in, he's so strong on the Kassadin. Does use the zonies to defend the counter assault coming from Fox. Fox still fighting again. Now it's their turn to kind of play that scrappy trade game. Try and claw their way back into the game. Oh, Dardoch stealing everything today. Very fitting laugh there for Graves. Who are we going to get? Blue buff is level 16 now as well, with 3 items completed and 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. So what was a very mediocre landing phase to turn into quite
Yeah, let's take a look at this. Afro, it looked like he wanted to thread maybe past Gate to hit Eve with that, but Gate was very close to that. And Sejuani's big model. Not a high chance of making that one pull off.
Rig kicks one out of the way, but he's still getting chased down. Darshan with the last barrel. He's able to take down the Lee Sin.
All right, that is a fortunate pickoff. CLG had a lot of vision, already since they were pushed up for so long, and that's why they were able to pick off Rigney. Now they transition this into the Baron. No jungler available to smite steal.
So now Fox have to fight. Gate gonna get hooked again by Afro. CLG just staying in here, Froggen trying to poke them down, but Hui able to take a decent amount of damage. Nowhere to steal it except that they just go in for it, and looks like Smite should be unlocked. Stixay gets it instead just to make sure. Grab finds one and Lupa goes down. Dardoch on a rampage, able to take his 5th kill of the game.
All right, CLG now with Baron and minions in the top lane. They can just swing over to the top side, but they're keeping up a bit of a chase.
Froggen looking for Darshan, does a good amount of damage. Gonna get another chain in. Darshan able to clear the gap. Gets enough distance with the body slam.
They do refocus. They go up with those minions in the top lane, and they should be able to get another inhibitor.
Well, KP is gonna come in. Gates, Keith, and Grigor all trying to clean out that bottom half of the map. Froggen also late on his attempted pick onto Darshan. So that's an inhib down. We've got another one already down in bottom lane they got earlier. So pressure still on for CLG, and they might look to end here. Look for the massive hook on the Keith, but Afro barely out of range, and Froggen again dipping in, trying to pick some people up, but CLG just a little too strong right now.
Next turret number 1 goes down. Baron is still active, and the minions are pushing in.
All right, Loop is back here. Fox, the final stand could be right now. Next to it's going to be assaulted. Grig gets grabbed by Afro move to try and seal the game. 5v4 once more. The Redemption's going to reset it. Darshan back into the fight. A huge amount of AoE. He's going to chain together, and Keith is going to go down. Everybody's caught. It's almost an ace for CLG. Froggen barely living in the fountain, but the Nexus is open, and CLG will seal the series 2-1 over Echo Fox.
This is a game where you'll look back to that big play. CLG going bottom to pick off the cannon and immediately getting to Baron in just enough time to steal it and clean up 3 more kills. After that play happens, it's just such a huge swing, and CLG had so many playmaking abilities available that they're able to turn the entire series back in their favor. What a close one, though.
It's just a huge punch in the gut when a Baron gets stolen like that. CLG made maximum use out of the Baron that was gifted over to them.
Huge props to Dardoch for that steal, but also CLG able to come up with all of the kills on top of it.
And again, a team that knows exactly what to do when they have leads like that. You can see Grig had a great series for himself. His 2017 summer debut in the NALCS, being consoled there by the team and their management, but close one there for CLG. They'll stay undefeated for now, but that was definitely not how they wanted that series to go.
It was such an exciting series. Echo Fox really made them work for it, even down to the last few moments there of the last game before this Baron is stolen. Echo Fox have so much control with their split push.
Certainly do, and I think in a lot of ways we had questions coming into this week. How good are the teams that did go 2-0 last week? We had questions for Echo Fox, CLG looking good, but we always want to see, can they improve on that? And I think this series does show these are both very good teams, at least in the first half of the split.
It was definitely an exciting one to watch, especially as CLG are usually the ones with the split push advantage, and they're the ones trying to run the other team around, but it's fun to see them scramble and try and come up with a solution there, and they were barely able to pull off that pick. I think that was definitely the breaking point of the game, and it was super close to going Echo Fox's favor if they were just a couple seconds later to that Baron, but that is going to be the end of this story.
Certainly for now, I believe we are lining up an interview, if I recall correctly. Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out in just a second.
Usually how we go about things.
Certainly is. Darshan will be on stage shortly. We'll just kind of cue that one up. And we can take a breath, talk about the series as a whole. I think Echo Fox, you kind of mentioned it already, but I'm also not a huge fan of the cannon. I mean, the way they win is get Froggen big and then play with that advantage together. When you isolate Looper, a player that's already kind of struggling to build synergy with the team, build communication, it just feels like, yes, he's an excellent player. Maybe leave him there to kind of figure out how that happens, but didn't work out too much for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, Darshan definitely came up huge for CLG in this victory.
Well, for more on that series, let's check in with Jet and CLG's top laner.
Thank you, Pace, your time. And yes, I'm here with Darshan. First off, congratulations on the victory and a 3-0 start to the split. Tell me a little bit about your early start to the split and how it feels to be 3-0.
It definitely feels good to come out with the wins, but I would love to win a lot more cleanly than we are. I think we're still making a lot of mistakes, and there's a lot to work on, but I'm still happy with the result starting 3-0.
Yeah, and just talking about the series a little bit, you were on tanks in games 1 and 3, the victories, and then you had the split push Fiora game where you got very fed, but weren't able to come up with the win. Can you talk to me a bit about the contrast in the play style when you're on that tank versus when you're on something with Fiora and how the team plays around that?
Yeah, so when I'm on the tank, I don't really have the damage or the potential to carry in terms of if I get fed enough, we can't lose. But I have a lot more utility and I can sacrifice a lot more for the team. So I kind of just see myself as a utility player that can kind of just be more supportive. And I think that helps the team a lot because it just, if we have too many carries, then it's pretty hard to play the game. So I can play both styles, but I feel like definitely right now we're better when I'm on that more supportive style. But I think either way, I feel pretty comfortable.
And I kind of want to ask you a bit more about feeling like the team is better when you're on a more supportive style, especially with Dardoch joining the team. It seems like you more than any other top laner are willing to switch wildly between those two styles. And how does that kind of fit within the rest of the team when you're one game super resource intensive versus the other game losing a lot of farm to the other guy but making big plays for the team?
I think it's just I'm very willing to sacrifice and give up. Like, I don't really care if I go down 100 CS against an 80 Kennen if we win the game. And I understand that, and I understand my role. And initially, when I first was a pro, like, all I did was play, like, carries, you know, like Tryndamere, Riven, Jax, Kha'Zix, top lane when he was meta in Season 3. But I was used to that style, and then I kind of, like, grew up and learned how to play both styles. So I'm completely fine playing either style. And as we move on to the season, I'm sure we'll be using more of both.
Yeah, and just looking forward towards the rest of the season. Last split, you had that disappointing ending, losing in the basically quarterfinals, and it felt like CLG was in this mode where they're going to try and turn it on in playoffs. But now you're kind of off to the hot start in summer. Where's the rest of it going for CLG? What's the goals for the summer split?
So we have it right now on our whiteboard. Like, the first goal that we have is to go 18-0, not drop a single set. And so we're 3-0, 15 more sets to go. Definitely not going to be an easy road. We're playing TSM tomorrow. Should be our hardest game yet. So tomorrow will be like a huge indicator of how reasonable and how likely this 18-0 will go. So pretty exciting weekend.
All right, setting the goals high. I'd like to hear it. Thank you very much for the interview, Darshan. Congratulations again on the win, and let's head into the analyst test to break down that game.
Thank you very much, Jack. Good to hear from Darshan. Also see him on some carry champions. He was saying before, he has played some in the past. I think we remember a little Zion Spartan pushing down some lane. But to come out here, like they said on their whiteboard, 18-0, ambitious.
Some people have low goals, so you always surpass them and feel good about themselves. CLG probably, if those are their level of goals, probably disappointed a lot of the time.
Fans are ready.
Yeah, fans are ready. They've been broken into it for years. But yeah, with the draft phase, there's actually a pretty interesting one because they give up the LeBlanc first pick. CLG is forced into a bit of a strange decision with their last pick in the first phase, where they have to choose between taking Kassadin, the counter for LeBlanc, or securing the Rakan for the Xayah-Rakan combo. They go with the Kassadin, probably worth it overall, I'd say, just to make sure that you have that counter pick to hold on to Froggen, because he almost got out of control this game. And then the second phase of the draft, it kind of gets weird where you're taking Blitz blind into you don't know what bot lane, with the only target available right now is maybe an AD Kennen to grab, a very mobile LeBlanc, and then Echo Fox ends up taking the Blitz, the Sejuani, so you kind of get this crazy bot lane out of nowhere.
It was absolutely fantastic. We see the blitz pulls coming in, as you were saying. Afromu was able to bring that in. But big plays coming in. We see 11 minutes, a 2-for-1 in the top. A lot of this started to revolve around the strength of what Dardoch and the rest of the team was bringing to the table.
And this is a situation that actually doesn't happen that much anymore, where your bot lane is in a long lane with a turret down behind it, and the enemy top laner having teleport. Back in the day with 2v1s, everyone was used to this situation. This time around, Echo Fox showing probably a little bit of unfamiliarity with this, getting a 2-for-1 against them. And it wasn't the end of the world. They were still ahead in some of the other lanes. Kennen that whole time was just split pushing down the bot lane. He didn't have teleport to match. He got kind of further ahead. And that's where the game kind of ended up, where Echo Fox was always split pushing, always had people pulling the rest of CLG around the map. They had the Blitz crank. They wanted to make the big play, but it was kind of hard to actually get a grasp onto the rest of Echo Fox.
And it was actually really good to see Echo Fox doing this, because they were a team that would always sometimes put everything on Froggen and hope the game could go that way. It went this way with LB. That's just kind of the way it files out when you put the utility or the power onto her. But they are showing that they can do different things, shut down TSM in a lot of these fights. But then it comes to the crazy, crazy objective fights. You get this Baron go, when they went for Baron, I should say, in a good fight. CLG Baron steal and a 4-for-0.
Yeah, it was right after they picked off the Kennen, the bot lane. This makes Echo Fox finally group up and pin themselves against the wall here, where they have been trying to split the whole game.
Right.
It takes too long. They don't have great damage for it. LeBlanc notoriously bad at securing objectives as opposed to standard mages. It buys time for CLG to collapse. Great steal by Dardoch. Excellent combo for kind of going to that situation a little blind, and then still has the follow-up to get a couple kills as well. And Dardoch started going a little crazy in that fight, but the story was that Kassadin ends up with almost 24,000 damage. If you're wondering between Xayah and Rakan, Rakan and Kassadin, excuse me, I think the Kassadin pick, like we said, worked out pretty well for them.
Absolutely. As you said, you see the damage on the board. Player of the game, rights going over to Dardoch for that huge Baron steal, as well as kind of keeping consistency throughout the games, as it doesn't matter coming across, but still, good third game, strong play in the Graves.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing, is the fact that you know, before that Baron steal, they were down about 4,000 gold, and off the back of it, they climb all the way up to about 5,000 ahead. He did a great job throughout the game, staying relevant, but especially once he got the lead, that's when he started blowing people up, because Castan, like we said, kind of scales better throughout the game. And once Dardoch had secured them the late game, that's when he really came online.
It'll be interesting. CLG plays TSM tomorrow. They actually just lost their game. Semi-spoiler, not spoiler, as you're watching the LCS. But it'll be great to see. Ken, with TSM now with this loss, is CLG going to go 4-0, or are they going to be able to find such a lead?
I mean, it's scary, especially for TSM. Obviously, if you're a CLG fan, great 4-0. But if you're 3-1 at the end, that's not too bad. But if you're TSM, looking at the difference between 2-2 and 1-3, it's pretty terrifying. Because right now, CLG probably the favorites right now for best team in the league early on, and it's not going to get any easier for TSM tomorrow.
Well, that is tomorrow. We still got more good action today, some good league action. Coming right up, we got Team Liquid hoping to bounce back from their Week 1 performance against Team Envy. Do not go anywhere.
Creepy.
But since CLG bottom lane got control,
good flash, great flash from Darshan. Follows though, and Dardoch with the rebuff. He's gonna flash in. He wants first blood, and he's gonna get it.
Hui's going in.
Green gets the smite though, and Hui trying to get the kill on the jungler, but so many stuns in for Lupa. Q lands in, he rip-walks away. 2v1 outplay by Echo Fox.
You're good. Careful, Zach. Punch it two. Lead no flash. Nice, Jay. Lead no flash, no ulti. Chase lead. Nice, Trevor.
Look at it clean up on the other side, but they still have their jungler. Baron goes to Dardoch, who steals it somehow. I have no idea how that happened, but CLG is starting to clean up. There's the ult from Dardoch to try and seal the game. 5v4 once more. The Redemption's going to reset it. Darshan back into the fight. A huge amount of AoE. He's going to chain together, and Keith is going to go down. CLG will seal the series 2-1 over Echo Fox. Hello and welcome back. I'm still Julian Pastry Time Car, but for this match, I got myself a fresh new color caster. It's Joshua Jat Leesman.
Got to switch him out because you know the color casters are the ones that use all the energy.
Exactly.
It's gonna be fun.
We're gearing up for the Battle Theater's second match of the day as Team Envy take on Team Liquid. And Team Envy have surprised more fans yesterday with their win over what looked to be a strong Immortals.
Yeah, and netting a third match win here against Team Liquid would actually mean Team Envy would have as many wins in 2 weeks that took them the entire spring split. They only had 3 match wins that entire spring, and it does actually seem possible. The team is showing signs of macro. Apollo pointed out in his interview yesterday, and that's on top of the fact that the players we've kind of taken for granted, like Apollo, has been playing in a standout way. He actually got a player of the game last night, which doesn't sound like a huge thing since every other AD carry got it in spring, but he was unable to do so in the entirety of the split, so he's looking up as well.
A lot of firsts here for Envy in the summer, and we'll see if he can keep up with those performances against Team Liquid, who come into this match as underdogs based on their Week 1 results, still 0-2.
Yeah, roster swaps as well. Golden Clue returns to the starting lineup in hopes of shaking off that initial performance he had last week. I do think, as well as his performance, it does depend a lot on jungle attention as well. Rainover is a guy, a former MVP of the league, has not had that type of performance that we have expected since he joined the Team Liquid roster, and really needs to step it up, especially when Team Liquid is thinking about the wins they're going to pick up this year and circling things on their calendar. You would circle the Envy game, the last place team from last split, to try and pick up, not the TSM game they have coming up later or the Immortals game they have coming up later as well. So it's very important for Team Liquid to pick up a win here, as it is for both teams.
Certainly is. Need momentum on their side. And let's review the starting lineups on the blue side. To start things off, it is Team Envy. In the top lane, Seraph, jungle Lyra, mid Pyrian, bot Apollo, support Hakuo, and new coach Violet.
Things have been working out so well for them early on in the year. Not so much for Team Liquid, who is starting on the red side here. Loyal in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle, Golden Glue back in mid lane, bot lane of Piglet and Matt, with David Lim, who is on stage because they are still awaiting the visa of their new coach, Kane.
Yep, certainly kind of waiting for things to fall into place. It does seem to be sort of the story of Liquid this year. Little things have plagued them back and forth, but unfortunately for them, the big thing that has eluded them has been results. And like you said, a win here just to get a little bit more positivity on the team, a bit more momentum for them. It means so much for a team that should have all of the tools to make a huge run this summer.
Yeah, and also the team has been put a little bit on blast by the community as well, because their messaging and the things they've been saying haven't necessarily matched up with what you see on the Rift. I mean, even going back to last split, when they moved Piglet to mid and brought in Youngbin on short notice, and we had their owner, Steve, saying he was playing like double lift in some scrims, and then he comes and loses by 30 CS in every game and is immediately pulled out the next game as the AD carry. It doesn't match up. And the same thing was kind of true with Golden Glue. I got to speak to Team Liquid's management before, and they have said that they haven't necessarily been that transparent with the community with what they're trying to do, but they did say that the Golden Glue and Slushy thing is dependent on scrim and comp. That's what they're saying. So they're expecting to swap them back and forth a little bit more this split, and they're actually hoping to do that with multiple roles on their roster when they can fill all of their sub positions. He said the other one that may see some swaps back and forth would even be Matt and Conquan. So you never know exactly what Team Liquid is going to come out with. It's Golden Glue today.
Certainly is, at least for game number 1. We'll see what happens here in the draft, though. And we're going to start things off with their 2 blue side bans, Olaf and Rengar targeting the jungle. Liquid respond in kind with a Lee Sin ban, so could see a lot of jungle attention here.
Yeah, and I think it's in Envy's best interest to throw a bunch of jungle bans out. I mean, Rainover has been one of the best junglers in the league before, but he has operated with smaller champion pools and sometimes niche champions and not always playing everything. Whereas when Lyra's smashing, he's doing it on Nidalee and a bunch of random stuff sometimes. So I think it's in their best interest to get rid of the Olaf, the Rengar, 2 of the picks Rainover might be better on, especially when Rainover's throwing bans Lyra's way.
Yeah, kind of have to throw a Zac ban on the red side, so a bit of extra value targeting jungle there. Kennen is the last ban for Team Liquid, and Shen will join the Alita, which means that Elise is an easy first pick here for an aggressive jungler like Lyra. This pick is already getting smashed in every single ban phase.
Yeah, you usually don't see Elise this split. I mean, it's hard to kind of guess exactly why it's so big now as compared to in the spring when it wasn't, but you can get a lot of advantages off early pressure, especially with Rift Herald being up at 10 minutes now and having such large impact. They get the Elise, but they trade over the duo.
Yep, Xayah and Rakan, 2 pretty easy picks that almost always go together. We've seen Matt and Piglet play Rakan and not Xayah, so I imagine this one might be a little more successful. There's Karma, though, for Envy. That's I think Haku is most played of the split so far. Again, very low sample size, and Apollo, the trusty Caitlyn, is going to be his selection.
Yeah, I mean, already that core for Team Envy can fit into so many different team compositions. It is already very strong in the early game. That's a type of duo lane, along with the Elise that you would look to take the bottom lane turret as your first in the game. So if you're trying to think of Team Liquid now, you want ways to prevent that. Galio would be one. He can always teleport or ult down. That can also be in the mid lane if they want to. So a nice flexible pick picked up early.
Yeah,
there.
really nice. Clean first phase draft here for Liquid as they'll ban away Fiora, kind of saying, at least attempting to say, we want to play this in the top lane. We're going to ban away one of the counters to top Galio.
Yeah, or at least maintain the flexibility of being able to play it in the top lane, because it's definitely been more of a popular mid lane pick in Korea. Hasn't necessarily found the same success in the mid lane over in North America, but still a solid pick nonetheless.
Syndra ban though, so mid lane target there. Liquid, another top slash mid laner, but kind of depends a lot on matchup there as Jace is taken away from both, from Seraph primarily, who hasn't shown up already on it, but I'm sure Pyrian could give it a go if he wants to.
Yeah, Seraph still would have the ability to pick Rumble, but so would Lorlo. And when you do see Galio mid, it fits very well with Rumble, so you kind of switch your tank and damage threats in there. But Ivern has totally different ideas of what they're going to do.
So Liquid,
wait for the counter pick.
Like you said, great core built by both teams in their first phase, but Ivern is already ready. And Rainover, certainly someone that has struck me as a supportive jungler in the past. I'm not sure how much Ivern he's exactly played in recent games, but again, a pick that certainly makes sense, and they've built kind of a nice comp for themselves to protect Piglet, who's a very good late game AD carry. On the other side though, Pyrian is taking Talia, so this is kind of the obvious blind pick that he almost always has, and I like this actually from Seraph, going top Jarvan is the final pick of Envy's draft.
Yeah, so it fills in with meta picks for them. They had to kind of pick both of those, mostly blind though, because either one of them could theoretically be going up against Galio. Golden Glue's going to lock in the Cassiopeia. Speak to the Ivern a little bit. Rainover, I feel like he's the type of jungler who is expected to be amazing on Ivern, because Rainover had the best pathing in the North American LCS and was always amazing at setting up plays. But he's played it twice, and he's lost both games.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something he hasn't the most comfy on, or Team Liquid isn't the most comfy playing around it, but he's got to go with it here.
I like the Cassio as well, kind of completes that comp. Piglet has a big kind of fortress to play in. He's got Cassio to protect him when people dive him. He's got 2 supports, he's got a great frontliner. If there's ever a game where Piglet is going to exceed well beyond his normal measures, it will be this game.
Yeah, very effective team fighting composition Team Liquid has put together there. Matt has the ability to initiate from long range. They have a tremendous ability to protect not only Piglet's Xayah, but also Golden Glue's Cassiopeia, who has a large amount of sustained magic damage as well. It'll be on Envy to kind of try and shove lanes, spread out the map, and win early.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of been Envy's MO all year long. They love to get ahead early, but were struggling to convert in spring. Pyrian, especially his Talia, has helped a lot, and so has Envy's general work they've done as a team to all improve. Really very few changes to this roster apart from the obvious one in mid, so Envy looking to start things off as well as they have here in summer and get themselves a 3rd win.
Yeah, and that's just insane when we think about it, right? Because Envy was the 10th place team in the spring at 3-15, and they are coming into this game as the favorites, and if they win, they move to 3-1. 14 fewer losses than it took them to get to 3 wins in the last split, and they're set up to do it. Both these teams actually have win conditions.
We'll see if Envy are going to end the week with yet another win, or if TL have something to say about it. Game 1 will tell us a lot, and look, like a little 4-stack here from TL, actually moving almost everybody down towards this bottom lane. We might have something fun prepared.
Yeah, almost everyone. They're trying to keep Lorlo to watch for wards coming into the red buff. It's very important for the Ivern to have a little bit of early information if he wants to be more creative with his jungle path. They were just hoping that Apollo and Hakuho would be moving up for vision. No one to be found, and I think they're just going to kind of reset back to their jungle.
Saw a question mark ping in mid lane, so Pyrian checking for his mid lane opponent. Does not see him at least in front of the turret. Oh, Matt! Blind brush play, but does not quite snag Apollo. He was standing in about the right spot.
Yep, tried to make his entrance pretty grand. Wasn't quite able to do so, and that tells Envy to go invade, get wards on the red buff. So since they didn't get anything from an information perspective from Team Liquid, I think that actually is just to advantage Envy. Apollo was actually in a pretty dangerous spot, but gets away with it.
Yep, standing in kind of the safest part of the brush. Envy cut off the potential other invade for TL to deny them all their vision. And we do have that nice clean brush ward next to the Raptor camp, which is not where Raynova is starting right now. Lolo's actually there right now, just kind of guarding it. But it looks like Raynova is going to start on blue. So we can now start talking about Ivern jungle paths, which are as varied as they are interesting.
Yeah, and they've changed a little bit because, remember, Ivern actually did get nerfed. It costs him more health and mana to channel camps early on in the game. And I'm actually not entirely sure what Raynova is going for. He smites his red buff and should be walking back towards his blue. So he's just doing the conservative level 4 clear, most likely. Although he didn't channel his Gromp, so he won't be getting the fast level 4. And he also needs to wait on some resources. That's why he waited a few seconds there. All of his mana was used to channel that camp. But now he's channeled blue as well as wolves, so he'll pick those up and then kind of loop back over the other side.
Seems like with, again, all the changes, players have still figured out the most efficient way to get things done with Ivern. And use that blast cone, easy channel on the blue, and there's double buffs. Quick as you like for Raynova, who's now going to mark that Gromp.
Yeah.
He's chilling. Again, you have to wait. I mean, you can see the nerfs in effect just based on the few seconds that Raynova is losing.
Yeah, I need to take the new changes into the lab a little bit and see if you can do faster routes, because people have gotten pretty amazing at a 3-minute, 18-second full clear of the jungle as Ivern, and that's just not... I don't think it's possible anymore with the way the math works out, but I'm pretty surprised Raynova didn't smite the blue right away and then walk over to channel red. The reason he would have modified his route there is because they didn't have control over the wards that Lyra placed in. He was probably worried about his red getting stolen. So that level 1, I think, played out in Raynova's jungle path and delayed him a little bit.
Well, you can see Golden Glue and Purian actually going mano in the mid lane. Unfortunately with Purian, you lose almost every single trade against Cassio where she has mana. So Golden Glue didn't run out, and Purian is going to have to kind of heal himself back up. Actually, both of them took heal. It's kind of a fun one as well. So kind of aware of the all-in potential that either one has, and wanting to stay a little safer.
Yeah, and I think the Golden Glue Purian matchup is pretty fascinating. I mean, you just look at the arc for both of these players. Purian sat on the bench an entire split with Phoenix 1. I mean, he's never really been on a super successful team. Same said for Golden Glue. Both these guys have had to deal with other people being put in ahead of them. And, I mean, Purian has been the one kind of doing what Golden Glue keeps wanting to do, having those breakout performances in the LCS and getting some of the wins. So it would be huge if Golden Glue could take down Purian here for his morale.
Looking good so far. There's a double Dorans and some consumables now up for Purian. Looks like Golden Glue's going to go back, has that early tier as Apollo throws some shots into the back of Matt and his Rakan, as is almost expected at this point of every Caitlyn lane. Apollo and Hako off to another good start.
Yeah, and until Team Liquid decide to go aggressive, in which they do have a fair amount of kill pressure because they can get the knock up from the Rakan and chain it with the root from Xayah, they're going to get shoved in. Almost no question. It's a very hard lane to play against the Caitlyn Karma. It doesn't really have any bad matchups. The way you stop it is by ganking them and getting kills, but that's just not in the cards right now, as Raynova's just been picking up his camps.
Yeah, Ivan just kind of have to clear things up, making sure things are okay, and Matt and Piglet might be all right with the current state of this lane. We'll see if that changes. Raynova's going to go back, and a TP in the top side, actually. Lolo back down onto a minion. Seraph, not quite enough distance on the flag and drag for a bit of poke, but he's going to go back anyway, so it doesn't cost him too much.
Yeah, he had been ahead in CS for that entire little sequence. Needs to go back anyway. No problem.
Nice attention there from Golden Glue, actually backing up at the right moment. Lyra was going for a pretty big wraparound gank. Not able to find the angle for the Cocoon, which is a rare thing for Lyra. He's got some of the best ganking prowess in the whole league. Seraph, though, has TP'd back. He's got triple longsword back, a Jarvan classic in the top lane.
Yeah, matched though with the young Dorn shield and cloth armor, so it's going to be hard to push Lolo in on Galio.
Again, Galio, pretty tough to deal with in general. Hako looking for the root, lands it in onto Xayah. Trap not going to quite connect in time.
That hurts.
Needed that to charge, and now Hako getting ignited. Matt's going to chase him down, root in onto Apollo. Because Envy's duo, they rarely do this, but they actually lose a 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, it all happens when they don't chain the trap with Karma's root. So that just signals Piglet and Matt to go aggressive immediately. You can see the kill pressure that duo actually has on them. Piglet was going to line up the root on Hakuo, which forced an early flash, and then with no Karma to hit, they just bursted down Apollo for a fair bit of damage.
Well, not sure what's been happening on the other side, but minutes in or so, and we have yet another first Drake Infernal here on the V-Stream. The Battle Theater has been filled with fire all day today. I believe that is the fourth straight game in a row where we've had Infernal Drake be the first one.
Oh, Lyra. Yeah, there's no Rengar in this game, so we won't have a 700 attack damage triple Infernal Rengar two-shotting everyone.
700 attack damage?
Yeah, you don't get to see that sometimes when you're casting, but I was checking on stream, paying like really close attention, because you're getting... He already... This is way off topic, but if you go back and watch the CLG game, triple Infernal Drake on an AD Rengar, because he gets so much from his passive already, like the multipliers just become insane, and you get into some ridiculous numbers.
Well, that was a pretty ridiculous game from Dardic, but we'll tunnel back in onto Envy vs TL's first game here. No action just yet around the Drakes, but important to note that, again, we could have some very early action as the team's likely looking to fight around those highly prized objectives. As it is right now, though, everyone just kind of farming away, and we have seen this a bit more from Envy. Lyra, who's a great ganker, he loves to play aggressive, but Envy have been a bit more measured. They've been confident in a lot of their lanes, and you can see right now, with the exception of mid lane, everything's looking good for Envy, and almost all the lanes are even as far as total CS goes. In fact, Envy have a pretty sizable gold lead just on farm.
Yeah, and the important thing to note in the early game is not even just looking at the gold. Look at the push. Look at the way the minion waves are naturally settling, how much time Envy is spending on Team Liquid's side of the map. Iron's not a type of jungler who actually is good at rescuing losing lanes. He brings very low damage in ganks, and if Elise matches him, Elise is going to win that 2v2 at least before you can pull up Daisy at level 6. So not much is releasing this pressure from Team Liquid, and that's allowed some deep wards that are now expiring to kind of get in there from Envy. So, I mean, if Lyra is unable to convert on any kills here, it would be a little bit of an advantage for Team Liquid, because I really think they're building towards the team fight phase, but it's a struggle there because they have a lot of pushing lanes against them.
Another attempted run from Hakua, but Golden Goop playing very respectfully with people missing from their lanes. That Renova is level 6, so it can add Daisy to the party. But Matt, I think, is also looking for that first major level spike, because we've seen time and time again how Rakan, especially, of course, we highlight Aphromu earlier in the season, just how instantly you can make a play. And so TL will have tools to play with here if they want to get something going themselves.
Yeah, the late game team fighting from Team Liquid is awesome. If Matt can get the right combo off into Piglet using the Featherstorm as well as Cassiopeia, we got to see it already with that exact kind of champion combo, and it's an insane amount of damage. Cloud9 did it yesterday evening, so Team Liquid wants to reach that point, and Envy doesn't.
Well, everything's pretty relaxed right now, at least for TL. And it was just kind of strolling through the right-hand side of the jungle. It did secure the Scuttle Crab for himself. And a red buff over to Lyra. Pyrian covering. Maybe just waiting for the lane to come towards him as Golden Glue actually up still 10 CS. With a pretty arresting hold on that 1v1 matchup. Piglet in the meantime, BF sword first. Kind of figured out I think the Zaya build at this point, so it should be pretty standard for both these bot laners. And now a Drake actually tended by TL. I think they have enough space, or at least enough potential if something was to happen. Matt's now level 6. Pyrian does check with a wall and doesn't quite get them far enough out of the pit. That's Drake over to Team Liquid.
Yeah, just great timing on the way they go down there. Pyrian, I believe, was back in base, and just the waves had been pushed almost the whole game. The fact that they could just walk down there with the timely collapse and get the Drake is a huge boon for them.
Might have been TP advantage for Lawler. Can't say exactly, but regardless, Team Liquid make a proactive play. Very safe, but really good. Golden Glue, though, chasing on to Pyrian, who's missed his shot. This is a bad time for Talia. Golden Glue equipments the ulti. Just wants to try and get the damage down, but Lyra cocoons one on. Now chasing in. That's first blood for Matt, actually, as he flashes in towards it. Propel up for release. No, we're good to go for Lyra, but he does have flash. Not enough. Piglet able to get the second kill for TL.
What a massive win there for Team Liquid. Not only getting the Drake, and the teleport advantage was big there, as Seraph had used his teleport to get the CS advantage in lane, but just basically having Golden Glue starting with a positive trade on Pyrian, and then everyone else being first to the realm. Matt using that massive engage range to clean up the kill with Rakan, but Golden Glue was pretty much just going aggressive and fairly blind aggressive. I mean, Rainover was there, and then Hakuho and Matt, but who can arrive first to KS the kill is Matt. And then Lyra, since he no longer had a mid laner, is caught as well. So for a team that is a stronger team fighting group in Team Liquid right there, getting the Infernal Drake and the early kills is huge.
Yep, weathering the storm sort of to level 6 and then able to make a play and pick up that first major objective. Pyrian now just going to shove this wave back to the turret. Golden Glue is returning, but does appear to be tier plus Rod of Ages on the way for Golden Glue. I believe it's a build that Faker has been popularizing. Surprise! He's teaching people stuff in mid lane again.
Now, we've seen a few people go with Bansheesville as well if they're trying to play more defensive, but Golden Glue with that lead now onto Pyrian. Also got to call out the Sightstone on Reignover. Most Iverns will just opt for a very quick redemption rush, but the Sightstone is a little bit of a throwback to Reignover's dominating days where he would recover the map with Sightstone. And if you're going to do it on a jungler, Ivern is one that it works on.
Well, kind of cool to see from Reignover, but he could be caught here. Going to spot Lyra with a good bit of brush made. Lyra instead will ward it. Currently has 2 brushes water, but that will expire as Lyra exits the area. Hardcore getting some poke down. Matt and Piglet going to tank that, but again, just kind of sweeping that vision out with Scry's Blooms helping them spot some of that vision. TL protecting their wards though, and Matt going to zip. Oh, no, not quite over the wall. Thought Zaya was there to help him. Matt, even he's formulating a play to spot Lyra with the root caller. Again, TL just trying to kind of force themselves into the jungle, and Lyra, when he's getting invaded like this, it is so tough for an aggressive jungler.
Yeah, I mean, look at where Golden Glue is. That's the whole problem, but now there's an early TP from Jarvan. They're going to want to kill Golden Glue. All right. Lolo's got a match.
Pretty all in. Here's the TP coming out. Good stun lands into the Jarvan. Reignover combo is in with a root. Now Daisy is getting some of it. Lyra is going to take him down. Ultimate not enough there. There's a 2v2 in bottom lane. Almost takes down Hako. Quickness popped by Matt already, but Apollo's forced to run away.
Just a very late match on the teleport there from Lorlo. He may not have seen Seraph teleporting in the first place, which could contribute to it. But if Galio was there, Team Liquid may have had an edge there since they were pushing Lyra around, but instead it gets turned around and that loses the pressure in the mid lane.
Yep, big cooldowns committed, but NB do come up with a kill for themselves. Managing to defend Lyra as Seraph going to drag through mid and move his way back towards the top side. Matt Reignover's trying very hard to channel this buff, but at least pretty good at interrupting as there's another knock-up attempt, but does miss Hako as Apollo firing back in. A big root there as Matt dances back towards Piglet. That's going to be a 2v2 kill. Piglet nabs it.
Just patience waiting in the brush. Envy had assumed the Team Liquid had gone back to base. They're not. Gonna watch this one more time though. Golden Good is trying to trade with Pyrian. Sees Seraph. That's when the teleport goes to match. He actually lands a nice ultimate and dodges the cocoon, so does about as much as he can to try and stay alive there. Reignover can't get in range to help early enough. And Lolo has to flash away since they were down, but Golden Glue has been a player who has struggled with nerves on stage, and after making an aggressive invade with his jungler to get wards, to die in a situation like that is not something I necessarily want to pin onto Golden Glue, but we have to see how he plays from here on out since the nerves have been a problem in the past.
Yep, certainly something to look out for, and the Rift Herald over to Envy is a nice bit of advantage also. Gold is even, so the expected turret that the Rift Herald will break does kind of give Envy a potential goal lead of about 1,000, but we'll see if they can do more damage or if TL can defend it. We have seen teams kind of quickly adapt to defending a very new objective, which has been impressive to see.
Yeah, you almost never see more than one turret taken by the Rift Herald, and if it's a full health turret, you often don't see that go down either. It's pretty much just the first charge of the Rift Herald with how quickly teams are rotating to defend it.
See if Envy can formulate some sort of plan. Essence Reave is done for Piglet, so he's having a happy time. Auto-attacking down. Creep still behind very slightly on CS, so Apollo isn't too upset about what's happening, but a siege is starting. Daisy is ready. It's an Ivern classic. Gonna shove down the turret, no help needed. Matt looks for the engage, but doesn't get it. Quickness is gonna get channeled down, but the root from Hako is gonna keep around as Pyrian on the wrong side. Maybe no, the shove is good, but Daisy's blocking the threat of volleys. Oh, it's a disaster. Daisy down.
Yeah, Daisy's the only one that got caught on the other side of the Weaver's wall right there, so a swing and a miss for Envy. The question will be now if they can try and match this turret. First turret did go to Team Liquid though, which is not what Envy would have wanted with the Karma and the Caitlyn bottom lane, but here comes!
Especially with the Rift Herald, but this should be enough for at least the first one. Can they get any more Rift Heralds coming in? No! Doesn't quite get the one shot.
Still trying to defend though, they might get it.
No, turret's gonna go down. Oh, the backdoor bonus, yep, does stay alive long enough. Rift Herald dies as the last shot of the turret goes in. So it is a trade overall for Envy, but like we said, you very rarely get more than one.
Yeah, and today is Infernal Day, so Matt very low. Envy want to keep this pressure
up.
up.
Shot from Pyrian, chunks down onto Matt and Piglet. Golden Glue also stacking there, so Envy now the first of this objective.
Yep, swinging back in a big way. Still only 16 minutes in, so we're not anywhere in the late game that you kind of wait for. Zaya, I feel like, gets strongest after 3 items. Cassiopeia needs that time to scale up as well. So a lot of patience needed, and very close game.
And if my eyes do not deceive me, which they do not, we have a third Infernal Drake coming up, as the first two have been split by Envy and TL.
And that's as many as we can get. You can only get 3 of the single Drake spawn in the same game, so no team will get triple Infernal today, or in this game.
No, not in this
they
game.
Will today. That happened
already on the stream. As people are recoiling, going to spend their gold. Envy Apollo up towards the top side of the map, going to get that sieging for himself. And Envy are going to try and, again, kind of do your standard rotations. TL going to match, moving Piglet, and I assume Matt, who's just busy warding down towards the left-hand side of mid. But Apollo, Infinity Edge completed. First mid items done for both these bot laners, so the 2v2 will continue. So you can get the better end of the siege in that now top lane.
Yeah, and Piglet and Matt are showing up a little bit in this game, which is what they need to do, quite honestly, because these guys have actually been laning together for close to 2 years right now, and
yeah, it does feel
show success.
It does feel like this was a combination that could have been so good for so long, but have yet to really show kind of the ceiling, I feel like, on the duo. But now Matt may be caught. Ceiling starting to crumble. Kyrian roaming up here as well. Good little quickness to try and disengage him, but Piglet forced to flash over the wall. Still kiting around. Does get the root as Rainover lands in and forces Kyrian to flash away. TL will teleport Lola, who does cancel.
And that's TP advantage for Envy's Seraph after that entire exchange plays through. They survive it. Question will be, though, do they lose the turret? Because they just had to recall both of their bot laners.
It does feel like TL, I mean, it's nice that they're coming together trying to make these plays, but a little bit frantic, trying to make sure nothing bad happens. And I think it's just a sign of a team that is still building that synergy, building things together, whereas Envy look much more on the same page. You know, we've got enough, we can defend this, and they even get the turret out of it.
Yeah, and this will be a big question as we move throughout the game. I mean, Team Liquid has had some pretty amazing starts to games. We saw their game against CLG where they had 4 kills right at the start, pretty much in the first couple minion waves, and then did nothing with the lead. So in this game, they're definitely not trying to be that proactive, because aside from Matt's Rakan, they don't have that many supportive tools. Or, sorry, what would it be? Proactive tools.
Yeah, and Matt kind of is the big one that does have to show up on this playmaking support. We've seen highlight after highlight, and Matt is going to try and make some of his own.
Exactly, and we're going to have to balance that with Envy actually executing the game plan, which is something they have not been good at in the spring, but have shown a little bit better here in the summer. And that'll be really the question of whether Envy can transition into, you know, definitely not a last place team, but then mid-tier team, a playoff caliber team. Exactly. Where would they fall if they can actually get this mid to late game together? Because we know their early game is some of the best. And early indications in this game is that they're still running their game plan despite falling behind early.
Oh, Charm lands in onto Lyra. Knockup's going to miss. Repel's good. Blast Cone's better. Piglet chasing him, but Hako is going to poke him down. TL onto mid lane though. Seraph late to this rotation. Doesn't want to burn the TP. Daisy out as well for Rainover. Shov's going to miss. Looking for Golden Glue, I believe. So now Hako on the flank with the Karma, but that turret's already dead. Seraph might try and salvage the back end of the fight.
Yeah, and as they're retreating to their turret is when you see Seraph and Apollo coming to the lane. So they're going to try a counter push of their own right here because they have the minion wave and TL's a little bit low, but it's going to be dangerous.
Might need to dive. No good wall from Pyrian to be able to secure it. Stun lands in onto Matt. They're going to chase him down. Seraph doesn't quite get the Cataclysm. Battle Dance, sorry, gets him out of the way, but the turret is going to be traded. Envy once again able to react well.
Yep, match the Team Liquid push mid. I still credit Team Liquid for having the proactivity to make that play. It was Envy who had to respond to it, which is opposite to what we've seen a lot of Team Liquid do this year, where it seems like they're kind of doing nothing and then their reactions haven't even been good on top of that. And they're scaling towards the supportive items that they want. They have the Redemption on the Ivern, they're building up towards the Locket, they're getting the crit scaling going on Piglet, and Golden Glue is stacking up. So things I think are going well for Team Liquid more so than Envy in the early game.
Yeah, we can see Envy, they're still up about 1,000 gold, so things looking okay there, but the teams are on such similar footing as far as total power level goes. We will have to check in with kind of our next major fight. And I think our first major engagement will very likely be around this Inferno Drake. It is one thing to kind of split them, like, oh good, we each traded one. We've had a lot of trading of objectives generally has been the theme of this first game. So, I mean, if we talk about TL having that good team fight and Envy having their tools to snowball a game, if they can find the right angles on the fights, Inferno Drake's where the party's going to be at in about a minute time.
Yeah, and Envy is going with some mid-game scaling items there. The double haunting guys you see on the Elise and the Talia are pretty big right now because we see no magic resistance on Golden Glue, Piglet, or Matt. So 3 people that could be very vulnerable to Pyrian or Lyra's assault. Aside from that, though, Team Liquid isn't fully scaled up, so Envy would be advantaged in this fight.
You can also see Piglet has finished his Hurricane, so he's very strong for the next engagement. A little dark on the map here for Envy right now, camping a brush. Piglet's like, yep, I know exactly what's happening there.
Gotta be so careful.
Does catch a few, but maybe a stun landing in. Matt does get the charm in on Battle Dances back away to Piglet, but a massive charm on a Seraph as he dove into the backline, and Piglet is looking to go down. Apollo able to snipe him down there. Seraph with the ulti in onto Golden Glue. As Pyrian trying to force him back away. Ace in the hole. He's gonna get the double kill. Apollo lands the execute.
And Team Liquid needed to be so careful, but was not actually very careful. Piglet kind of nearly face-checking where they had to go, and Envy again collapses faster. Seraph with a much better TP than Lorlo to collapse into this fight.
Now Infernal Drake will be the prize for Envy. Apollo also gets a big minion wave in the bottom lane out of the deal. But if we're looking to tip the balance on the Drakes, the second Infernal and the last one for this game does go over to Envy. It's been a much cooler Ocean Drake coming up as our next one, but I don't think the momentum's looking to stop anytime soon for Envy.
Yeah, this is not Pokemon. Ocean does not actually counter
No,
Infernal in this game. Quite the opposite, really, especially later on. But watching this fight one more time, they're using Rainover's weapons against him. They hide in the brush. The Piglet goes up to check, but it's the teleport that comes in. And the match from Galio is slow and then canceled almost immediately. So TL then has no chance of actually sticking with this fight, even though they had a lot of people low. Galio enters that fight, protects Golden Glue. Rainover's still in there. Maybe they'd have a chance, but they decide to call it off. They lose 2 and the Infernal Drake.
We'll see what Envy do now with the freshly made gold and second Infernal. Looks like Apollo's getting things started on the top lane. Envy with 3 outer turrets, but looking to pressure into those tier 2s. Seraph, not rooted there by Piglet, doesn't quite have enough feathers to CC up Seraph, who is tanky-ish with the Titanic and the Black Cleaver, so it's not too troublesome. Hakuo, camp in a brush. Decent bit of poke there onto the front line of TL. And Envy just feeling like we're going to fight. Matt again going to look for the play, but Seraph not going to eat it. Now Lyra looking for Piglet, but he gets destroyed. That was ambitious.
Yeah, Piglet is fed. That's the one guy who's quite strong right now. You check out the gold as well as his items, and he is 1,500 more gold than Golden Glue, who's sitting in the mid lane right there. So TL really just wanted to group up. They have not had good communication, good cohesion, and this defensive game has gotten them picked off a little bit. So when they group up, they feel like they'd be able to play those team fights right. They have the shielding items onto Rainover, and Piglet just kind of on the side of the fight goes and makes a big play.
Definitely, man, you want to be ahead as Lyra missing that cocoon and just kept trying for it, but he got disintegrated.
That was really cool, actually. So Piglet threw out all the feathers with his Feather Storm. Lyra sidestepped it, but then Piglet flashed behind him to get the Blade Caller that destroyed Lyra on it. So really quick little outplay there, expending his flash on ult, but getting the kill.
Yeah, you can see Lyra, ever the aggressive player, is going basically full damage Elise, which is pretty common. I think I would say standard, actually, for current Elises, but does mean you don't live very long when you're trying to 1v1 a fed 80 carry. Piglet on the warpath right now. Blade of the Ruin King building up. Shouldn't be too much longer till he has it. And like we've mentioned in champs, like plenty of protection for Piglet if he wants to go make a montage or two.
Yeah, and the Blade of the Rune King is actually something I pretty heavily disagree with. I feel like the Infinity Edge on top of the Essence Reaver and Hurricane is just an absurdly powerful spike, since Xayah has that crit scaling in her kit as well as just being an 80 carry and Infinity Edge being a great keystone item in those builds. So losing out on a lot of damage potential for a little bit of safety, I feel like. Not a great trade-off.
Curious to see if Piglet actually completes the blade or maybe looks for IE now. Wall cutting them off. Piglet isolated, but on the right side towards his base. Root there landing it onto Seraph means that will disengage all Envy's potential engage. And while Barret is available, not sure Envy are feeling quite so bold, especially without Pyrian's wall. So fumble on the play. TL defend nicely, and now back to pushing waves with Piglet. Or getting caught in their own jungle. Don't want to do that one. Have to be careful here. Both teams, again, jostling back and forth for Vision, and Apollo, he's been side lane status for a lot of this game. He's getting top lane going.
Yeah, and Apollo actually does that a fair bit. Apollo generally tries to get experience advantages on the enemy AD carry by side laning. Piglet's just doing it more. He has 5 levels over his support, actually.
That is a high number as TL have actually cut Envy completely off here. Going to be able to take down a turret. Pyrion looking for a shot, and they need to try and nail down Piglet. Engage onto Pyrion. Means he's absolutely dead as Piglet able to get that first one. Here is Entrance. Going to try and peel it all off as Lyra just caught amongst all of the TL team fight. They're just moving forward in a death ball. Able to take down the next one. Piglet now going to grab the double as they keep going. Rakan does die as Apollo able to get that snipe. So engagement will stop. But TL 2 for 1 plus a turret.
Yeah, they poke off Pyrion's Banshee's Veil. Matt gets the initiation, and Team Liquid was trying to play as conservative as possible in the early game because they know how strong they can be in a 5v5. We see a small amount of that right there with Matt's initiation, and now they turn to Baron.
Oh, Daisy leaps into the pit. Envy's still here to try and get them off the Baron. Lola getting poked down heavily. Lyra with a good scries will get some vision back, but Piglet needs to keep cutting around. He does not have his ultimate, so no extra safety, but Apollo also needs to be awfully careful. Gonna miss that net, not get the headshot. Now gonna try and Peacemaker onto Golden Glue as Lyra barely gets away with the repel towards the Casio, but Golden Glue still moving forward. Flashes, he gets the kill. Golden Glue might make it more as Envy still trying to fight it out, but at least they got TL off the Baron.
Seraph.
That Seraph TPing in, finds Rainer, Apollo gets the kill before he can land it, and now Golden Glue has to book it. I don't know if you want him back there.
Yeah, that's rather dangerous.
Ooh, Ace in the hole almost takes down Piglet. Golden Glue stays. Might be setting a trap at this point. Pyrion finds him, though.
They're trying to cut him off.
Yeah, Pyrion looking for it, but the wall's not quite there. Golden Glue looks for the ulti, but I think something didn't quite go right. Pyrion blows up Golden Glue, and now Matt's trapped on the wrong side of the rift. Pops a quickness for just the movement speed. And now Dances uses the W to move away, but Pyrion just flashes and grabs the double, and now it's Envy's turn for Baron.
What a disaster right there for Team Liquid, and it really just feels like they are not on the same page as far as when to go and when to fall back, but Envy is. So Envy re-engages as they make a Baron defense with 3 people, and now they are the ones that turn straight onto Baron.
Well, Baron is getting low, but TL are kind of here to maybe clean up the back end of the fight. Pyrion is trying to zone them away. Baron is not going to go over to Lyra because he doesn't have Smite, but he's going to make it there in time. Apollo able to hit it down. Lolo chasing it onto Pyrion, but now has to ult back towards Piglet. TL get no kills out of the deal. Envy secure the Baron, and everyone else is alive.
Yeah, Ocean Drake will be up, but that is an afterthought with the Baron. Watching this, Piglet gets a lot of poke on the back of the fight, so can't really follow with Golden Glue. You can see Rainover and Piglet were actually turning back to Baron as Lolo flash engaged for the taunt, so that doesn't have the impact it should have. If Team Liquid turns as a unit, they might actually kill 2 or 3 people, whereas if they just had Golden Glue zoning out everyone else and the rest of the team stayed on Baron, they would have had Baron. They could have done either one if they just would have picked a call and gone with it, but they don't. They lose Rainover. Golden Glue sticks around while everyone else is recalling. They're potentially telling him to defend against Baron. But the wards kind of show where the fear would be, so people pretty boldly go through to check. They find Golden Glue, Matt tries to save him. Meanwhile, everyone else is back in base. Really just everyone scattered across the map, and Envy group up. Pyrion makes some nice outplays, gets the double kill, and secures the pick.
Yeah, Clutch Bench is there for Pyrion by the looks of things, and he's now 3 items strong on Talia. Leandre's and Riley's all done. 3 items and a QSS for Apollo, and Seraph is get there on the Randuins actually, not going for the ever-popular Stone Plate, but a nice chase against Piglet, who is the strongest member of TL. And with all that being said, Envy with 2 minutes to play with and the Baron buff, a pretty big gold lead could extend even further.
This is one of those games where Piglet would be expected to 1v5, so to speak. He has a lot of support on his side. Double redemptions. The Ivern to help him out. A lot of early game kills. But I don't think the Blade of the Ruin King is what's going to get him there. He's not going to be able to do enough damage in these team fights if they get the right setup, but still have a very strong team fighting composition. They have to repel this siege by Envy.
Rapid Fire Cannon's going to help out for Apollo as he and Pyrion team up for the second tier 2 turret. That's mid and top now gone. TL grouping, maybe hoping someone takes the awfully lazy way between the lanes, but Envy have been pretty good about doing things the standard way here. Big trap line there for Apollo. He's just going to step forward and try and poke. Oh my goodness, Piglet has no health left. That was 1 headshot with a Rapid Fire Cannon.
And Infinity Edge increases the damage of your crits. So when you do it, you have more damage in this stage in the game. Apollo showing his gold lead as well over Piglet, and this will just enhance Envy's siege.
Well, Piglet immediately goes back to base. That looked, that was pretty dirty actually from Apollo. Able to siege from a fairly long range, and now this turret's going to go down. Actually, oh, we haven't talked about this yet. We have triple Energizers. Warlord, Static Shiv, and RFC. After Ruden's change, Hurricane Dead, which was in this patch, we did expect Caitlyn to kind of dip away to that Static Shiv. So not only is Apollo able to do a lot with kind of all those charges, but it does happen a lot quicker.
Yeah, he stacks up very, very fast. And this is kind of the new Caitlyn build. Longer range, more burst damage because you're getting Static Shiv proc off in the right situations. Man, 6 turrets down on this TL team who doesn't actually have that much playmaking, so they're hoping that Envy overdives and they can get some nice turnaround, but it's going to be tough.
And we've seen them just use Pyrian's Wall so effectively in a number of different games already. I mean, this is kind of the comp that we've done so much macro work in. His poor Piglet loses about 40% of his health on that little shot. Must have not been a headshot there for Apollo. He also has a last Whisper in case he didn't have enough damage.
Is Piglet the one clearing traps? Like, I really have to ask because they have a Galio that would take much less damage on these traps. And then Piglet wouldn't have to keep going back to base.
I mean, Apollo is just demolishing everything he shoots at this point, so he's going to stay mid and start sieging Hakuo behind him in case he needs to rescue him quickly. And now Seraph with the TP bottom side, Pyrian with the wall, and Lyra behind him on the top side. And at some point, something has to give here for TL. Either they go for a play and get picked off, or their turrets start crumbling, because Envy are happy to hold this pattern for quite a while.
Exactly. They could even wait until the next Baron or an Elder Drake after the next Ocean because they have the patience right now. And it has been also a problem for Envy in the past, closing out games, so you wouldn't want to wait too long, especially if that allows the rest of Team Liquid's scaling to kick in. But in this situation when they're clearing the whole jungle and not actually suffering any casualties, and the fact that they did actually have a very strong Baron power play there, plus about 5,000 gold, no reason to panic or do anything crazy yet.
No, and they're close to 10,000 gold ahead, and Lyra was clearing blue side jungle camps on his side of the jungle. If you're wondering how confident N2 are feeling in their hold of the map.
That kind of tells you that they are not looking to dive very soon. Potentially pretty risky too, and you're a little jungler. 6,000 units away from the rest of your team, but they're almost just banking on the fact that Team Liquid's not going to do anything. So Matt could theoretically make a big engage when they're spread out like this. That's kind of Team Liquid's way out of the base right here, but they can't do it in the mid lane because of all the traps, and Laurel's off in a side lane, so no one can actually step on those traps to clear them, and they feel pretty handcuffed in their base right now.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Envy will continue to build a lead. Thankfully, inhibitor turrets do regen, so it takes a lot of pot shots to try and take them down, but Envy looks like they're mobilizing, gonna move some people back and set up for the next objective. You can see Ocean Drake in 50 seconds, Baron up in a minute 20. Envy wanted to make sure they can fight for something other than just a siege, as Mortal Reminder now finished for Apollo. He is a material scimitar away from being the scariest Caitlyn I've seen in a while.
Yes, absolutely, he's huge. Just need the Ardent Sensor to come through on someone. And
what are you doing?
Or a Knight's Vow somewhere, but they don't have the champions to build those items necessarily. The Gargoyle Stoneplate, probably next item on Seraph. That is the thing you do on Jarvan, as you mentioned, oftentimes before the Randwind's Omen. TL's out of their base, though. Hoping to group up. 40 seconds to Baron. That's where they want to get
You can see rushing over there like, this is our one chance to get vision before everything goes bad again. So smart from TL actually to move on the objective. Lolo, you're a tank. Woo. Technically, Apollo is ignoring a lot of that right now. In fact, he's just barraging down mid lane now, shooting everything inside. I think it just doesn't matter. He almost might be moving towards the next area Envy tells him to go to, because he's destroying everything in his path.
That was a bunch of damage right there. Lolo can't tank for long in these fights.
That felt like 3-ish autos.
Yeah, everything hit at the same time. I feel like Talia probably had something to do with that as well, but Apollo playing with a lot of impunity right now, and that's when you want to see Matt do the flash engage and get something crazy off. But they don't have the same type of Orianna chaining you would have on someone else, but even have a Rakan fly in and then the Galio fly in as well to create that frontline zoning. Team Liquid just not doing that teamfight cohesion at any point in this game.
No, and because they're not doing anything, Pyrian is free pushing a top lane and trying to break down the inhibitor. But kind of last piece in for Envy. Vex Seraph might catch him in rotation. Rain over getting struck. Almost going to go down. The red buff's not quite enough. Seraph gets grounded, but Pyrian cuts them all off, and Piglet almost dies in an instant. Lyra does finally get the kill. Seraph lands the dunk and takes down Piglet, and Pyrian jukes around the ulti of Golden Glue. Hakuo flashes forward to secure it as Pyrian is going to get the next kill. He's on a killing spree. Matt is running as far away as he can go. But even if he lives, his base will not. Team Liquid in shambles.
Yeah, they have a minion wave that they are patiently escorting up towards the Nexus turret. So Lorla's going to try and clear him away. That would be the only thing that would extend this game at all, but it's not looking very likely.
But who's winning in support or combat, chat? That is the real question. No, never mind. It's going to be the Nexus we pay attention to. Hakuo does play Matt on the other end. Lolo's going to be the last piece of the puzzle in Envy's ace. He will live back towards his fountain, but the Nexus will not be so lucky. Envy, yet another win. 1-0 up over Liquid.
And they just demolished Team Liquid in that last fight. It felt like Team Liquid never really had the cohesion to counter what Envy had, and that wasn't the story that we were telling with Envy in the last split. It was always Envy who looked like they were spread out, or Envy who didn't have the right vision control and would face check a bush, but that was not the case in this game. They were much cleaner, much more cohesive than Team Liquid in this game, and despite having a little hiccup early, they closed it out well in 36 minutes.
They did, and the thing I love there is when they have Pyrion pushing that top lane and kind of threatening a split push, as soon as they see TL to turn around being like, they're answering Pyrion, Seraph without hesitation dived into the front line and they just start a team fight. Because, I mean, either way, Envy were going to win that situation, but the speed in which they knew what to do is what impresses me.
Yeah, and they knew what to do very quickly, and you saw that with a lot of their teleports. Seraph does need to be credited right here with having the communication with his bottom lane and arriving at the right time. That very rarely happened in the spring split, and especially in a team with two import Koreans right there, has had communication problems in the past, but it did not look like the case in this game.
No, certainly not in the first one, and now we're going to throw it over to the analysts to see what they make of that first game.
Thank you, Pastry. And as we take a look at this, Envy still hot on the heels of all the teams, now heading up the list a little bit more, but this is only a win, not a match. They still have another one to go before they take down TL, who had a lead in the beginning of this game.
And that's kind of the story for Team Liquid, is they can often get leads but can't really do much with them. Envy kind of go for this weird skirmish. Pyrion has a misplay, gets blown up early on, and that looks good for a scaling team comp for TL. They also got a dragon, and things are looking great before they start making mistakes in the mid game again.
Yeah, and I like how in the cast, Jat talked about the game where they were against CLG, and CLG gave them 4 kills in the first 4 minutes across the entire map, and then they lost that game. This kind of harkens back to that, where you have a scaling composition, you just got handed a bunch of gold, you should be able to play standard and then have a really good chance in that mid-late game. Because their composition, I don't have too many beefs with this composition, except that we were talking about it where the Cassiopeia could be an Orianna, which I consider like a better Golden Glue champion. They'd have another shield for Piglet, who was actually going off in that game. And then this composition, they just didn't allow the time to come where they could take those fights.
And that's the weird thing for me, is just because they kind of threw it back a little bit in the mid game, and then as you watch, Pyrion and the rest of Envy start grouping up and they start blocking off turrets, and they just mow down the outer ring of turrets a little too easily. Not like a ton of resistance on the side of TL. And like we said, maybe with the Orianna, you can go for the flash recon engages, easily followed up with an Orianna ultimate. And the Cassiopeia just didn't seem to be doing a ton, but the whole team wasn't doing a ton, to be fair.
And if they were doing things, they were doing them separately.
Yeah.
Which really, that big Baron that went over was the thing that I was like, oh my God, TL do not look like.
And that's exactly where we're going right now. Perfect. 26 minutes in. Let's get this on the screen. It looks good for TL. They start being the catalyst to their own aggression and results, and then this happens.
And the thing for this is, Envy kind of flubbed their engage. Pyrion took a lot of weird angles in team fights. This time he does get punished for it. Seraph kind of goes in late, but their mid laner's already down, so it's an easy kill. After that, TL looks at the Baron buff, but they're all over the place. They can put brushes on it, they can burn it down, they have a lot of damage. They're kind of zoning Lyra, who's not in a great place to really contest here. And instead of turning back right now and finishing Baron, Lorlo and Golden Glue keep pressing forward.
Yeah, why is Golden Glue leaving the pit like that? He's going for kills, but now they have to stop doing the Baron. Their Cassiopeia, who almost had full mana, left. It's like, you just threw at that point.
And right, you no longer have the enhanced recall. You're all out of position. Seraph respawns, teleports back in, able to start cleaning these kills up. And Pyrion as well, spawning and start having his Thalia wall up again, starts cutting people off. Golden Glue camping this brush, but they know he's in there because the topside jungle's all warded up. Process of elimination, he's in that brush. And then Pyrion, flashing and getting aggressive there, finishes him off.
It's outplayed.
Yeah, Matt not able to get the W off, and it's just too many kills. And after this, Envy gets the Baron, and they're in control the rest of the game.
Yeah, really just completely different pages. Lorlo went for a flash W taunt. Nobody else is in the vicinity when it goes off. So it's like, all right, either we're all peeling off now, Piglet, get your butt over here, or we're all just finishing the Baron and one person can go off and like stop Lyra from coming in.
It becomes a quick loss of just where the game is at itself. Not knowing your jungle is that warded or having the potential to clear it at that point in time when you're trying to do a Baron, and it results in that means that TL was a little farther behind than just those plays. Looking now at 36 minutes, the game-ending fight kind of rounds things out here for Envy as they were able to touch the time.
You gotta give a lot of credit to Pyrian's Talia. We talked about that weird angle he took in the last fight, kind of got him killed. This time, plays a little bit more patiently, flies in the backside, walls them all off so they can't get out. Matt tries to hop the wall, and on the meantime, the rest of the four-man core of Envy is burning down the front line of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Pyrian really just stood out this game on this Talia. We've talked about it multiple times. He can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah.
He can't keep getting this champion.
We've seen two great performances in terms of champions, Talia and Ahri. And the Ahri is something that a lot of people aren't going to blind. So just ban the Talia, get rid of it. They spent a ton of bans on the top lane. You still have Jarvan for Seraph. He has a wide champion pool. I understand trying to keep him off a couple of the annoying split push carries, but they gave up, Pyrian's bread and butter champion to do it.
And that's the thing too, is like this champion helps Envy so much with macro game where they can have those flanks where, oh, you can't actually disengage this fight. Or they go up to turrets and they actually just wall off turrets and pick up the turret. So really, it just helps him out a whole bunch stylistically.
We're talking a little bit about Seraph there. He is able to grab the player of the game in this first game of the series here. A lane bully, clutch TPs coming in as well. We saw a few there help to end out the fight on TL.
Yeah, 30 CS advantage in lane. We see that Galio is this extremely strong champion in the top lane. People try different counter picks for it. You see a lot of them be physical damage bruisers, Renekton's, Fiora's. You have the Jarvan here, and as long as you can hold the Galio down, then you end up much stronger in team fights because he's not able to tank quite as well if he's not as beefy as he wants to be.
Yeah, and you're definitely going to actually just shred the armor as well with the pass-through of the Q. And the fact that he's also able to put pressure on the back line of Golden Glue and Piglet is really big. So I think the Jarvan, I know I'm not always a big fan of that pick just in general because it's very hard to slot into compositions when it doesn't have an ultimate up or when it is or when it's trying to drive the back line and it's not like a front-to-back bruiser tank. It's more of just a diver, right? So you do need some way to follow that up, or at least they need to have carries that can't really get away from that.
And one thing that's interesting for this game, too, is the fact that Lyra didn't actually have a great game. Usually we talk about Lyra kind of going crazy, and it's nice to see that Envy can win without him getting them a massive early game lead or something like that.
Yeah, I actually threw it over to TL at the beginning by Pyrian and Lyra both dying very early on.
Well, before we go to commercial, I just want to ask one thing. The Talia, we know to be banned. TL's on blue side now. What can they focus? What should kind of be first in their mind to get things going?
It's tough to say just because when you talk about Team Liquid, a lot of it doesn't come down to draft. Like we were saying, this is a fine draft. You had an early lead. You're scaling later. The Orianna maybe is a better last pick there. But at the same time, you had a lot of advantages, and you just don't ever seem to be on the same page. The early lead, throw it away. Get a big team fight victory in the mid/late game. Mess up around Baron, and it's not something that's going to be fixed with the champion.
Yeah, completely agree.
It's really about coming together in game for TL at this point. So we'll see if Team Liquid can even up the score when we come back with Game 2 against Envy. Don't go anywhere. You know that.
Continue.
Cocoon's one on. Now chasing in. That's first blood for Matt, actually, as he flashes in towards it. Repel up for release. No, we're good to go for Lyra, but he does have flash. Not enough. Piglet able to get the second kill for TL.
Going back. Just to take their red. Get our blue, and then we go to their red.
Nice. Ivan here. Pass your ulti down. Okay. Okay. Catch your flash. Nice. Baby die. Nice.
Almost dies in an instant. Lyra does finally get the kill. Seraph lands the dunk and takes down Piglet. And Pyrian jukes around the ulti of Golden Blue. Hako flashes forward to secure it as Pyrian is going to get the next kill. He's on a killing stream. Envy, yet another win. 1-0 up over Liquid.
And
been consistently good. Last game, he actually wasn't that great. He wasn't the reason that they won. I think it was a lot to do with Seraph's teleports, as well as Pyrian and Apollo's play in teamfights, and Lyra was just kind of there. Maybe that is something that happens when you're up against Reignover, who has been a former MVP in this league, but it is the whole MV team playing together that has been the big story.
And that showed in that game one there as well. Consistently TPing in well with Seraph, playing around all three of the lanes that they were able to get pressure in, starting fights, doing objectives well. Kind of everything fell into place there for Envy. And it's a comp, honestly, that they ran. We've seen from them quite a number of times, but honestly relatively unique. Like, you don't tend to play Caitlyn without a true tank that often, but Envy actually do it quite a lot, and they've been successful with it, even if these are champions that almost everyone is playing as well.
Yeah, it's true. And I do actually want to talk a little bit about Jarvan right now, because I heard Zyrene talking about it on the analyst desk as well. I think he does kind of slot in the tank role in the way he's played in a lot of these games. It's definitely not the same of sitting in front and not allowing anyone to get past you, but once you get that Gargoyle Stoneplate, it gives you enough temporary tankiness after you've dove in. With your Black Cleaver, Titanic Hydra, you're actually stacking up a large amount of health with the W max on the Jarvan. So I think in a lot of ways he does play like a tank, and that fits perfectly for someone like Seraph, who doesn't really like playing tanks. It doesn't seem like it's his style. He needs to have that kill threat. And Jarvan currently is a champion that can kind of kill two birds with one stone in that situation. So Shen and Jarvan, I think, both fit very well for this team.
Yeah, I was going to say, we keep finding tanks that aren't really tanks for Seraph to play. Seems like J4 and Shen are slotting in nicely, and even banned Shen away on their side in game number 1. We'll be up to Champ Select pretty shortly, so we'll see what the teams have in store for game number 2. Also from the analyst desk, we did hear that draft wasn't necessarily the problem there for Liquid. I think everything looked good for them. So again, reset mentally and kind of go forward from it. And that's going to be the big thing for me for Liquid, almost until they pick up a win, I think. Because it feels like their worst enemy so much of the time seems like themselves.
Yeah.
Because we know these players are good. Like, Piglet's amazing, but he didn't show up in that game.
Yeah, I think Piglet has been amazing in the past and shows glimpses of being very good, but he has had a lot of huge underperformances, and I want to see the growth from him. I mean, I highly disagree with him being 4 kills up, Hurricane, Essence Reaver, and then going with Blade of the Ruined King instead of Infinity Edge when they're in a composition designed around him hypergearing. You have to go for the high damage item right there, and they fell off kind of right after that. Inconsistency, communication, all these things have been huge problems for Team Liquid.
Well, ceiling is there, but can they live up to it? Liquid will show us a little more here in this next draft. They're on the blue side here for game 2, and Elise Sin is their first ban of choice. Envy decide to ban away Elise. There's Fiora joining the pack for Liquid, so very early ban away on that one. It looks like a first pick Galio is in the cards.
Very well could be. I mean, it's a powerful pick, but it's not something Lorlo had a very large influence over the game on. Envy also the ones to ban away the Shen. Do not want that first pick Elise, and they're targeting Seraph.
They're apparently just like after all the top laners right now, as Jace joins the litter there as well. Shen banned by Envy. Maybe Zach gets banned here for Envy, but maybe they're just like, not that afraid of it. Maybe we leave it up. It's been left up a couple of times, once against Envy actually, which unfortunately they played to a loss.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Fiora banned, it would open you up to have the ability to first pick a Galio if you want to, but if you're going to do that, you have to actually play around it. They're going totally different. Cannon unbanned, one of the most banned champions in the North American LCS, and not one of the winningest when it does get picked.
No,
but definitely has a lot of strengths.
Certainly in the top lane, we did see Sneaky on it in the bot lane recently, but I believe that's his only showing there. And we'll see what Envy want to answer with here. Again, we've seen a lot of similar looking compositions by them. Looks like they're going to stick to exactly what they know. This is Hakuo's nth game on Karma this split. Although this will be a nice change if they do want to go for it here. Caitlyn is still up, but for whatever reason, Envy are at least entertaining the Lucian, showing it to Team Liquid.
They're teasing the Lucian right now. We've seen Lucian actually played into Kennen top lane as well, not to mention you technically be able to flex it into the mid lane or the bottom lane. What are they doing with these hovers? Whoa!
All right, so this is actually something that Seraph's played quite a lot of.
Yeah.
Renekton into Kennen can be good if you can get on top of Kennen for all of the kiting, for all of the stuns that Kennen dishes out. Turns out when you all-in him, he dies pretty quickly. which we even saw in the earlier games with lots of jungle attention. Liquid, though, answer with Rakan and Xayah once more. So they're on back on that comp, and Apollo's like, gimme, 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 Caitlyn.
Yeah, and in 2017, as you mentioned, Renekton is Seraph's most played champion. So high level of comfort. It's another one of those champions that can be a frontline, doesn't have the same tank tools as other tanks, but will still have a lot of kill pressure. So it's his type of bruiser champion right there. I think it's going to be a tough matchup into the Kennen, though.
Certainly could be tough, and I think junglers will, as always, play a pivotal role in how that goes. So Rengar's going to get banned by Envy, taking that jungler away. Lyra's got a lot of options left, though, and Talia's going to get banned. So there's one up against Furion. Do they make it 2 and take the Ahri down as well? Because if they don't, I'm going to predict that they'll pick Ahri in phase 2.
Yeah, I also think there's an outside chance we see Malzahar from Furion. It was one of his picks back when he was in the LCS in 2016. Did receive some buffs to the mid lane, I would say, although more changes overall. A lot of things happened to the Voidlings and the timing on some of his spells.
I haven't banned by
Glue does not look great right now.
No, he's looking pretty worn out, honestly, after only one game. So there's Cassiopeia banned as well, actually taking both the pick that Furion played and then the common counter to it, which Golden Glue did play in the last game. Looks like they're going to save mid for last pick, though. Some of our prediction is wrong. It's pretty likely that Golden Glue is now going to take it as a result, and Furion might have to show us something new. But this Nidalee from Lyra is something we've seen, and he's kind of the only player still really impressing on it, but he does look good.
Yeah, he's super good at it. He applies a lot of early pressure and is deadly accurate with those spears earlier. I think Olaf is a good pick against it. They can still Galio. This
all right.
You're telegraphing it, though. You're saying Galio mid lane. Yep. So he's not going to have very much kill threat on whatever you throw in against him.
I really wonder if they were afraid of Fiora mid, by the way. Like, I'm just wondering if they had this plan the whole time. Anyway, we'll have to find out. But Galio mid, I mean, if we had the last comp that really protected the strong carries here for Liquid, this comp maybe does it even more. So with Furion, back on Ahri.
The Ahri, the other pick that he's actually looked pretty good on this split. I mean, very early on, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Ahri had very minor nerfs in this most recent 7-11 patch, so not as strong, but still highly pickable. It is something Furion is 2-0 on early on in the split so far, and I mean, this is a win lane team composition for Envy with a lot of flanking and chaos in team fights. And quite honestly, if Team Liquid, even though they do have the split push threat, just play the team fights with the Galio and the Xayah Rakan duo, they should be all right.
Certainly should be, but we'll have to see how these lane matchups go. Lolo's going to need to have a big split push performance. We've seen his Fiora before, now going to have to bring that element of his play to Kennen in this particular game. Like you said, for Envio, I feel like they've run this comp and many variations almost every single game when available. I mean, Hakuo, I'm going to have to look up the stat later. He has played like an ungodly amount of common games this split.
Yeah, absolutely. This is basically Envy saying, we like these champions. We are going to play these champions, and the team composition will kind of fit, but not really. I don't actually think there's any amazing synergies on this team composition or any great team fighting. And these are the types of team compositions you pick when you are ungodly confident that your opponent will not execute theirs. So Team Envy just looking like they're going to try and outskill and punish the fact that Team Liquid have yet to pick up a game win this split and do not look like they can play well as a team.
Envy, to their credit, do stitch together some pretty fun stuff despite the competitions maybe not looking as good on paper. Liquid, though, just going to have to dig deep and rattle off 2 straight wins that they would like to pick their first win of the summer up. It's been a tough one so far. We talked about mentality. Saw Golden Glue earlier, not look particularly healthy, but you have to push that all out of mind and just play the game you know. Because like we've heard time and time again, Golden Glue is an excellent player. In practice, he looks amazing. So he's just got to find it in himself to kind of basically not get tilted.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he's accomplished that in this series. We mentioned he had a good start in the laning phase in Game 1, invaded the jungle of Envy, ended up dying to the collapse, and then our question was, will he be able to avoid his stage nerves here? Didn't pick up a kill for the rest of the game, had no impact, and was not able to bounce back from that moment. And you don't have very long in between games to bounce back like that.
No, and like even just stat-wise, it even felt like the way he was playing was just completely defensive once again. So we'll see if Liquid can right the ship or if Envy are going to pick up yet another win. And thank you for stats for letting me know that Hakuo has played 5 games of Karma. This is the 5th. He's 4-0. They're looking to push that to a continued undefeated streak on the pick. This split only.
Yeah, it's not like we've played many games.
I mean, no, but it's still pretty
Yeah,
impressive.
1-2, 2-1, 2-0, and now 1-0 in this. So that's not many games when you sum it all together.
Well,
oh man, a lot of karma.
Yes, he's played so much. As a percentage of his games played, it's been a lot, but we'll see what happens here around the blue buff. Looks like Lyra's going to start there with a bit of help from the duo lane. Rainova gets a look in by Seraph, I think, actually, as Lolo's meeting the wave instantly to try and get that shoved away. And Lyra certainly can make up some creative parts here. He's already on the lookout over the back of the Dragon Wall.
Ooh, did get spotted out by a ward, though. So good scouting right there by Team Liquid. They may have paid some close attention to his Nidalee beforehand. Doesn't look like they're going to collapse, though. Nidalee's still pretty formidable early on. This should at least tell Rainover to go take the enemy red. Empyrean's on that, too.
Excellent response there from Empyrean. Has a ward down to spot the potential invade onto their red side of the jungle. And Lyra might just take it all here if he thinks Rainova isn't going back into this fight. He's going to wait for now.
Yeah, well, Lyra needs to make a quick decision right now because they have the ward, so he's wondering exactly what happened. He gets warded out, so he's got to be pretty careful. He wants to take the little ones. That's where most of the experience is.
Gonna get him. Gonna get 3 of them, in fact. And move his way back towards the mid lane. Good job on Golden Glue there for warding and pushing. And now Rainova has been spotted by that ward that Pyrian put down, but I'm not sure Lyra is able to contest, and instead we'll just have a trade.
Yeah, mainly because Lyra was spotted out and is still level 2 because he couldn't clear the Raptor camp. He does not want to run face first into a level 3 Olaf. Looks like he's going to be okay with that buff trade, but question will be, he doesn't want his Raptors to go over either, so he's trying to get a net camp advantage over Rainover.
Well, Rainover actually onto the Krugs, maybe. That's kind of a creative little solution. As Golden Glue, real big bit of CC onto Pyrian, gets almost every bit of that combo with Galio. Punks out that Ahri.
Rainover stealing the Krugs, which I don't think is that valuable. Krugs do not pack a lot of experience early on into the game, but they do a good amount of gold.
Maybe better than nothing.
Yep.
Seraph was getting pushed in by Lolo, so it was a kind of a safe side for Rainova to be invading on as well. But Lyra going to be pretty quick through this jungle. In fact, both Olaf and Nidalee should tear through this jungle at light speed.
Yeah, both super fast farmers. In fact, when Nidalee was meta, you pretty much only wanted to pick super fast clearing junglers against her, otherwise she'd just heavily outfarm you.
Love this from Rainova though, taunt in from Golden Glue already. There's the damage down. Pyrian's going to be forced to flash dive. Is forthcoming. Rainova wants it. He's going to get it, and he picks up first blood.
Oh, the Ignite ticks him out as well. Pyrian ignited right as he died. That was so close to being exactly what Team Liquid needed, but the kill did not go over to Golden Glue. He's recalling anyway. Will not actually net much of an edge, aside from having the flash advantage on Pyrian, but they will need to punish that before level 6 if they want to come back.
Going for a lot of landing items here as well, and we'll be TPing back to the lane. Darksteel, Doran's Ring, and the crafting potion that he started with, so a huge amount of investment into surviving this lane and getting ahead. Already going to be slightly ahead on CS, as Pyrian cannot teleport to this lane. But Lyra, he's just taking over the jungle. Now Golden Glue can't stop this on his own, and Lyra already out, taking away that big Raptor and the plants, and now spotting Rainova as well on the Krugs.
Gonna try and steal it with the spear.
Towards it, Smite from Rainova is good. Lyra tags the Drake on the way out, though. Oh, getting slowed by Ocean Drake. Dangerous, but he'll be fine. No one there to chase him. Good charm for Pyrian onto Golden Glue, but Galio did use the W early for a bit of damage reduction, so not too much damage there being dealt.
Yeah, and we also got to touch back in on this bottom lane. There's been so much story with the junglers hard farming, though. Caitlyn and Karma should be shoving in the Xayah Rakan duo, and in fact, Piglet got pretty fed early on in the game. So they got to prevent that happening, and no flash on Pyrian.
Maybe a little bit. Pyrian has to be careful. Lyra's behind him. Golden Glue lining up the taunt. Does have flash, but he doesn't quite connect with it. Lyra already taking too much damage. They're a little divided on the targets as TP is coming in for Envy. Pyrian, he's low, but Lyra is trying to just kite him out. Pyrian needs to try and get Golden Glue away. He flashes forward, looks for the play, does get the kill, and now Rainova's going to tag Lyra. There's a second TL in the mid lane on fire as Apollo now getting chased in by Matt. Looks for the W and gets the flash out of Apollo. So much action in this game.
Ooh, and that mid lane fight needs to be the thing that propels Team Liquid's momentum forward, because Golden Glue saved his flash for so long. They knew they had the flash advantage. They knew they had to come back to that lane before level 6, and they did. They did both of those things. And then Golden Glue doesn't flash the initial taunt. You thought maybe that was the moment where the fight turns around, but patience pays off with a late double kill.
Looking good there. Seraph actually burnt his ultimate in top side. Lola looking to harass there, but we'll watch this play again. Very extended 2v2.
Yeah, right there, I thought Golden Blue would flash to get the taunt, but they just burst Lyra down and essentially take him out of the fight. And then up top, Seraph gets his teleport interrupted by Lorlo. Otherwise, that could have been the turner. Then Golden Blue uses flash to re-engage. Rainover lands the axe, and they pick up the 2-0.
Well, nice stuff there. It's Lola, you can see, not quite there with the CS lead, but has forced Seraph away. Did use his ultimate, so it looks like Lolo been training pretty effectively. Seraph, though, going to go back, get himself those early Ninja Tabi, and actually just stock up on consumables, trying to stop the lane bully potential of Kennen for as long as possible.
Yeah, there's actually a big fight in the top lane between those two guys. We're going to replay that just to see how close it actually was. Seraph, remember, this kind of started with the teleport cancel because that started them very aggressively trading. Seraph had already burned ultimate. Kind of predicted Lorlo trying to flash for the execute right there and ends up both of them having to flash.
Nice little synchronization of the summoner spells. That Seraph does manage to escape with his life. As a result, Matt roaming up, getting some vision defensively, covering the Ancient Sword, Z Wraith, and Red buff. Rainover is actually on that right now, so should be able to clear that out quickly. We'll see where he wants to go next. Again, it's seen a lot of action between Lyra and Rainover early as Pyrian does get a nice charm once a Golden Glue and chunk him down, but pretty hard to get through the Corrupting Potion Dark Seal, and Galio himself is already so naturally tanky.
Yeah, and Galio works great with Olaf as well. So they have an inbuilt champion synergy in a couple of different ways. They can throw it on Rakan, or they can throw it on Rainover's Olaf. And they also have a different pilot for the Galio this time. In mid lane, Galio is much more able to get in range to use the ultimate in a lot of situations because you're not caught often split pushing scenarios. So there's more reason I kind of like this Team Liquid team composition over Envy's. It's just a matter of them executing.
Yeah, gonna have to watch kind of how top lane goes for me. I think TL's bottom lane struggling a bit on CS, but Karma Caitlyn is such a good 2v2 lane that can't really blame them too much. And people at Matt have been fighting to keep the lane not quite pushed up against the turret as it was in game 1. So I think Lolo, again, even on CS, doesn't quite get the solid kill he might have looked for. His Justice Punch into the taunt there onto Pyrian once more. Rainover might just chase in, but Lyra ready with the counter gang.
Golden's getting a lot of harass here, not picking up a CS lead as of yet, though. Misses the cannon even.
Always feels bad, but Golden might be up to something else. Actually can cover Rainover on this invade.
They're thinking about doing a turret dive. If Olaf goes in turret and then gets the damage reduction from the Galio, it could be huge.
Sheriff looking for something else, but Matt goes in. That's the ulti target Apollo. He's going to get CC'd forever. Piglet able to blow up Apollo.
Well, they use the other delivery system right there. Matt's Rakan making a big play in the bottom side. They want this first turret.
So they are going to try and get it. One more minion left. Oh, there's the wave. Perfect time to
be able to.
That. Yeah, Hakulo is going to root down who he can, but nothing else he can really do. He pokes him for one last time, and first turret and that big bit of gold goes to Team Liquid.
Yet they had the push in the mid lane, which is kind of what enabled that roam to happen. They had been getting slammed in CS, and that's kind of what you expect with the Caitlyn Karma against this Xayah Rakan duo. But they do what you need to do against it, since it's always pushed up. Send the family house at him and just get the kills.
I kind of like that from TL. Again, kind of showing that together. They can be very strong, and having more than one way to go in really helps here.
Yeah, and Matt really not taking any damage with there. And then the kill was so clean, the turret does swap over to Rainover, but really doesn't do that much. So, man, Apollo just disappeared.
Yep. Not a good magic trick, but certainly a good-looking one. Apollo does suffer a death there. Shouldn't be too upset about it, though. Still, again, pretty far ahead in CS. And looks like TL are actually going to stick their duo back into that bottom lane. So I guess they don't really have another place to try and siege after taking down the other turret, and the Ocean Drake's not nearly as enticing as the Inferno was last game.
Yeah, and they also don't want to put Lorlo in a situation where he gets denied farm, because it's very important for a split-pushing Kennen to not fall behind the CS curve, since his ability to 1v1 is pretty much his only worth as a champion in these games, and you have to play around that so well.
So far, so good for Liquid. Up about 1,300 gold, which is a nice early lead. Was Golden Glue going to roam in again, try and get some vision down. He and Rainover have actually been teaming up really well together. Golden Glue got all the mini raptors. Rainover gets the big one as he smites it away, and the synergy continues. And you said Olaf Galio, a great combo when starting a fight, but they've been roaming together because, again, Galio can always push the waves, and Rainover feels confident to invade with Galio behind him.
Yeah, and he's landing a surprising number of Justice Punches, too. I mean, with the wind up on that spell and the fact that it dictates the direction, you do not expect Pyrion to be getting hit by so many. But that is keeping the lane fairly shoved since Pyrion is often low, even though getting a lot of CS.
We're now going to clean this ward up, but Lyra's here. Matt's actually found the charm and the knock-up onto Hakuo, but Nicola is going to try and move into that 2v2 situation. Golden does have his ultimate, so TL might fancy a fight, but a long-range TP from Seraph.
These were big in game one. Can they make a playoff here? This time it's mashed by Lorla before Envy can make a play.
And he's much earlier because the wards are so much better. Golden is looking for the angle. There's the ultimate going to start it off. Rainover already takes down Hakuo, but he's low himself. He's going to back away from the fight. Ace in the hole. He's going to get blocked by Matt, but Seraph's going to try and take a few more down, but he has been CC'd forever. Golden is peeling for everyone as Lyra does find the snipe onto Matt. Seraph is going to flash his way out of there. As Apollo trying to find Rainover, but only 1-for-1.
Looked like it could have been a lot worse for Envy. Lyra lands some spears around the edge, and Seraph actually makes a large impact when he flies in there with the teleport. So Envy keeps it close. That was nearly disastrous.
Yep, burning all their summoners that got out from under the knock-up of Galio ulti. Probably not able to quite find the most desirable target. We'll have a watch at this fight again.
Yeah, I mean, Lyra has to run away with the blast going while Seraph's not there, so it's a temporary 5v4. The Galio doesn't quite get in as far as they would want to, so Golden doesn't really hit anyone this fight, aside from Renekton when he jumps in, but Seraph able to just kind of flash around the backside since Apollo got Rainover so low.
And again, still a big CS lead there for Apollo, who's plenty strong despite needing to scale up a bit better on the Caitlyn. And looks like Drake is going to get started here for Envy. Ocean Drake looking to go uncontested as TL actually pressuring the top side of the map. Lyra and Hakuo able to open up space here and feel safe to take this objective.
Yeah, and it looks like they're sticking with Ocean early on in this game. Second one coming up after that.
Sad day.
But they see the Ocean. That means they know there's no jungler near. Team Liquid quickly pushing top.
Yeah, it looks like Apollo's solo defending right now. Seraph's about to join up here, but just going to deter them, and it actually isn't enough to move Liquid out of the way. Kind of fun to see, though. I did actually see this earlier today as we have a slight lull in the game, but I believe Darshan's Galio had this item before. We haven't seen it just yet, I think, until today.
Yeah.
At least in NA, Abyssal Mask.
Yeah, oh, here we go.
Yeah, never mind. Matt's going to start things off. Lyra, he's already dead to Piglet. Going to try and charm somebody else up, but not going to find it just yet. Instead, they'll look for this turret.
Yeah, that's the ability of the Rakan against Nidalee as well. There's not much Lyra can do unless he's able to flash the initial jump on, because he's not going to build very tanky on Nidalee, and is falling behind Rainover's Olaf. So Rainover really exerting as well in this game, but Matt making plays as well. Yeah, the Abyssal Mask, new icon.
Yep, new name.
Formerly the Abyssal Scepter, but is a tank item. So the confusion that would arise since it used to be an AP item for almost all of its existence and then randomly turned into a tank item. Glad the icon got updated, but I think it's a great item for Galio. It increases your magic damage by a percentage. Galio does a bunch of magic damage, but doesn't necessarily want to go with an ability power build, so gets the tankiness, gets that extra damage boost, and it's going to be everything he needs against Ahri.
Yep, looking good so far. One of the nice things, you can build lots of MR against Ahri, which is Struggle Street for the mage. She has to get a lot of items to try and take you down. Looking around the rest of the map, the Rift Herald was started but not completed by TL. Envy still with Apollo in the top side, so he does have pressure, and there is presence for Envy in the area as well. It's off to a good start though. Piglet again with 2 kills. Has himself the Essence Reaver building in towards that Hurricane. And Lolo is the one that's even on farm, which is probably the best news for TL. Again, always track the cannon in these sort of games. Lolo gonna have that first spike up soon with the Blade of the Ruin King. Even though Seraph does have a Black Cleaver, Lolo's not found any struggles, and I think a lot of it is just Lyra has not had the same early game impact that he often would have in a game like this.
You have almost no pressure on the Nidalee when compared to what Rainover's been doing. Calling out Piglet, though, he's abysmally far behind on CS. Despite having the 2 kills, he's actually still down in gold to Apollo. Down about 50 CS at 15 minutes here. With most of the gold advantage actually coming from Rainover and Golden Glue this game, so gotta watch if Rainover can hold that lead.
Yeah, looks like the first gank is going to start here. Actually, Pyrion's roaming down as well. They might go all in for the dive. Lyra going to tank it. There's the TP, and Lolo, who's just going to get aggressed on him. Pyrion's able to take him down. TP cancelled. That was Golden Glue trying to join in, but TL not fast enough with either of their globals.
Yeah, should be able to get that top lane turret after all is said and done, though, but a quick preview of the way they want to deal with Lorlo's Kennen. You can do that at 16 minutes when Baron isn't an objective yet, but that becomes much more difficult to send 3 people down there later in the game.
Yeah, top turret is going to go down. Also 2-0 up in turrets actually for TL. Still holding strong at 2,000 gold ahead. Envy just kind of moving back, trying to defend their next tier 2 turrets, and TL are doing a much better job this game of just being proactive. It's one of our biggest criticisms of Team Liquid in general, is that it feels like a lot of the time they don't do anything. This time they pick themselves some really good tools to try and get stuff done, and they're also executing on those plans, which is kind of the important part of the equation.
Yeah, and you can really see Rainover's in his comfort zone when he's on Olaf.
That's my! All right, well, didn't need all that CC, but
why not?
Sure.
I mean, why not all that CC?
Just make sure he dies.
Yeah, had his flash up. No way he's having a chance to use it with the way they chain that. Now this could be a 3rd turret.
Reno even ulti just to make sure he did more damage. Golden Glue going to siege him off with the taunt. One of the great uses you have for any Galio, except support, I guess. Any Galio getting farm, and there's 3 outer turrets already down for TL. Seraph did get the bottom side outer turret for Envy, but Team Liquid have the entire map open to them now.
Yeah, and Golden Glue showing up early on in this game. It's just a matter of if Team Liquid can continue this lead. They've kept Peglet in the game despite them having the tough laning phase. Rainover has pretty much been everywhere early on the Olaf. But the thing with that pick is it does need to transition in the late game if they can't snowball an early lead. It's helped a lot with the Galio ultimate being able to come in with the hero's entrance and giving that damage reduction when he jumps in, but it's still a pick that falls off.
Yeah, and I think when we look to the members of TL that are going to take over this game and really seal the victory at the end of the day, we look at Lolo on the cannon, we do look at Piglet on the Xayah, and short Lolo is behind still, especially as Apollo's now finally picked up that very expensive first major item in Infinity Edge. And we saw last game, I mean, Piglet was doing significantly better last game than this game, and he still couldn't come through with a carry at the end. So TL, I feel like they've built in some insurance here in this comp, but at the end of the day, the people with the carries need to do the carrying.
Exactly, and Lyra needs to stop getting caught out of position. Because
also true.
Been the catalyst for a lot of Team Liquid's positive plays here. With Ocean Drake coming up in 30 seconds, remember, it's still just a 2,300 gold game despite the 2-turret advantage. So farm still kind of being in the favor of Envy. And I think Team Liquid set up a lot better for these team fights. Even if the Kennen just goes in straight in team fights as a second marksman, since they have those 2 really hard-to-kill members in Galio and Olaf.
Well, Lolo applying topside pressure with the teleport ready, so looks like all the setup is here for Team Liquid, and this next Drake, Lolo getting chased down. Lyra is ganking the top lane with the Drake spawning, so that's pretty much a concession of that objective.
Yep, no Drake for them. They decide they do not care about the second Ocean Drake, and we're really hoping to get Seraph a small edge and maybe push him into the turret, but even just going up there to throw a spear is all they get for the Drake. Maybe they turn for Rift Herald now, but they're not even going for that. They absolutely could have.
Yep.
They decide not to.
Only 20 seconds left. Unfortunately, the Rift Herald will not be seen today by the looks of things. It's about to despawn. Nope, I'm bad at math.
Yeah, it despawns at 45 if it's not in combat. It despawns at 1955 if it is in combat.
So I did have it right. I just didn't have a little mark.
You nailed it.
I've been tricked. I've been had. All right, Golden Glue pressuring Pyrian down towards the bottom lane. Again, this Ari, I mean, got good items, got good farm, but so much more impact early on for this Galio. Golden Glue able to get around the map at pretty much whenever he wants, especially once he has rank 3 in ult. He has rank 2 right now. And Empyrean's just kind of catching waves that Galio is pushing in. And that, again, same story here for TL in this early game. They're consistently saying, this is what we're doing, you have to rest. Whereas Envy have always been very good at that.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that it's 150 magic resist Galio. You're just not going to have to do anything with it against Ari. Careful clearing those wards, guys.
Very.
Galio.
Oh, hello, Matt. There's the knockup. And that's going to be absolutely dead, Apollo, as Golden Glue gets the dunk kill.
Yeah, I was going to say Galio cannot charge over walls, but Rakan definitely can. And then Galio can hop over the wall with his ultimate. So the fear of clearing wards, and nice vision now there by TL.
And looks like going to try and line it up for some tier 2 turrets. Lyra chasing Golden Glue. Golden Glue is remarkably afraid, despite having 4 million magic resist.
And a huge shield.
Lyra with the red buff though, chasing him away. Here trying to set things up on this top lane. And looks like they'll stay mid and bot lane to try and push through that wave there. In fact, I think Golden Glue is going to go ahead and take down some of the bottom side camps. In fact, TL it's been a pretty common element of their play, which might bite them here in this game, but even when they do find themselves kind of a little advantage or get something, they very rarely push heavily. I mean, this is a great pick, but yeah, they just got the kill.
Yeah, they don't really have a late enough level in the game to turn for a Baron. And they've already killed the outer tier turrets, so I think the hope was they just go into the jungle and get vision control, but yeah, you would like to have more because that play felt like such a nice setup and even a good payoff with the kill, but look at the gold, it's less than it was before that because Envy was farming more.
Yep, there was in your jungle taking all of your camps. Big Piglet gonna clear away minions here in mid lane. Does have the Hurricane completed, so he's kind of moving from strength to strength, but Apollo looking for that static shiv. Almost completed. And again, Envy just not feeling too much pressure here. I mean, if the gold lead was double this, or maybe a little bit more, I think Teal would be in quite a commanding position. But as it is, this lead looked great at 10, 15 minutes, but looks a lot less impressive now at 20.
Yep, we always say the later you get in the game, the less your absolute gold lead matters, since your percentage of gold lead will decrease. Pyrian smartly ults away, otherwise he was definitely dead, but that again lowers the amount of pressure that Envy can have on the map.
Yeah, it's nice there. Again, Lolo's still getting things done in the side lane. Does need a kind of a lot of gold to build 3, even 4 items, it feels like sometimes for Kennen to take over in the 1vx situations in a side lane. But he'll get there eventually, and I think Team Liquid are sort of playing with the pace of their comp. But certainly a team that after the loss in Game 1 are going to be wanting to take things very carefully because they have built themselves a lead here, which is nice for them, and they don't want to throw it away. The issue is when you always feel like that, if you don't move at the correct pace, you're not really doing everything you can with your lead.
Yeah, and hey, let me tell you, Envy knows all about that.
Oh, yeah.
Because that happened to them in almost every match they played in the spring split. It hasn't happened to them as much in summer split, so they'd love to turn that around on Team Liquid here. Team Liquid as well started the first week 0-2 in matches, 0-4 in games. They've yet to actually win a game, so they really need to get something under their belt. And here they are still making those rotations over with the Galio. He's the big tank that they have and allows Lolo to split push, so their composition working quite well, actually.
Yeah, Lolo booking it, though. Not able to fight Seraph just yet. Kind of needs Hurricane and a Frozen Mallet, probably, to be able to kite Seraph endlessly down the lane. And Seraph is going Blade of the Ruined King. We've seen this quite a lot more on split pushes in the top side on more of these fighters, but Seraph in particular loves to be doing it inside lane. So at some point, Seraph will buy tank items, I have faith, but yeah, not just yet, at least. In fact, his Blade of the Ruined King is done, but so is Lolo's Phantom Dance.
Yeah, so move speed and some damage reduction. Lorlo knows it's going to be a close fight with Renekton for a lot of it. Otherwise, you'd probably see the Hurricane for faster shoving by the Kennen. But Phantom Dancer with the damage reduction is probably the right choice in this situation.
Well, what's happening now? Ocean Drake up in a minute 10. Team Liquid can continue to snowball these objectives. If this was last game, we would be fighting for another Inferno Drake. Instead, we are fighting for the 3rd Ocean Drake. I suppose the game is trying to right all of the Drakes.
Yeah. Cool it off here in the Battle Theater.
It happened earlier
later on in the day.
All right, well, Envy actually around the Baron side, so again, kind of first to the area as far as getting vision down. You can just kind of tell with the way the teams are playing, Envy just are a bit more confident, a bit faster, and a bit more together. But TL have a plan, and they are sticking to it.
Yep, just follow Reignover around the map. Put
He is
Golden
the front
Glue
leader.
in front of him, put Matt and Piglet next to him. When Matt sees a skill, go, initiate, have the Galio press the ult on top of him. Like, you can plan this thing really far in advance, and then it's a matter of going and executing it. Got a lot of power picks here on the side of TL.
I'm curious to see kind of what Envy look at as far as openings go. I mean, I think Ari will need a bit more farm, especially if she's trying to chunk out a Galio. Caitlyn is getting there, so Apollo happy to just kind of let this one farm out, and even Seraph knows he can still challenge 1v1. So Envy, I think they're also happy playing pretty patiently at this point, but should see them capitalize pretty heavily on mistakes of their final one. But Apollo might have made one. Does channel the taunt, but no catches there. Bit of damage with the Winds of War, but some Raptors being stolen away is about the best any team's going to get. As this fight's starting again, Seraph once more moving in onto Lolo. He does have flash. Good stun there from Lolo. He's got to keep cutting it out, and Seraph says that's enough. Not going to chase.
Yeah, you can see the Blade of the Ruined King is what he's trying to use to keep him close. Lorlo's trying to cut him back. Seraph will heal a lot with the Blade of the Ruined King, which kind of equalizes this from the Renekton standpoint. Really close duels there in the bottom lane. If that does swing in either direction, that could actually turn this game over.
It's pretty tense, and in fact, Seraph kind of winning effectively that last 1v1, at least enough to create space, means the Envy do actually get the Ocean Drake for themselves. So Liquid again still holding such a nice little gold lead, but just doesn't feel like it means that much, and that's the tough thing. This is a team that's ahead. You should be pressing your lead, but that is definitely something that we're expecting Liquid to be learning as a team.
Yeah, but Envy just did a really risky thing right there. They send everyone down to Drake at 26 minutes and have no vision over the Baron area against a team that has a lot of pick potential.
Really nice pick, gets a double trump. Plus the knock up there as Golden Glue rides in with the hero's entrance, but Matt chunked out there as Pyrion looks for the flank. Piglet does dodge it with the Feather Storm. But now Envy with the TP to Seraph complete. He will not. He's actually going to walk back over to the Baron.
I'm a little surprised Envy lived through that because it looked like Apollo and Hakuo were caught completely in the quickness from Matt, but they did not have the requisite follow-up. Only 2 flashes had to be burned by Envy, and they got out of it alive.
Well, Envy again reacting well. It's not see them collapsing together so quickly, but TL just haven't quite found the setup just yet. I mean, it's all well and good when you're in laning phase and catching people with the Galio ulti, but in kind of these bigger open spaces, it does feel a bit tougher. And TL really just have to wait for their cooldowns again, reset up vision, get Lolo back into the sideline, trying to push. And again, I'm really looking for 3, maybe even more items for Lolo to get things going. It looks like Frozen Mal is going to be next, so he's kind of approaching that really big breaking point. And Golden Glue even still took his blue buff away from Lyra, who was trying to steal it. So little things are adding up here, but is that enough to parlay into a game win?
Yeah, just to walk through the Kennen versus Renekton matchup a little bit. If you get the Frozen Mallet, you expect to start winning then, because at that point, Seraph shouldn't be able to chase through because you're getting so many slows from Lorlo. And that's the type of discipline that's required with this Kennen pick. I mean, the potential power of this side lane Kennen is so great, and it's highly respected, especially in the LCK, where teams end up playing with a lot more discipline than they do over in North America. And people keep trying to throw this Kennen into their playstyles over here, but the games either aren't clean enough, or they're just, they're not clean enough in these situations. And the Kennen never has time to set up, and the teams don't have enough patience to let him abuse that 1v1 situation. Or you're in a situation here where Seraph's actually winning the 1v1 against him, in which case the pick doesn't really do much of anything, and you're then relying on the 4v4. Now he's got double buffs, though.
Yep, Seraph's trying to run out of the way, but Blade the Rune King from Lola could start something up. Good stun, you can see them chaining together. Ulti from Lola is not in range, but Apollo does burn the heal.
Yeah, but level 16, gonna be getting that turret, so starting to turn, even with just the double buffs.
Uh-oh, Pyrion, that's the base check.
Hey!
Yeah, Golden Glue's gonna find him, knocks him up, and now Matt looks to chase, but Pyrion is gonna Spirit Rush out of the way. Good charm actually onto Rakan, but now Rainova's gonna have a turn. Ultimate's wearing off though. The TL not with a second pick. In fact, still not with the turret yet either. Lolo needs a few more orders.
Looked like Matt didn't get off the CC chain on a Pyrion quite in time. Turret's still alive.
Well,
still counts.
Good news for Envy. Gold not gifted over to TL just yet. And I have to start getting a little bit concerned for TL. I don't have like a tangible reason as to why things seem to be going badly. I can't tell you like an item breakpoint or a matchup or something historically about the teams, but I just have this feeling, and you get this sometimes with teams, where it's just like things look good, but they're not going as well as they could be. And you just feel like, especially if one little thing breaks, I just feel like the whole game might collapse. And that's a worry for TL, a team that, like you said, does need to string together at least one game win.
It could absolutely happen. I mean, one thing that we know about human beings as a species is we're great at pattern recognition. We don't necessarily know why we're great at pattern recognition, but when the pattern is Team Liquid loses, you expect it to happen again because it's happened so many times in a row so far early on in this day. So there's nothing particularly about this game that means it should break open, right? They still have the Galio, who's super huge. Piglet's actually building the right items this time, building up towards an Infinity Edge. Lorlo is starting to win that 1v1. It should actually be, you know, a couple minutes away from Envy collapsing and Team Liquid actually taking over the game, but they still have to execute it and do it right. Keep the waves pushed, do the vision denial, make the picks happen, and get the victory.
The time is now, though, for Lolo. He does have the Frozen Mallet. He's well equipped to try and take down the Crocodile. Golden Glue is shoving every single wave. He's got a Warmogs, actually. It's his third item, so he's very healthy, very tanky. And now a fight's going to break out again. Seraph actually able to start it off. Lolo does kite it out, but every little all-in's feeling a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, and he's not getting a consistent push lead. You got to be so careful in these ones. With the Frozen Mallet especially, if Lorlo gets the edge, he's able to close out on Seraph. And Life said, there's Golden Glue on a flank.
Another big play starting off. The Golden Glue can't find the angle for the taunt. Ace in the hole, tanked by Piglet, actually. As Matt looks like he stepped on a trap. There's another bit of poke onto Piglet by Hakuo. Howard Kamaku doing a decent amount of work. Redemption going to try and reset it, as I think TL making some sort of play. Once again, hoping someone walks too close to this bush. Oh, there's actually Lyra. He's going to get caught down, knocked up by the Galio. He's going to get assassinated again by the dive in, and Hakuo, he's going to go down next to Polly. Now torn to death. 3 kills for Team Liquid. That's the opening they're looking for.
In exactly the same spot as before as well. They run the same play with the same combo. Pyrion, try to turn around.
He's trying to be very heroic, but he dashes back around. Golden Glue's going to walk him all the way back to his turret and zone him off. And now Lolo and Seraph are diving.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rainover's just pinging assist me at the Baron over and over again. He's like, guys, please, we can win this.
Well, Golden Glue's going to look to solo down Pyrion. Doesn't have his flash, I can't follow, but Pyrion does burn the summoner spell. Baron, though, is over to Team Liquid, and Lolo is already positioned for this turret, so he might keep going and try and knock down the base early.
Gotta be a little careful, people basing again, but just watch this. Not where you want to be. Lyra has been caught out over and over again. Galio chains with the Rakan very well, then still flashes in to help secure Apollo. 3 kills. So easily picked up there by Team.
All right, well, again, the moments were kind of there for TL, and they've finally strung them all together. I mean, it reflects in the gold lead. Baron buff up now. They have almost 7,000 gold ahead. And the league was significantly smaller than that. Maybe more than double the lead they just have here. And now they get the Cloud Drake. They've got pressure from Lolo that he can consistently shove down the lanes and pressure them. And at some point, soon, probably within the duration of this Baron buff, Envy are going to lose a multitude of turrets.
Yeah, even just grouping up and shoving down Envy in the mid lane as 4 people with the cannon off in the side lane should be enough. Golden Glue just needs to get in front of the turret. He's so tanky right now on the Galio. Seems like all they would need to do.
Able to 1-3-1 very effectively. Also, ult range at rank 3 is gigantic, so he should be able to get Rain over from where he is right now or thereabouts. So he's going to get the top lane pushing. Lolo, of course, in bottom side as always, and now actually forcing Seraph's ult. He just get the Blade of the Ruin getting procced down. No stuns landing in, but you can see already Seraph is just struggling to do anything 1v1, and now he's forcing Lyra to come down and help him, but that just opens up the map even more for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and you can really see Envy unable to do much other than hope the Team Liquid makes a mistake. They picked all those comfort picks for him, but really didn't make a cohesive team composition and trying to hold desperately.
Right, finally bites the bat, looks for the play again. That one was a little short, but they'll get the turret regardless, so hey. Cooldown's burnt for a greater purpose. TL still not done, looking down mid. So they're going to play it a little safer.
They're trying to do a full 1-3-1 here, which is actually very dangerous because that means the 3 people in mid lane often get picked off in these situations, but playing far enough back that shouldn't happen. And now they move Rain over down bottom. Meanwhile, Galio's up top.
Well, Galio is going to be the main person getting things done here. Lola getting chased, stunned up by Seraph. Seraph wants to chase. Hakuo there as well. Actually going to keep going forward. Who's going to get rooted? No, he flashes out at the last second. TL still assaulting his turrets. Should be a little careful in. Matt does not have his ultimate. Well, Galio does have his to fight on if an actual fight were to break out. And Lola will heal back slowly as he lifesteals from the wave. So TL don't need to relent for about 50 more seconds while they still have the Baron. In fact, Golden Glue with the Stone Plate is actually going to come back to mid and just knock it down.
Yeah, gets even more resistances. First turret falls. Cannon still trying to work on the other side. Just slow playing this one with the 1-3-1.
Very slow from TL, but if it's effective, may it not matter. They just need to close the game out. Pyrion and Golden Glue. Ah, there's some friends. Hakuo going to start it off. Roots on the Galio. Taunt lands in. Lots of damage reduction. And now Lolo trying to 1v2 actually. Lyra and Seraph. The Galio ulti gets cancelled. Is that even possible? I don't know, but Golden Glue is going to start the fight, and so might have done it himself with the quickness. He's going to charm up a couple. Lolo does go down, but they get Pyrion as a result, and the second inhibitor. Actually, they're first. They take down top, and now Rain over. Rooted up by Hakuo, but Piglet firing away. So many bolts, so many feathers. Golden Glue now unstoppable as he takes down Seraph, and TL might have enough to push this game over the edge to number 3. Lyra getting shredded by Piglet, and Team Liquid, they can feel it. They can feel the first game win of the season.
And boy, did they need it, especially if they can move it towards a 3rd game victory against Envy to get that match win. But they were repelled for now. Still, everything is looking up in this game.
Of the split, of course, not of the season. The season's been all year long, but certainly of the summer. Team Liquid, I mean, if we talk about the total year, had so many promising beginnings, I feel like, at the start of 2017. We're here at a very awkward spot to start the summer, but Fortunes may have finally turned, and Golden Glue, it's a little thing, it probably barely matters, but I like that it's a splash of confidence. He's got him a drive, because why not?
Yep, he's got his Dark Seal sitting at 10 stacks, had all the other items completed, may as well converted at this point of the game because you saw that last fight up in the top lane. I promise you, he is taking damage, we think.
Technically.
Early on there, and then it very slowly goes down. That's the 80 carry in the mid lane are beating on him at this point. I mean, Galio scales to an absurd tank later in the game. It allows the rest of the team to walk over and assist him with this inhibitor kill as well as killing off Fury.
You could cancel it ultimate. Kind of cool. Gives them a damage reduction. Well, unfortunately still dies, but Golden Goose sticks around to have the rest of the fight. And now Team Liquid is a gaping hole in Envy's base on the top side, so of course they're going to go ahead and push bottom. Elder Dragon's also up in a minute 35 if we need it, and I think at the pace of the game we'll likely get there. Unless Envy have something to say about it. Rainova going to be the target. Ulti there from Galio. Ooh, onto a trap, but yep. Not worried at all. Tanking all that damage.
Yeah, and I mean, the item curves just aren't there for Apollo right now. He's still sitting on the static shift, doesn't even have the rapid fire cannon that he had in their 36-minute victory, but he had to go all the way to last push because he couldn't get the front line. Flank though.
Flank from Sarah, but that's too much damage in the front lines. I don't think so. Piglet just shredding through everyone with the AoE. Lolo's even going to join the party, and Golden Glue moving forward, taunting everybody up. It's just too much CC. Liquid 2 kills cleanly. Now going to assault this bottom inhibitor.
You can see Emmy wanted to try the flank, but it just could not get through that gold lead.
And now bottom inhibitor should be going down here. Rainova's already working on the next one. TL going to do everything by the book to close out this game.
And make sure they get the third inhibitor. There's long death timers. I mean, there's cannon minions on the Nexus turrets. They should just push up and finish it, but they are taking their time.
Yep, certainly again, you can understand the reservation here as they push in for what could be the last push of game number 2.
I think they're backing away.
Yeah, I mean, again, objectives are spawning. Like,
yep.
Just be safe. If you throw this game away, that's so bad for your mentality. So TL, they can conserve some mental energy, gonna make sure they can slowly walk towards the end of this game with as many advantages as they need.
Yeah, and 10 minutes after this Elder Draken, another one spawns.
Yeah.
So they might want to wait for that too. They have this game in the bag if they don't mess up.
That's the fear.
Yeah, it is actually the fear. They should do Elder Drake here, run over to Baron. I guess after the base should be fine. Watch this fight one more time. Golden Glue with the charm, and you can see Piglet actually popped his ultimate, I'd say, way early. But it doesn't matter because Rainover was such a force in the middle of that fight. Lorlo chains his stun with the Galio taunt. And it's been just, this mid lane Galio has had such a presence in this game. Stopping Envy from engaging in any sort of team fights. And Lyra's really been such a non-factor on that mid lane.
Yep, landing phases look good. His synergy with Rainova's looked excellent all game long, and now it's time to do one of the simplest Barons TL will likely ever do. Elder Dragon makes this pretty trivial, and Empyrean is going to try and sneak in for something. It's getting aggressed on by Galio, who now does a decent amount of damage with help from the Elder Dragon burn. Baron goes down, and it's time to walk some minion waves towards the Nexus turrets. Just strut in, just like the Galio.
Walk it home. 1-3-1, get 6 Baron super minions in at the same time.
Yep, Golden Glue's like, yep, I'm on the plan. Time to Baron up the supers. He's gonna get this wave going. No one's up the top side right now, but might just need 2 waves. I've actually didn't want to wait for the mid wave, it looked like. So going through the inhib, they've still got about halfway done. Golden Glue gonna zone them all out. And they just don't do damage at all. Lolo actually may be caught, but no, there's the stun coming in. Good defensive ultimate, and Piglet out. Stumbles, he takes one down. Lolo gonna get the next kill. Golden Glue ultis on the spot just to make sure everyone's safe. And that's 3 members of Envy dead already. Gonna dive into the Nexus, and Piglet goes crazy trying to take down Apollo. But the Nexus is open, and TL will force game number 3.
Their first win of the summer split in games so far. Very strong draft and team composition, throwing Golden Glue onto that tank in the mid lane, getting Rainover back onto Olaf. One of his classic comfort picks, and it is oh so successful.
20 Madrai stacks, 0 deaths, a whole host of, in fact, missed 1 participation that whole game at 5-0 and 12 of the 18 kills TL picked up that game. You see the big smile on his face at the end of it. That was the game Golden Glue needed.
Yeah, Golden Glue wears his emotions on his face for sure, whether he's winning or losing. So you can definitely see how good that win feels for Team Liquid. You know how optimistic this team can be. I mean, just listening to Matt before that game saying we're just doing a lot of changes and it takes a really long time. So eventually we're going to start winning. And you could tell he was totally bought in and believed all of that. So that's the type of attitude you need when you are losing so much and when you've had such a struggle being in the promotion tournament, opening up with a bunch of losses, and even losing the first game against Envy to bounce back in a big way shows a lot.
Certainly does show a lot, but for a closer look at that TL win, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Pastry. And we see TL now coming in with their first series win of the, I should say, match
game win.
Series win, game win. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Game win of the split, as they are playing a best-of-3 match. Now we are going to the third game. Seems to be the happening thing here, week 2, day 2. What are you guys feeling as we came into this? Picks and bans obviously seem to be a bit shored up there for TL.
I think we instantly saw that we were put in our place a little bit where we said, I don't know if there's a pick that really helps out Team Liquid too much. I think the big answer was the Galio mid here.
Yeah.
They didn't take it early and flex it or anything like that. They were securing their bot lane first. They also get the Kennen early on top side, and then they take the Galio a little bit later on. And I think that this is actually great for them just because it's such a simple champion to play. You literally push the lane with it and then go roam and make side lane plays.
What are you saying?
I'm saying then you build tank, and it's great. It's an awesome champion. It can go up and help the Kennen, can go help the Xayah Rakan lane, maybe even win some 2v2s with Olaf mid. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Like, I think that's really big because he's really good in skirmishes when you have a jungler that does have that consistent damage like the Olaf, which we saw them win another 2v2 versus Pyrian and Lyra. But also, when you have an AD carry that was playing like Piglet in the previous game, you can just throw him in a tank, throw him a big tank, and if they have it from the mid lane, then that's fine as well. But like you said, it's a very stable pick from the mid lane where you really shouldn't be losing almost any lane as Galio because you constantly just shove it up. And like you said, pretty easy.
With that stable pick from the lane, they also made sure they gave a little bit more of the resources there as well, making sure Pyrian went down in the early part of the game. We have those
also
replays
no
to
Talia
start
for him
things
either.
off.
Ban
Yeah,
that away.
also as that. So pulling up Pyrian's early deaths, you can see how much focus they really wanted to give Golden Glue and just mid lane.
It's such a great mid lane pick because you almost always have priority with how well it pushes. Has a lot of gank set up with the amount of CC and the Justice Punch and the taunt. So if it's an immobile mage mid, which Ahri is, pre-6, you can kind of get CC'd up there. Misses the initial taunt there, but they already won that initial 2v2, so they are stronger at this point. Tanks the spear, gets in range of that. Gets the cleanup kill on the Pyrian, and Rainover feels healthy enough to re-engage now. And once your tank is super strong in the Olaf, then your Galio can start ulting on top of him and brute forcing plays. They actually did that bottom, which is exactly what you want to see TL actually playing with their lead as opposed to just kind of getting one.
I completely agree, because one of the things that back in the split in spring, when they had Link as the sub, it was kind of, Link just had better macro play, and then Golden Glue was kind of the better laner. If you give him something like Galio, and he's shored up a little bit of that macro play, where he can go to side lanes and play these champions that run teleport, that have a global ultimate like Galio, then that might help them and kind of be a crutch that they can lean on there, because we've been talking about this Galio pick a lot, and we think it's actually pretty much perfect for Golden Glue in the mid lane.
Now, the way he plays, it seems like he can kind of go with his own ideas if he needs to for a moment. The team will then be there to back him up, but also, as we said, just working those teleports and able to make these side plays work. Replay as we move on to 31 minutes in to get the game moving. 3-0, and then in the mid, I should say, and then the Baron coming in for TL here. And they were waiting. They had been setting this up, and the vision paid off.
It's something that TL had been struggling to do, is make these coordinated late team fights. Envy did get a little aggressive, walking up more than they maybe needed to because they had just cleared that vision out there. The Baron was not under a ton of threat quite yet. But either way, TL finds the opening, capitalizes on it. And then the biggest thing is relatively mistake-free while looking for openings, which is exactly what you want to see. The Kennen was split pushing down that whole time, never really under threat as well. So Lorlo had another good game. You see that huge damage number that you tend to get when you're split pushing Kennen, constantly harassing a Renekton.
Yeah, exactly. And like you were saying, like once you get ahead with a big tank, the tank can make these mistakes, face check, do whatever, and they're completely fine. And something that stood out to me like this whole series so far is that Lyra is not getting almost anything done in the early game. Both the early games have gone the other way, and he's had bad skirmishes alongside Pyrian, which have given advantages over to TL's mid and their jungler right from the get-go for the most part.
That's one of the things even last split when people were saying, oh, it's not a good meta for Reignover. He's struggling in the games.
Yeah.
In scrims and just even generally, you still heard a lot of junglers praising him. Dardoch's still saying he's one of the best in the league. And even though TL as a team was struggling and it looked like, oh, Reignover doesn't know how to play Kha'Zix and Rengar well, all this stuff when it's these damage-oriented builds, at the very least, people still were always complimenting his pathing. So it could be a little situation here where Lyra is struggling to find some of the advantages like cerebrally that he tends to get against some of the other junglers, and Reignover's kind of keeping pace with him.
Reignover trying to show that a little bit of that is back, picking up player of the game for himself on this one. Strong throughout. The Olaf was really able to set up a lot of the plays. We saw it there in mid, giving Pyrion a hell of a time.
Strong early game jungler, he gets the early game leads, and then you have an excellent support to back him up with the Galio as well as the Rakan. Sometimes Olaf struggles with initiation, but they have some extra coming in with that support pick.
Exactly, just run straight down at the back line and then have the Galio come up. But like you said, the Rakan was really good for Matt. Not like honestly, these games back and forth in terms of his performance on that champion, but this was one where he kind of came up clutch with some of those engages that they really needed. Mostly a compositional thing.
All right, well, the teams are 1-1, which means there is more league to be played. Meet us back here for Game 3 to see if Liquid or Team Envy walk away with the win.
Don't go in.
Love this from Reignover, though. Taunt in from Golden Glue already. There's the damage down. Pyrian's going to be forced to flash dive. Is forthcoming. Reignover wants it. He's going to get it, and he picks up first blood. They're looking for something else, but Matt goes in. That's the ulti target Apollo. He's going to get CC'd forever. Piglet having to blow up Apollo.
Yeah, and you can really see Reignover's in his comfort zone when he's on Olaf.
That's my. All right, well, didn't need all that CC, but.
All right, I'm going to get him.
I'm here.
I want to get.
Kick. Nice. Back.
What engage?
I'm going. Run rolling. Yeah, die. Keep going. I'm going.
Piglet just shredding through everyone with the AoE. Always even going to join the party. And Golden Glue moving forward, taunting everybody up. It's just too much CC. Liquid 2 kills cleanly. Welcome back to the LCS studios here in Los Angeles. We are heading back onto the Rift for Game 3 of Team Envy versus Team Liquid, and it just felt like a huge turnaround for Liquid in that game.
Yeah, it was everything that they wanted to do in the first game, and the fact of actually playing like a cohesive unit. They had Rakan Galio in Game 1. They almost never used the combo, but they used it on multiple occasions in Game 2. Pulled it off, won skirmishes early. I mean, it was a completely different game, it really felt like.
And I think even though Rainova did do such a great amount of work in that game on the Olaf, we did credit the synergy with Golden Glue that kind of felt like it naturally built throughout that game. And Golden Glue did have a good game himself. The kind of fun fact for me is like, that's Golden Glue's, I think, first deathless game ever in his LCS career. And like I said, the thing for me about Golden Glue is that, third deathless game. That's what I thought.
That's not as impressive.
I know, but I mean,
He's had
like,
two before.
He's played quite a lot of games, right? And it's one of those things where you talk about Golden Glue kind of always wearing his emotions on his face, not on his sleeve, right on his face, where you can see it. For me,
terrible at poker.
Yeah, absolutely horrible. In a lot of ways, it feels like Golden Glue is kind of like the emotional barometer of this team, and like you can tell how everyone's feeling just based on how he's looking. And if he's feeling good, the rest of the team's got to be feeling good as well. And that's what they need, just a bit of momentum to push themselves into a Game 3 win here.
Yeah, and it looks like Envy's actually late back to stage as well. You could see Apollo actually wasn't very happy coming off the stage in that first game, so needs to have a bit of a bounce back game. We're not going to switch to shots of empty seats, mind you, because they're empty seats, but we have Team Liquid.
Trust me,
here.
they're empty.
Yeah, definitely set first, and we were on Rainover for a while, and I still think he is the key, right? Player of the game, last game, and even though when he's played the entire split on Team Liquid, he still kind of just goes back to the same champions that he's good on. He doesn't seem to be able to expand that champion pool. He's been good on Rek'Sai, who's a different champion now, so probably not picking that. Good on Olaf, pretty good on Graves. I haven't seen him, beyond those champions lately, do much else. So I think a highly targeted ban phase by Envy to try and take Rainover out of the game goes a long way for their strategy.
I think so as well. And I think we saw that in Game 1 with the Olaf ban there from Envy. I think they put together, again, pretty similar looking comps, but the way they navigated the rest of the draft, I think made the pretty big difference there. I mean, at one point, it just felt like Apollo's gigantic Caitlyn in Game 1 just could not be touched at the state he was at. And then in Game 2, he looked significantly less impactful just because there were so many more tanks for TL to play with. And obviously, the lead was a lot less for Envy. So draft, as always, will play a huge role in how this game is going to go. And I think for Envy, just like maybe play a bit more aggressive. They have shown a bit more conservative of a style, like able to play softer in the early game and then into the mid and late game more effectively. But that's not how they won games most of the time. And Lyra especially, if he gets Lee Sin, give it to him no matter what it costs in the draft, and just let him go off because he has had very underwhelming games.
Exactly. I think we're going to see a lot of bans thrown at both junglers because they are such linchpins of these teams' strategies. Do want to shout out Pyrian a little bit, though, because he did say he was going to be the late game carry that this team lacked last year. Ninja often dying a lot in the late game, and that's why a lot of the games fell apart. So that does speak a little bit more to the conservative aspect of Team Envy. You do not have the same type of craziness in the early game from the mid lane.
Well, we can see jungle bans already started. This is pretty similar to Game 1, if I recall correctly. Olaf and Rengar banned for Envy. Liquid banning Lee Sin and Zac. There's Kennen. So there is a change.
Yeah, and they can just first pick Elise if Team Liquid doesn't ban it. So they are absolutely in the driver's seat here with 4 junglers banned already and holding that first pick.
Well, Liquid has Jace banned again, so we'll see if Envy just goes straight back to what has been working for them. Seems like they are discussing at least a little bit here, but Sheriff going to type in Elise, and there's the first pick.
Yeah, looking at all-time win rates for Rainover as we're talking about it is, you know, aside from champions where he's only played one time, you know, Elise was actually his highest win rate champion. So keeping that out of his hands, very important.
It is kind of one of the champions that does escape you every now and then, but was something he played very effectively. Liquid, though, apparently running this duo back every single game. Xayah and Rakan once more.
Yeah, 3 out of 3. Really, Team Envy nonplussed by Piglet and Matt down in that bottom lane. Probably going to go with Caitlyn Karma once again. Piglet's gotten fed in all of the games against this, but I wouldn't necessarily say that's because of the laning phase. It's more been because of the game state. So I think Envy is pretty confident opting into that matchup.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like it. Apollo and Haku have had a string of very good lanes on this combination in particular, so no reason not to play that again. I think if there are adjustments moving through the rest of this draft, it'll be kind of fun to see as maybe just Liquid goes straight back to the Galio. Golden Glue did look very good on it. I mean, we expected to be his champion given the 2 Galio games we've seen from Liquid already, but there is still flexibility. So a lot to love about these first 3 picks for Liquid.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly the same as what we saw in game 1.
Maybe.
From both sides, order-wise. Gonna have to double check on that, but I believe that is the case. So Fiora bands coming through from Liquid right here because they still want to be able to put the Galio top lane if they so choose, which is what they did the last time they red side picked Galio.
Cannon last time, I think Galio lost. So very similar. Certainly Zion Rakan would have been in those phases, but yeah, Fiora, Ivern actually, the bans for Liquid and Envy respectively. Looks like Reynova still getting picked on as far as jungle pool goes. And these 3 picks they had before, but they will not get Cannon or Olaf on the Liquid side. So gonna have to put together a very different looking comp. As you can see, Golden Glue is talking very intently about something with Coach David Lim. But there's the Renekton ban for Liquid, so taking that away from Xerath.
I can just play Galio against anything. I can just press my Q and I get my CS. I mean, that's in a case. Sometimes how it works in the mid lane. He's a very safe mid lane champion, but want to maintain their flexibility here. So many more junglers off the table, but Gragas is still a pretty serviceable jungler and something Reignover has played a lot of, so still on the board. Opting actually for a Syndra ban instead of taking out another jungler and Gragas, potentially questionable for Envy.
Maybe, but the level of flex picks continues for Liquid, so Galio and Gragas can go a number of positions that we've seen already in the
And they
LCS.
did ban Taliyah!
No, of course not. Why would you ban Taliyah against Pyrion?
Why would you ban Taliyah? Why would you not give Team Envy exactly the same 5 champions that they beat you with in game 1 when you have every opportunity to prevent it? But they do. They're potentially more fearful of the Renekton than Pyrion's Taliyah. There's a chance that is what David Lim and Golden Glue were talking about before that, whether or not they would be willing to beat it with a Lucian, apparently, and that's what we got here.
Alrighty, so Cassiopeia, get her out. Didn't like her at all. That, I'm pretty sure, is a Lucian mid for Golden Glue, unless there is super funky stuff happening there in the mid lane. But there will be 2 marksmen in this game, and one of them will likely belong to Golden Glue.
Pick that's just like, I don't want to trade. I want Lucian.
I like this champion.
Let me take him bot lane instead. No, they're going to keep Zaya and Rakan together, but I love it. This is awesome. You can see it definitely added some energy even into the comms of Envy right there. I think Lucian should be good against Taliyah. You just need to dash over the 1 seismic shove skill shot, and then Taliyah loses almost all kill threats. So I love the confidence from Golden Glue as well, because he just played Galio, got his jive back, and now going all in with the Lucian.
And that's what I was going to say. If we kind of look at this series as like a little 3-part story arc for Golden Glue, who's a player we've been following very closely. Game 1, tragedy, disappointment, nothing goes right.
Yeah.
Just feels like it's all falling apart. And then Galio goes back to something simple, straightforward, plays a very clean, solid
basics,
game.
Trains well.
Exactly. And now, he's like, you know what? I couldn't do it in game 1 on the Cassio. I had a solid game on pretty simple, more supportive champion. My team expects me to be flexible, to be diverse, and to carry when they need me. So I will pick a carry, and I will carry out of this team.
Fox will soon buy the rights to this story.
There you go.
And call it the Fantastic Four.
Golden Glue, an LCS story. Let's see how it ends. Game 3 between Envy and Team Liquid begins now.
Oh, man. It's been a long day, Pacer Time. 6 games for you in the Battle Theater. I believe every series today is going the distance, so parity reigns supreme in the North American LCS. These teams is battling it out with one another.
That's good. That's what we had in spring, so why not bring it back here for summer as TL getting active level 1, grouping up together, but so are Envy. It seems like plans are in place. Let's see which one works best.
Yeah, and Envy knows what they want to do. They ran this exact strategy in game 1. They have a lot of rotations. They move very quickly across the map. Pyrion tries to get the shove in the mid lane, roam side to side. A lot of it is about Lyra and making plays with the Elise, though. As soon as they get 1 pick with a cocoon, they can fly that into a turret because everyone on this team is so mobile and generally has the lane shoving early on in the game.
Well, right now it's just kind of a chill spot for MV. All hanging out, maybe expecting some sort of prepared invade for TL, but not going to happen this time. Pyrion's going to surf back to lane, excuse me. Pace would be a little too far, but shouldn't take him too long to get there. Check some brushes, and looks like Lyra will start on the Raptors. Tilly will be there just in time to help. Golden Glue with a nice little ward, though. He's going to try and get some free harass down, but Pyrian doesn't walk too close to the ward he just saw.
Yeah, still going to be fairly obvious about helping out Lyra. Talia, he stole one by accident, I believe. That would have to be an accident. A messed up pull there.
Well, it does get a bit of experience, so we'll be 2 off this wave, but Talia can't really capitalize that much with a quick level 2. Lucian can, but Golden Glue going to be slightly behind on XP, and they're at least level 2 already, so quickly clears the camp, the help from Pyrian, at least doing most of what it's supposed to do.
Still, it's level 2 eventually, just doesn't get the same XP jump. Generally, I think that means he won't hit level 4 off of his 5th camp, which normally happens when you start with the Raptors. It's the only 5 camp clear order that gives you level 4. That's why so many junglers start Raptors. But it doesn't happen if people steal them away.
One little Raptor got away from Pyrian. It's level 2 here for both the top laners. Lolo back on the Galio. See if he's inspired by his teammate. Game number 2. Seraph definitely had a strong run of this exact lane as Golden Glue barely misses out on dashing over those rocks. That was really slick.
Yes. Gotta be a little careful not to dash too much over the Unraveled Earth, but if you're dashing out of the Seismic Shove, you still prevent a large amount of the damage. And then Pyrian can only shove so much with Threaded Volley. Golden Glue should at least be able to CS under turret. Surprised he goes Doran's Blade instead of Doran's Shield. We can kind of guarantee he doesn't get poked out, but either way still works.
A bit more aggressive perhaps as Apollo and Hako up to their old tricks in bottom lane. Hard shoving Piglet and Matt under that turret. Pyrian dips off. Looks like he might have been trying to look for Rainover. He's just been kind of farming casually through the jungle on the Gragas early on. So we'll have to see if any big leads materialize. CS is almost even across the board at this stage, but we've definitely seen Envy get the better of a lot of these lanes, and they do pick to win lanes so often that shouldn't be a big surprise.
Yeah, and this is their 3rd time playing this exact matchup against the exact same players. Game 1, I didn't have a huge CS lead. Game 2, at 15 minutes, they're up 50 CS. Even though Piglet has gotten fed in the rest of the games by kills, but it's kind of why both teams are comfortable playing this. And I'm curious to see if Piglet and Matt have identified, what went wrong in that lane to make them so far behind CS, or if it's something that Apollo and Hakuho can reliably do to them, because we've seen even the top lane matchup go Seraph's way CS-wise the first time we played against Lorlo. So a lot of this will be about how the players adapt to each other on the same matchups.
Well, they're correcting kind of some of the early game at least. Galio was very good in the early levels, but Rainover's little addition might really mess things up. He's actually in the brush of Seraph's about to walk through.
Oh!
There's the body slam, going to force the flag and drag away. Lolo was not in position for the follow-up, sadly.
Yeah, that feels like something where they may have been able to CC chain. Seraph gets away without even his flash and was out of Corruption Potion stacks anyway, so it's probably fine using his teleport. Great gank path, but I don't think they quite nailed the execution since it was a face check into that brush.
And Rainover did have to wait for the wave to bounce, so a bit of a time waste for him. As Lyra's going to spot him now, and he'll be the one to get the jump. In fact, Rainover taking so much damage already, does knock him back. Golden Glue roaming over to try and help his jungler out, but Lyra, who's just going to rappel down. Go to Golden Glue. They're going to try and turn it back as the exhaust is down for the Lucian. Barrel going to cook. Cocoon is going to miss, and that'll force both sumps from the mid laner.
And the heal burned by Pyrian. Still going to be advantage, and now he's even harassing Rainover's Raptors, and that's the punishment of not landing your first game in a lot of situations. It allowed Lyra to wait for him in the river and get the jump.
We can see again, Apollo and Hako is shoving them down. Piglet and Matt getting harassed by both ranged champions under their turret as Lyra lining up a dive. It's a smart play here from Lyra. He knows that one little kill on Golden Glue could really spiral this lane out of control.
Oh, summoner spells. Can he get the cocoon?
Golden Glue trying to fight it out. Good little dodge of the cocoon, but Lyra's going to dive back in instead. There's first blood for Envy.
Yeah, it was really interesting actually what happened with the way it looks like Lyra's cocoon missed by a country mile, because you're expecting Golden Glue to dash under his turret in hopes of getting a kill back in a 1v2. If he dashes back the way he did, even if the cocoon misses, you're actually not taking turret aggro anymore when you're killing them. So he dashed away. Lyra and Pyrian pick up the kill. And we're going to watch this one more time. Most likely dead regardless of where he dashes. Pyrian didn't take turret aggro. Lyra did, immediately takes it up with Repel. Very easy gank for them. Either way, Golden Glue dashes, he's probably dead.
Yep, and Lyra off to the races finally. It feels like in the series with the first blood going over to him, at least can snowball very quickly if things can get out of hand. So we'll see if Lyra revisits mid lane perhaps, or looks somewhere else to try and challenge another lane, or even Rainover, who's actually looking some sort of invade here towards the Krugs. We'll spot them with a nice little ward just right of Lyra, but Nova doesn't really have anything to farm, so just kind of going for a stroll. Gonna get a control ward perhaps. Golden Glue's coming down as well. Looks like they have spotted the ward, so they'll take that out, and Rainova is gonna try and steal away these Raptor camp.
Golden Glue in a pretty good spot here. Lorlo also getting a lot of poke off on a Seraph who's gone Cull, actually. Really just trying to sustain and delay this lane for a later power spike, but against Triple Doran, that's a tricky lane for him to survive, and Lorlo should have the push for the majority of it.
Yeah, we can see Pyrion was thinking about roaming up there and doing some damage, but does just take the plant down instead. Golden Glue gets a ward kill in mid lane, I believe. It must have been put there earlier. And now Lyra actually visiting mid. He's going to see this control ward, but I think this is the right lane to revisit. Pyrion's got great setup if you land your initial cocoon, and Golden Glue does not have summoners.
Yeah, and I think something I want to continue to track is how does Golden Glue perform after the first thing in the game goes wrong? First game, he actually had a very good early laning phase as Cassiopeia. Died in the jungle invade. No positive plays from there. Galio game, reset, never died. Never had anything go wrong, really. And had a great game from start to finish, but early on here, skirmish in the river, cost both the summoners, ends in a dive, makes him first blood, and got to bounce back now.
Yeah, Lucian is the champion as well, that you have to leverage the strength of his early game. So it's not only good for him personally to make sure he really goes at it and just kind of plays hard in this game, but he needs to on the champion that he's picked for himself on this in this composition. On the other side, they're Envy 1,000 gold up, so things looking good for them. Again, farm leads in the bottom lane, and kind of around some other sections of the map, but not really. But most importantly, the first blood for Lyra kind of all moves themselves into a good, strong early advantage. Everyone's just kind of chilling out for the next few seconds though. Piglet and Matt now almost level 6 on both of them. Piglet's already 6, and you can definitely see the lane shift a little bit in dynamics when Rakan can threaten such quick initiations. Ooh.
Absolutely. Quick call out for the damage.
Yep, nice dodge with a shove there from Golden Glue as well. I think Pyrion just kind of guessed. Lucian's pretty zippy, so have to be careful as Matt now level 6 looking for a roam in the mid lane. Is going to spot Lyra. Actually, they'll just drive by each other. And Matt's just going to wander back through a ward, put one down himself, and hope Piglet doesn't take too much damage while he's alone 1v2. Haku with a great bit of poke. Ace in the hole's going to land there as well. And Piglet, 25% health left. Is Pyrion going to try and move Rainova out of the way? Does dash all the way through the earth, so Rainova taking a big chunk of damage.
Just face tanking that damage as Gragas very confidently moving forward. That would have been disastrous if Lyra was waiting for him. Not to mention, Piglet ended up taking a bunch of poke because everyone knew Matt was missing, so not a good little trade sequence right there for Team Liquid. You don't notice it because no kills have fallen through, but they essentially lost pressure in bottom lane and in the jungle, so could very well cost him down the line.
Yep, again you can see Apollo with a nice little peacemaker after that auto attack. Just damaging Piglet further and further. Not even incite a dive if they can bait out an ultimate, but here's something again. Matt looks for the charm, does not get the knockout though. Apollo, I think, buffered a net through that.
Ooh, well, the knockoff and the charm from the quickness is relatively short at early ranks. It's only 1 second charm, and I feel like he just waited the 1 second, flashed away, and then Rainover didn't chain with the flash body slam, but 2 flashes burned from Team Liquid for just the flash of Apollo.
Well, we can check it all later, but that did not connect onto Apollo, and that's a lot of cooldowns burnt. Rakan, when he doesn't have his flash, and of course when he doesn't have his ultimate, it just feels so much less threatening. And Envy and Haku, Apollo and Haku have already been running them over here in bottom lane.
And it's double too. The Gragas flash is down as well, and that just means that Apollo and Hakuho are probably going to push with a bit of impunity, even though he has no flash, still has his net, still has the Karma who can speed him away. Should be able to just continue to try and bully this lane and a lot of turret damage as a result.
I mean, Apollo's literally meeting the wave as it comes in and starting to shove, but TL's duo are basing, so he does want to make sure this crashes into the turret ASAP. Piglet's already backed off though. He took a little too much damage for his own liking, and Apollo and Haku even going to stay just for turret harass here. It's just Matt, and this turret is already awfully low. Pyrion's also roaming down to secure it. Matt has to dash away, gets ordered by Apollo, but Haku is still working on it. Should be first turret over to Envy, and all of a sudden, they have actually a pretty massive gold lead for this early in the game.
And this is what they wanted to happen in that lane in game 1, when actually it was Team Liquid who got the first turret because they were able to execute a couple kills down there. But that's how the Caitlyn Karma should work, especially when the enemy team uses all their threat, comes up short. They just knew exactly what to do. So well played there by Apollo and Hakuo.
Pyrion also fading back towards this right-hand side. Lyra moving through the lane. Might be trying something here in mid. Rainover's here as well. Golden Glue going to get aggressive and onto Pyrion. Has the build water as Rainover again. Eats all that burst damage to try and ulti Pyrion back, but just get some trade damage of his own instead.
Keeps body slamming through that work.
He's going to make it work.
Through that unravel. Sorry, I need the skill name.
Unravel it.
Unravel there. Taking a bunch of damage and really has no benefit of doing so.
Well, again, with no flash charge for Gragas to do too much work there. TL continuing to press up and aggressive. I mean, Rainover has been very active on the map. So has Matt, moving things around with the Rakan, but unless they're trying a dive here, they are actually. Good quickness in a double knock-up. Pickler looking to lock one down. There's Apollo dead. Rainover getting credit for the kill. Hakuo will escape, but had to burn both summoners.
Yeah, really sneaky to get into that spot of the jungle. Not expected at all by Apollo, and Hakuo burn the double summoners and still get a kill on the AD. So quick advantage to them if they can pressure quickly enough to get the turret down. We are taking his time on this Rift Herald, but now they have it and they can push another turret.
Yeah, comfortable solo there for Lyra. We'll see what he does take the Herald in the next few minutes. Cloud Drake though for TL is going to go over to them. And it does feel like Envy, if it's not an Infernal, they don't want it. Not interested in fighting, at least for this first one. Happy to trade the Herald for it instead. But Drake number 1 does go over to TL.
Yeah, Cloud Drake still feel like does help a lot with initiation particularly. Gives you that move speed difference over his opponent.
Oh, yep. They were going to channel the Herald already.
Yep. And the timing is actually perfect. I mean, Golden Glue's not mid lane. This is easily going to take that first turret.
Charge damage starting up. Culling is going to just get most of the wave, but not all of it.
Oh, didn't quite get it. Rainover's there to hold.
I feel like maybe they can't stay. I mean, the Herald tanking for them, but
I think they could have gotten a few autos off knowing Rainover's flash was down, but did not want to risk it. Piglet and Matt were missing, and they had just died after losing track of them for a while, so that was probably the reason they didn't continue to push that through. Still, next time Golden Glue goes back to base, that turret falls.
Yep, no reason to play overly aggressive. So Envy kind of know that we'll get this eventually in short enough time that we're not concerned about getting it just then. In fact, now Collapse is starting it onto Matt, but he dances away Desire. So much range on that battle dance.
Yeah, Karma catching you in the jungle is a little bit different than Rakan catching you in the jungle. Rakan will kill you because of the quick dash and CC, whereas Karma will throw a inner flame towards you and you just jump over the wall. So, much different.
Certainly. And Seraph and Lolo still battling. Lolo still pretty comfortably ahead. There's the mid turret going down that we expected, though, over to Envy. And again, that gold lead's still strong. 3,000 gold ahead. We'll see how Envy look to kind of open up the rest of this map. Didn't get the first Drake, but traded it for effectively mid turret with the Herald going down.
You don't really have the lane pressure either in this game, so going to be tricky. They need to rely a lot on Matt to make plays for the team, since aside from that, it's just double marksman, Gragas, and Galio. So they'll have the front line. When it gets there, it takes a while for the game to move to that point, especially Gragas jungle. Early is really not the same as Gragas top lane, since a lot of them still go with the Runic Echoes, which is what Rainover has done as well. So he's not tanky and won't be a super tank at any point in this game. Mainly used for his initiation and burst damage actually right now.
Apollo keeping the waves back to the turret because the bottom outer turret is very low for Envy. Wanting to hold on to that gold for as long as possible. Golden Glue though getting mid lane shoved in, but he cannot be playing too aggressively with his turret down. Does feel like again continued invades towards his bottom lane though for TL, and Envy might be in position to counter. Pyrion has been waiting a while with this wall.
Teleport coming in early from Seraph once again.
Yep, we're going to shove the waves down, but the turret has already fallen. There's the wall from Pyrion to try and cut them all off. Rainover into the wall, does get a couple, but Pyrion already took down Matt. Now Piglet has to keep cutting out of the way. He does have ulti, forced to burn it there, but Pyrion flashed over the other side, and a great Cocoon's going to seal his fate. Seraph with the second kill there, and 2-0 over to Envy.
And they want more, actually.
Oh, that's not going to work too well.
Dash out and flash.
Blade their own King helping. Golden Glue already burnt the flash, but Seraph needs to get the next knock-up. Dash will be back up for Golden Glue.
So back in a second.
Yep, does dash out of the way. Now going to keep kiting, but Seraph just going to hit him down. There's the ultimate from Galio. Going to try and save and gets that double knock-up. Golden Glue could turn it all back around. Lolo just in time. Takes down Seraph.
And a whole bunch of greed from Seraph right there after Envy winning the whole exchange and could have easily just backed away, thought they'd chase down that extra kill into a poor little Lucian. It was not to be the case. Watching this one more time, I mean, Seraph's here. He's teleported in, and the Talia. The teleport. Where's the teleport? He was hoping for someone to put a ward down, I imagine, because it waited about 5 seconds after the fight had started before Galio could come in. So Lorlo feels like he almost wasted it to arrive after 2 of his team members have died there. And then the long chase, flash ultimate, and I guess once he did that, he assumed he'd be able to chase down for the rest of the kill, but just wasn't to be. I mean, Golden Glue had exhaust. We don't need to see that again. It was a slow play fight, but let's turn around.
Well, at least using the ulti, despite missing the TP, able to turn at least 1 kill around and make it 2 for 1 overall. Still in favor of Envy, though, as Lyra gets the blue buff. Was likely not the intended recipient. And still playing aggressive here for TL. That's spotted Seraph. W not going to connect. Seraph flag and drags away. That takes down the blast cone. It's a pretty nice siege. This tier 2 is got a wave behind it.
Kaylin's off on the top lane by herself. Something Apollo does a lot. Solo lane split pushing by himself.
Should get him pretty far ahead on XP and farm, but of course means the rest of his team has to kind of commit to the rest of the 4v4 themselves. Thankfully, no major objectives up just yet. Ocean Drake not up for just over a minute, and Rift Turret already got taken quite early by Lyra, who soloed it away. So Apollo's now going to leave that area. Doesn't want to be up there for too long without help, and looks like he'll join his team. Maybe try and kick the rest of Liquid out of this bottom lane.
Oh, very aggressive flag and drag there.
Oh, there's the charm actually landing it onto Seraph, but Matt zips back away towards Zaya. Diglett still firing feathers, but Envy just hold firm. They need to overcommit, and again, nothing really up to fight for just now. As Golden Glue is pretty relentless in shoving these waves in. Pyrian not able to dance away pretty easily, and Golden Glue still waiting on item number 2 to really get things rolling. Although Pyrian is not doing too much on the item front just yet. He's going to go top lane now instead and make sure he takes down these minions. And I think maybe he's the one to hold this wave. And as Apollo's now back down bottom lane, getting the next wave that's joining him.
Yeah, by himself. And because Hakuo needs to roam around, and at this point in the game, Apollo does not need a babysitter to help him out in lane. Wave's still generally pushing for Envy, which is what they want. And the Drake respawning here is a good timing for them since they had just reshoved the bottom lane and Team Liquid had recalled. But Team Liquid is now ahead of the game on the top side, so they're going to want to start evening out these turrets because there is still a lot of standing gold left on the map. Outer turrets still yet to fall in a lot of places.
Drake over to Envy. That will split the first 2. Cloud for TL, and now the Ocean picked up for Envy. Seraph looking for an engage. Once Rainover does get the Cataclysm. Traps Matt in there as well, and forces Rainover to flash out of the way. Q not going to land for Hakuo. Ace in the hole's going to poke Matt. Dances over to Rainover. Now Pyrian's here to try and take him down. The shove is there, and Pyrian takes down Rainover.
And TL doesn't finish the turret. The cannon minion and minions will actually finish it, it looks like, up in the top side.
Pyrian trying to save it. He's not going to do so as the turret does fall over, but Golden Glue they're going to get aggressed on Cocoon attempt by Lyra. Is very, very bold, but Golden Glue is trying to kite away there with Loli.
Alive!
Good taunt there as Matt does manage to charm through almost all of Envy. Actually does take Hakuo as the last one, and now TL leap into action. Piglet trying to find a few more kills, but Envy flash away, but now this mid-outer turret's under siege.
Envy underestimating the damage reduction from the Galio when they are just tunnel visioning onto Golden Glue in these back-to-back fights right now, and Golden Glue refuses to go down thanks to the damage reduction from Lorlo. It's basically what's keeping Team Liquid in this game.
Well, they've done a nice job fighting it out, but watch this one again. I mean, Golden Glue not in the best possible position, but Envy didn't really have cooldown to try and get onto him.
Yeah, don't land much hard CC, do knock him up, but then the Galio comes in, knocks up 2, and gets a taunt. Not finishing anyone through that unless you kill him basically before the channel begins. It's a kill turn around onto Lyra. Lyra not having a good series.
Yeah, mid turret also did go down, so TL actually up in turrets. 3-2 now, despite the gold still being up in Envy ever so slightly. You can kind of see again, TL have done a good job holding on. Envy have not executed nearly as well as we've seen in past games all year long. And TL are able to capitalize well, kind of use their different combinations to keep one of their 2 carries alive. And this comp seems like it will get quite a bit better as the game ticks on. And if Golden Glue and Piglet have free reign in any team fight, they should take over on the damage front.
Yeah, absolutely should. And it's going to be tricky to get into the backline and prevent that damage from coming through. Because we had that whole discussion about Jarvan and how he activates in a team fight. He can be tanky, but he doesn't really have ways of stopping you from doing damage. So he'll just be getting free hit when he dives in against those 2 and may not be able to reach a point where he can survive that. So Envy's going to have to do a lot to get picks onto both that Lucian and Desire.
Well, mid lane right now, Piglet caught, but able to root Seraph back. In fact, now Seraph kind of caught out of position, knockback by the ulti from Gragas, but Seraph lives through the burst damage. Not even that tanky. 2 items not done yet for Seraph, still working on that Titanic, but able to live through. Is that Pyrian caught out of position? Golden Glue going to try and chase him down. 2 items here for the Lucian, just has to dodge all of the volleys, just flashes in for it. Pyrian now going to move through, does dash through the rocks. Here's Lyra going to look to turn it around. There's Hakuo as well. Golden Glue got nowhere to run, and Lyra shuts that down.
Goes for the big play, comes up short. The team also not really in a position to take an objective right here. They wanted to maybe push that mid lane with the cannon, but get nothing out of it.
Good to see Golden Glue at least playing with confidence, moving into that lane, but certainly not set up well. Although wasn't even around for a potential ultimate. Piglet's getting chunked by Ace in the hole. Apollo still leveraging a 30 CS lead over Piglet with 2 items done. So watch Golden Glue's attempt again. He thought he had it here.
Yeah, just trying to get the burst down, but honestly not enough burst. Pyrian hugs the wall, Golden Glue loses vision, the rest of NB arrives. Golden Glue didn't have that much vision when he went in for that, really just thought he did more burst damage than he actually did. The Seeker's Arm Guard as well as the health from Leandri's Torment, I feel like, making him deceptively resilient to Golden Glue.
And Pyrian has been up here for quite a while, but finally able to take down that outer turret and even that all the way back up. So turret's going out even. Seraph actually getting pressure in this bottom side of the map, and once again we kind of turn back to Wemby and say, looks like they might have control of this game. Liquid have done a good job finding spots together. Matt especially has done a great job initiating on Rakan, and everyone's been following up well, but when those sort of positions aren't gifted to you, if Envy are going to play you around the map this much, you have to be able to respond to that as well.
Yeah, you got to be able to group up and make the right calls as a unit. And I still believe Xayah and Rakan in late game teamfights can do insane things, especially against how Envy doesn't have that much tank presence in their team comp. They can still win, even if they're down 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 gold later on in the game, but they have to get to that team fight. And that's something they were unable to do in game 1 against this exact same NB composition.
Yeah, Apollo also with a QSS now, so feeling a lot safer. It's difficult to get out of the quickness, but it is possible. You cannot get out of the knockup part, of course, although I guess you can QSS flash out if you absolutely want to.
Yeah, that's the thing is, you can QSS early, but then you're probably going to get hit by the next part of the CC. Since they're different spells chaining the CC into each other, when you're playing against Rakan, QSS not actually the best thing to defend against it.
See if we can make use of it though. Certainly haven't seen too many players get out of the Rakan combo. There's a reason for that. It's very good and very, very fast. But you can see Apollo, I feel like I saw this in game 1. Piglet eating ridiculous amounts of damage from Apollo. And he only has 2 items this time.
Yeah, it wasn't even a trap there. That was just a static shiv headshot onto Piglet as he was pushing the wave. Caitlyn vastly outranges the Rakan.
Everyone, but definitely Xayah. And that's kind of the reason she's such a popular bot lane pick. Apollo is very comfortable on this champion. I feel like every opportunity they get, Envy take it. And you know, if Envy do win this game with like, the same comp from game 1, we're gonna definitely have to start asking the questions. All right, when are people really gonna attack Envy and pick and ban?
Yeah, absolutely, but still pretty close. One Matt go for a play.
Good charm knockup, but doesn't land in. Apollo does get the QSS in time, able to walk out of the way of the knockup. Another TP in for Seraph, pokes Lolo, does go onto him, actually going to try and take him down in the front line. Knockback there from Seraph, looks to try and move some back in as Piglet, he's doing a good amount of damage. Matt again tries to cover him with the knockup as Piglet Featherstorms out, only roots Hakuo. Everyone fairly low and no one down.
Yeah, Lorlo used his ultimate very early on in the fight in an attempt to engage with it, and that, I thought that would kind of make Envy go super aggressive since that defensive ability wouldn't be up there, but they can never really lock someone down, and Team Liquid rushing the Baron with their double marksman in.
Furion
Wow,
knows.
Envy is off.
He's going to wall in as well. Yeah, he does know now for sure. Drake is down. Raynov is actually pretty low. Furion's just going to start chunking them out. Lolo is here to run interference, but Baron is just going down low. I think they're just going to commit to it. Apollo looking to maybe snipe somebody down. Does get mad. Baron is low. Who got it? It is Piglet. TL able to get it, but Seraph is going to try and chase him down. Apollo shooting Golden Glue's Hakuo. Gets himself out. He's going to try and kite, but it doesn't do anything. Apollo finds a double kill, but everyone else from TL gets away. Baron is theirs.
Only 2 deaths, but what is that actually going to cost them right now? Because everyone's still recalling, and Envy trying to stay on the offensive as much as possible. Super bold call by Team Liquid. They get the Baron, but now they need to hold.
Might lose this turret in mid lane, give the turret lead back over to Envy. Rainover though. Ultimate already ready, does get Lyra. Taunt lands in as well from Lola. Good repel actually, but Seraph's going to be the next target. Lyra has to get out of the way. Apollo still shooting forward as Piran going to try and cut off Lola. Cataclysm's there, knocks him back in, but the taunt is still going to land. Matt goes right in for it, and there's the hero's entrance for a little bit of extra reduction, but Lola finally down as Apollo's on a killing spree.
Nearly tragic as the Talia throws the Galio outside of the Cataclysm, but they get the 1 kill. Team Liquid does hold the turret, so still I'd say gold positive on this Baron, but it's not holding that way for long. They're going to continue this assault on mid while pushing bot.
Yeah, Apollo has to be careful here, but just buying time for his team on the other side. Envy, they have decided to reset and spend their gold. Apollo has 2,400 gold to spend. We'll see what he gets, but this Baron was very bold by Liquid.
It goes down to 109 as the smite never goes off for Rainover in that fight because he was too low. Also just doesn't time it properly, and nearly disaster for Team Liquid, but they do get the Baron.
Again, still have the buff for about 2 minutes. Envy were able to play after getting a few kills. Everything should be A-okay right now. It looks like Apollo was farming out on the map. Now has a Mortal Reminder. Fully bought. Didn't have any components.
Yeah, really farming for quite a while before getting that one. Wants to cut down on, I guess there's a decent amount of healing on the game. Blade the Rune King Lucian, Gragas' sustain. A little bit questionable on that buy right now. I much would have rather seen probably just the normal Last Whisper into a rapid fire cannon just for his overall damage output, but probably had the right gold.
Certainly would have. Let's see. Apollo again should scale just fine as the game goes on. Not like Piglet will scale badly, but the fights that TL have to set up are very different. We've seen how self-sufficient Apollo can be. Oh my god, goodbye, Creep Wave. So Apollo just static shifts that one down. Good flank though started here. Matt gonna get the knock up once again. Charm plus W, able to give Piglet a kill onto Lyra.
Yeah, and it feels like Lyra is the one that actually gets caught by Rakan more often than not. Now you can see he's switched up his build from game 1 on Elise. He's going much tankier because he knows he has been getting caught out, and he's struggling, I guess, with his position, trying to be as tanky as possible.
TL still in the offensive though, sieging up this tier 2 turret. Again, Baron only 30 seconds left. Who's got it? There's Rainover. No, he died. Someone still got it, surely.
Piglet's got it.
There we go. He's got to get over to the wave and get that started, but looks like TL won't get too much done with their siege overall. Still equal in turrets with no tier 2s being knocked down on either side. But TL might have one last little Baron push to try and take it down.
And Lyra's still reviving. Nice calling to zone him off the turret. Does Seraph have other ideas?
Taunt channel there. Ooh, knockback on a Golden Glue could have been a real bad move for TL, but instead, I'll disengage. Ace in the Hole's going to get tanked by Lolo.
Looks like they want to stay aggressive on this one, but it's a long way to chase.
Yeah, Seraph instead just meets the wave. Going to take that one down. And Apollo, ooh, I like this a lot from TL. Seraph does check, though. Good presence of mind to not base check all 5 members of TL.
Yeah, and now with no Baron, Team Liquid's going to have a hard time defending that mid lane. Envy didn't go full aggressive, but they're definitely cutting them off a little bit.
Nice cut up there by Piran. Walls them all off, and Lawler's just trying to fight his way out. Forced to burn the flash. Blast cones away. Doesn't quite clear the wall. A little too heavy with the golem.
Yeah, no flash Galio. Everyone's still wanting to recall. Means it's basically a turret for the taking in the mid lane.
They were trying for it, but the wave not cooperative enough. No damage really there for Envy, so that wave gets cleared out quickly by Rainover and Lolo. Hakuo's going to scoop up the next one. Trying to harass people back and delay recalls for a little while longer, but will hold even on turrets. I believe TL will be back in time just barely to save this mid tier 2, although no, maybe not with Seraph doing the last bit of the work. Although Envy surprisingly are playing very conservative. around that turret.
I mean, new split, new Envy in a lot of ways. Ninja's no longer on the team. Pyrian definitely wants to be that late game carry for them, and it's been a more conservative Envy early on, at least in these first 2 weeks that we have seen from them. Also have to wonder if Envy was counting their victory after that first game. I mean, after Envy beat Immortals on Friday night, Apollo in his post-game interview did say, oh yeah, we knew this would be the harder of the 2 games this week, so pretty happy to pick up a win. And they are needing to close out here against Team Liquid, although this is the closest game of the series thus far.
Yep, Envy's still up with the lead, but it just doesn't feel like it's that big of a gold lead with the way the teams are playing. TL have done a good job staying together, kind of playing the map around, being proactive, and it does feel like Envy, despite having a remarkably familiar composition that they've already played in the series, aren't quite able to leverage as much of the lead that they had in Game 1, or just aren't playing it as comfortably, given that they've been pushed all the way to Game 3. Golden Glue taking damage, though.
And how many times is TL going to wait in a brush next to the mid lane and go for that pick?
Oh, enough times apparently to knock one back. Apollo, though, just takes down Matt. Reaver's going to die, but it's already 4v4, and Apollo still free, hitting everyone. Lolo is going to get caught up in the Cataclysm as Piglet does burn the ulti to try and get something back. Apollo is still low, but he's getting shielded by the Karma. Need a little bit more to try and take somebody down. Golden Glue off to the side, is going to draw them over, but Pyrian's going to wall him off. Golden Glue may have made a very big mistake, but he dashes through the wall. Seraph, though, is going to chase Golden Glue's forced to flash away. Apollo flashes over a Pyrian on a killing spree, takes down the Lucian. Rainover is going to live, I think, although Seraph's going to dive straight past the turret for him as Apollo does hit it down.
Apollo played that fight really well, not letting, I believe, Matt dash back out of the fight, which you so often see with the Rakan initiations. This is a big win for Envy.
Now the base is broken in the middle. Envy able to chug down 2 turrets and maybe get the in-hit. Not just yet, as Seraph actually going to get hit up here, but drags Lolo back through the rocks that Pyrian have set up already. Apollo's still very strong. TL can't be too gung-ho moving down the mid lane. Oh, Rainover rooted actually means it's Apollo with a free headshot. He's going to chunk him down, and their Infernal Drake is up, and Baron's up soon, so objectives are getting wildly pinged right now by both teams.
Yeah, and you wonder if Envy overstayed right there, because there's a lot of objectives to be taken after this, but you watch again on Delira, but he's gone pretty tanky, so it takes them a while to clear him out, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade because they obliterate Matt after his initiation. No Galio ult to help him after he goes in, which I think they should be doing in these games. They did it in Game 2 when Golden Glue was on the Galio, but Lorlo seems unwilling to combo with Matt. And then you can see they just chased down Golden Glue because he got a little cut off from his team, and don't pick up Rainover, if memory serves. I was wondering if they did.
They get the turret instead and almost take down the inhibitors. A pretty big opening for Envy to attack, but right now do have to concern themselves with the objectives. Infernal Drake and the Baron both still available, and TL do have great vision in the Baron area already. Also a giant wave for someone, Seraph, to contend with, as he is going to move down there.
Seraph has his teleport up just fine. Didn't go Titanic in this game, actually. Has gone Ravenous Hydra, so more of a split pusher and less of a tank. Not sure about that one with the way this is turning into team fights.
Feels like along the timeline at some point, Seraph inevitably goes back to playing only split pushes. So, you know what, he's giving a little bit of leeway to himself this game, playing a style that's maybe more comfortable for him. I'm sure if it kept going on, it'd be like full split push damage of him. But regardless, Baron is now being started up. TL actually on it quickly. Envy will see it with a redemption, and that's going to force them off. Kind of. Piglet still dealing damage to it.
Yeah, and Rainover's pretty low without flash. Not really that tanky. I mean, we even got to see him get hit by the ace in the hole and take up to 1/3 of his health. So TL wanting out of this one, and they've lost push on the mid lane. Envy actually has a lot of plays they can make here.
Yeah, Pyrian again. He's the one that always runs to these lanes because he knows he can get back there soon with the wall. So TL gonna have to run back around, but not get cut off by Envy and not lose the Baron.
Yeah, it really feels like Pyrian makes such a difference for this team later on in the game. He's the one making the good map plays that is putting Team Liquid on the back foot right now. Now Team Liquid's caught in this back and forth in their own jungle, recalling, defending the inhibitor, defending the turret. And meanwhile, the Infernal Drake is still down there. There's so many points of contention on this map right now.
Yeah, Seraph now going to get the top side wave pushing. Actually, is going to recall right now. Looks like Apollo's done the same because there's the rapid fire cannon we've been looking for. 4-item Caitlyn, pretty much done with just a Mercurial to kind of upgrade that QSS.
That's big. He's 2,500 gold ahead of Piglet, but Piglet still with the Infinity Edge has the ability to have that massive team fight impact if he gets the right Feather Storm into Blade Caller off. And all of that pressure they did in the mid lane pays off in an Infernal Drake on the other side of the map.
Apollo does shoot the Drake from behind as well. I think he was trying to find the right spot for it, and I think the first order was a rapid fire cannon, so thought he was in range already.
No, I'm not.
Infernal Drake does go over to Envy regardless, so they were able to pretty much solo that one down, and we'll kind of reset back around the Baron area. Envy did set up a good trap line. They were the last ones to get vision in the area, so TL now have to go down and do all that hard work of retaking vision of the area without anything going horribly wrong. And Seraph is applying excellent pressure with the Jarvan, moving a huge wave down towards that turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Gold Lead has ballooned a little bit right here. TL has kind of lost access to a lot of their minion waves, and they are getting bullied around the map a little bit. Ardent Sensor onto that 4-item Caitlyn is just so huge right now, and if Apollo stays safe in these fights, it's going to be hard for Team Liquid to pull it out.
It was an item that felt absent from Hakuo's build earlier in the series, but with the Locket duty over to Lyra, it does feel nice. And Hakuo can kind of build that, help out Apollo even more. In fact, he's just laying in a Reignover right now with auto attacks. That is supposed to be a tank Gragas, and he's just taking a little too much damage. Piglet gonna get jumped on by Seraph. Peering around the other side, is gonna ride the wall down. Try and take down Piglet. Featherstorm finally there's a big taunt from Lola. He's trying to disrupt him. Apollo on the other side's fighting up, and Golden Glue can't get there in time. A shutdown landed on the pyramid. Apollo lived through the assault, and now I think the cleanup might be here for Envy. It's 3v3, but Piglet is so low on health.
As much as we praise Piri in this game, he had a bad entrance into that fight. Got baited a little bit by the Featherstorm, but Apollo is so strong!
Flashes in, gets the auto into Piglet, and takes him down. Lolo gonna try buy time for Reignover and prevent the ace, but Lolo dead to rights at this stage. Might turn around to Seraph, but Apollo gets a double kill, and Hakuo slows down Reignover. TP in, flash W there as Seraph wants absolutely everything. Reignover just trying to run around, jukes him, and actually does get the stun. Might escape as Reignover very healthy, but Apollo's just gonna run it straight down mid and try and take the inhib.
Yeah, 16 seconds on Golden Glue, 3 on Matt. They really want this kill to extend the death timers because then they could Baron afterwards, so can't quite chase for the kill. Might turn for Baron regardless.
Pinging instead. Reignover is up. Lyra is up in 2 seconds and has to run all the way to Baron, but Apollo is going to start it off. He'll be the first one to tank it. Now Seraph's going to join in and take the brunt of the damage.
Yeah, we'll see if Team Liquid can even hope to come here. Reignover did go back to base and is running out as fast as he can, but no smite, remember this.
Rakando's almost no damage.
He's back.
And
they
now
couldn't get the kill. He
here.
has a chance to steal.
Is Lyra here? He finally arrived, so they might just go for the 50-50. Pretty risky, though. Seraph in second to try and take down Reignover. Needs a kill. That's going to be it, Pyrian. Able to lock it down as Golden Glue lets the culling loose, but the Baron should go over to Envy and does.
And now they're in position to try and push for the win right there. They take down Reignover once again. Golden Glue unable to harass from over the wall. Have to check on this pause in a pretty hype moment of the game.
Quite possibly the breaking point of the series. Whew. 39 minutes almost into it.
Yeah, 11,000 gold, the difference after that one. Big lead now opened up by Envy. Death cap completed by Pyrian. We saw how huge Apollo is in this game. The Ardent Sensor as well as the 4 items really showing through. I mean, they basically 2v3'd on the backside of last fight, which I believe during this pause, if we can make sure we're not going right back in the game, they will pull up for us and we can go over it again because it's been chaos since that moment.
It has been. I mean, a lot of the series has felt very frantic, but again, Envy just feel like a team that's a little more together and it has honestly had more time together to play and build that synergy. Looks like we are going to pop back into the game. I believe it was a contact malfunction for Hakuo that caused the brief pause. Definitely do not want to be playing without both eyes, so made sure he fixes that one as we have the replay.
I'm really surprised you playing contacts. I'd always play in glasses because my eyes would dry out while I play. Anyway, the important things in this game is the big fight that I talked about before. And watch Apollo on the backside. Like, nothing is really able to go down on him. Golden Glue dives in, gets exhausted by Hakuo, doesn't even have a chance to deal with the Caitlyn at this phase in the game. We already kind of talked about how Piglet played that side of the fight really well after Pyrian made the entrance onto him. And then the chase down, we know Blast Cone in, has the Static Shiv charged, goes for the priority target, and this all led to the Baron.
Great little setup there for Envy. Lolo bought what time he could, but Apollo has just been the star of almost both of the games that Envy have really looked strong in. They won game 1 with this comp. They may very well win this final game with it as well. And again, this Caitlyn from Apollo at this stage with literally 6 items, just seems unassailable. Piglet can't even walk close enough to not lose almost all of his health.
Yeah, well, what Team Liquid wants and needs to do is have Matt do some crazy initiation. Before that happens, where Golden Glue nearly gets one shot. Anyway, you want the Rakan to go in with the Galio, and you hope to catch him in some crazy CC chain since he doesn't have flash up. Sure, he could QSS, but he's not going to be able to get out of that area of effect. And then pile on, but they've never done it.
And Envy's ability to play with pressure in every single lane, but to also react to situations either by finding opportunities or reacting when the teams go offensive on them has been one of their trademarks this split so far, and one of the best things I love about this team comp. And Envy, the reason they look like they run over games when they play this comp is because they're so good at this comp and this certain style. And Bit Inhibitor already down, top inhib's gonna fall soon after, and I mean bottom it already has the wave pressuring it, and Envy I think might have Baron for a touch longer, but Elder Dragon's up in 50 seconds if they need another big objective to play for. And TL again running out of things to try and not let Envy kill.
Yeah, this game has been broken open after a couple big team fights and map movements by Envy. They close out here. That's 3 wins, which is as many as they had in the entirety of the spring split. And we're only just wrapping up week 2 for Envy because this is their second match of the weekend.
3-1 would be almost a dream start for Envy here, given what happened earlier in spring. But they still have a little bit of work to do, not too much more to go as Matt looks for the charm. Dies instantly as he tries to take down Hakuo, I believe, and that might be all of they need here. Apollo forward on the Golden Glue, evaporates him as well. There's the next kill. So he's actually grabbed the double. That's going to be the triple kill, I believe. Apollo might end it with a real big finish. Still going to shoot away, looking for Lolo there, trying to shoot him down, but he hears entrances away. Damage still there, needs the Quadra, not going to grab it. The Penta may be denied, but the win will be there for Envy. 2-1, taking down Team Liquid.
Heroically retreating into his base, and Envy absolutely with the 2-1. They got to be happy about that. So much victory early on in the split. You can say what you want about strength of schedule, but they have matched that win total in the first 2 weeks, which is so impressive. And Apollo looks so much better. Pyrion really seems to add an edge to this team. Their macro and game sense seems so much stronger. They don't have those face checks that would end the games in the wrong direction that they had last split. And 3-1 Envy is not something we thought we would see after spring.
No, not at all. And again, the games have been tight at points, and I think a lot of their best of threes have gone the distance, but picking up the match wins is all you really care about. Envy won so many game 1s and then proceeded to lose the next 2, but they found a way to really convert those final games into wins for themselves, and it can only improve from here. The fact that it is so early on into the split, that it is just the end of week 2 for this team, means that there's so much more to go, and the team looks happy. Apollo with a big smile on his face after that game, and I can't blame him. Played 3 great games of Caitlyn.
I mean, how could he not? He got trolled in the spring split teaser for North American LCS, where he was dreaming about winning player of the games and then was one of the few players who didn't pick up a single one. Picked up one already. He's going to make a strong case for himself to do it once again in the deciding game of this series. And Envy's got a lot to smile about. They get Sunday when everyone else is playing. They're done the LCS this week already, 2-0. Can't ask for much more this early on in the split.
I don't think so either. And Envy, I mean, just looking so solid. I think, for me, the thing is, like, how long is it going to take for teams to start attacking them in draft, right? Like, I mean, Lyra does get a lot of attention, which makes sense. He's such a strong jungler and has so many picks you do need to be afraid of. But, like, Taliyah and Caitlyn should not be together in any more Envy games. And just see what else they bring to you, because they will have to show more picks as the metagame develops and the season goes on. But if they're winning this way, and it is very clear that these are some of their best picks, just see what happens when you ban them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they banned a lot of Lyra's picks in this series. They almost always ban at the Lee Sin. Everyone's throwing bans at Zach. And Lyra did not have a good series as a result of that, I would almost say. His Nidalee was very ineffective in the second game. So they are targeting them in a small sense. But I agree with you, right? The Taliyah and the Caitlyn, playing them in both of the victorious games, you got to find a creative way to either deny those picks, ban them in the second phase of the draft, which they were able to do so. You can do it much more smartly than Team Liquid did today.
And that's impressive. If you have enough threats that, like, everyone's targeting your jungle, but you can still get work done, definitely credit for Envy for making it work. But for a first-hand account on that series, let's hand it off to Kobe for an interview.
Thank you, Pastry. That's right. We're with Hakuho, victorious support player. Now, yesterday we interviewed Apollo. You are a very big part of this bottom lane as well, doing a lot of the carrying. And recently, with the support, meta that has shifted more towards playmaking, a lot of supports are saying, "Oh yeah, the shielding supports kind of screwed over a bit by Doran's shield for a lot of the AD carries." But you're sticking with the Karma, and you're still, winning lane. You guys are pushing down the turret early. How do you feel about the balance right now between the two kind of sets of supports?
I think right now all the supports are pretty balanced. I think both of them still work. Some of the playmakers, like I think Zai and Rakan together, are super strong, but Caitlyn Karma still has pressure in the lane, at least until 6. It's kind of hard. And I think late game Karma is still, like Karma Lulu are still a lot stronger than the engaging supports. So usually we just play for like better scaling.
That's definitely been the case. The scaling as well as the shot calling has improved a lot for you guys. And that was something, last split where you guys would get kind of to the late game and never could quite finish them out. What's gone on within the team as far as maybe changing shot calling or being more clear in the late game for you guys, because you're finding so much more success now?
I think most of it was just since we were a new team, it was hard since we had communication issues and like we weren't used to like how each person wanted to play, like our play styles were different. So I think the break was really good for us because we got to go boot camp in Korea again. And I think overall, just as a team, we've improved a lot.
Do you think it's going to be enough for next week? You guys are facing Echo Fox and TSM. How do you feel about your lineup in those matchups next week?
I'm not sure about TSM because they're kind of like playing bad right now, but I think it's mostly just because they aren't used to the new patch. So I have to wait and see like a more practiced TSM. Hopefully they're like the same as these past 2 weeks. And Echo Fox I think is okay, but I think our play style is better than theirs, at least for playing towards late game. I think we'll win.
All right, well, good luck next week then, and congratulations once again. Now we're going to send it over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. Great cast on the day to Pastry and Jat. And now we see Envy move up the standings a little bit more. Looking at their 3-1 now. It's got, or 2-1 now. Got to feel very, very good to start off a split like this and a 2-0 week here.
I mean, it's huge for them because, like Zyrene was saying, this is as many match victories as they had last split. So already having a better season. I guess some way they could lose the next 14. And
I don't think so.
Some way it's possible, but I don't think it'll happen.
They got to play Team Liquid again.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, generally they just look better too. Not just, last season they were so close to winning so many games. It's almost shocking to hear that they only had 3 match wins. And this time around getting another win. And the whole team looking better together.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is the boot camp that they were talking about, but also I think the coach Violet bringing him in really helped their macro game a whole bunch. Like they are communicating way more, and we're seeing teams like Dignitas and Envy both step up because of communication more so than like gigantic roster changes, but I do think Pyrian deserves a lot of credit.
A thing that happens too is usually an import's like first season in North America, they struggle a little bit more, not just because like team synergy issues, but like adapting to American culture and what it's like here and getting used to living in the States. So that's a big part of it. And then diving into this game specifically, just the draft, I have to question why TL kind of abandoned the plan that worked for them in the last game. They can flex the Galio if they want to. They leave up the Talia this time, and they put the Lucian mid. It's totally different from what worked well in game 2.
Yeah, they got the Galio, and it's like, you know what? Lucian would be great here.
I mean, it is in some sense, but...
Is it a factor of teams getting kind of a little too ahead of themselves, saying, you know what, this worked, but they're expecting it. So if we take it again and flex it, then they won't be expecting that. But then the team then hurts themselves in the end.
I feel like maybe a little bit where you mind game or play yourself, but I feel like if you're doing that, you're not playing your own game, right? You're kind of like making sure that you're not playing into their game because they saw your game earlier. It's like this whole thing where you should just play
your game.
What you're really good at, play your best, and like go forward on that foot. I don't feel like you have to play too many tricky mind games like that, especially when it worked and they didn't seem to have an answer for it.
All right, we will get right into this game. Bring up our first replay, 15:30 on this to get things started. A 2-for-1 here in the bot lane. And we figured there'd be a little bit of focus here to start things off.
And TL had a dive just previous to this to start breaking down this bot lane turret. This time they go to finish it, but they overstay. And it's pretty funny watching as they keep trying to get over that wall, keep staying in the area. And eventually, like we said, the Lorla teleport was late. They focused down Piglet, and this is before they overextend a little bit too long. I mean, the chase down for this last kill that Envy gives up is going to be a long time.
Yeah, the wall comes in afterwards, but Matt, man, those traps, he just like gets gets CC'd after flashing, then he E's, goes over a trap, eats a headshot, dies. It's like, Yeah, this one wasn't the wall. Sorry about that. It was the one that they actually just got the counter kill because of the Galio coming in.
You mentioned chasing a little bit. There's actually quite a bit of chasing in this game. We saw going back and forth. That means our next replay quite a ways down the line, almost 20 more minutes. 37-30 is the MV4 for 2. And then after this, they go for the objective, the bear.
And this almost looks like a good fight for Team Liquid. They open up onto Piglet, and it looks like he's going to get low, but the redemption heal comes up huge. He just goes back up to full, and it looks like Pyrion might have messed up getting caught out.
That was scary.
Autos. Yeah, it looks like this is going to go bad, but
scary.
what you missed is on the top side of this fight, Apollo has gone mostly untouched, dealt with some of the front line of Team Liquid, and now he's in full pursuit mode. It's going to take him a little bit of time to get in range, but I love the aggressiveness. This is something that people previously criticized Apollo about a little bit, but he's willing to flash in here and know that he can finish Piglet off and not getting too worried about the fact tanks are around.
Yeah, it's a big shift for him too, because I remember at the end of last split where it was like, man, they're playing comps that revolve around Apollo, and he's like kind of still playing mid/backline all the
Right, it's a
time.
lot of Ash.
Even when like those situations happen, he would have stopped and been like, oh, wait for my tank line to get in front of me. But now he's realizing those opportunities that he can go forward. Look at that ridiculous amount of damage he's able to do this game. The guy is really just turned on this split.
And to be fair, that's not even like that much of a protect the Caitlyn comp. This isn't like Ivern or Karma. This is a lot of other damage dealers where he's just being the major focal point in these team fights, kind of on his own after having a great laning phase. All 3 games, the Caitlyn Karma lane smashed the Xayah Rakan lane.
Yeah, but against the composition that's drafted here by TL, he doesn't really have to worry about anything that's gonna blow him up, right? There's a low range mid Lucian. You don't worry about like a Victor or anything that can possibly just destroy you. And then there's also the Xayah as well, which takes a little bit in terms of like auto attacks to get Feathers down to even have the pass-through damage. So he had range advantage over pretty much everybody in the game. But Apollo leveraged that instead of waiting for his team to like set up and then leverage it.
There's a joke here. Who is that on the horizon? Is that Wiz Fusion? It's Apollo. He's just stepping back up again. A lot more resources being put into him.
The sun god.
Yeah, he's coming out with the plays and the results the team wants to get out of him as well. Right now, we would like to welcome everybody from NALCS 1 over from Immortals versus the FlyQuest matchup. Quite another best of 3 matchup to go all the way down the line. FlyQuest trying to really pull everything out of them in the mix for Champion Select, but again, they fall a little short.
Yeah, and that's kind of the sad thing for FlyQuest joining TL now at 0-3. Still have another match to play this week, but things not looking too good. A lot of just general mistakes of over-aggression and kind of giving up kills. It's been something that's been plaguing them all the way if you go back to last split, but at the very least, they were getting much better early games. This time around, once again, they have these really aggressive compositions, and they go in, and then if they ever make one mistake, it feels like they're not capable of playing from behind.
Exactly. There were a few fights that the Zach, which in Champions Select, made it through, got first pick by Xmithy. We know he's good at these types of junglers, and he's been more and more of a playmaker this split, and a lot of the members of Immortals have been kind of vocal about the fact that Xmithy can identify and go for those plays. This is a perfect champion for him right now in the meta, and it was pretty ridiculous. I feel like Xmithy, during the mid-game, had a kind of a clinic on how to turn a game around as Zach with the setup that he was able to provide. They got flashes from Wild Turtle, and then he's able to just bring in the carries.
And I jumped ahead of myself, welcoming NALCS 1 over, so welcome again. Thank you for joining us. We're going over the FlyQuest game now as we jump right into the replay 13 minutes in. Yeah, the Immortals game, I should say, as they come over. Immortals with the victory here over FlyQuest, and things start here. Immortals going for quite a clean dive in the bot side.
We talk about how sometimes we saw FlyQuest getting over-aggressive. Immortals were no stranger to that as well. They see Smithy come in early. They realize the teleport's behind them, so they try and turn back. Pobelter's coming in the backside right now. He has to run through the turret. They blow up the Renekton, who was pretty low health from the dive failing already, and it's just a chase down onto Pobelter, and Cody Sun walking forward thinking he can maybe get a cleanup kill. He gets it, but he's going to give his life up as well to pick that up.
Yeah, this was just kind of a fiasco. This is where we're getting ready for, the party hats.
FlyQuest first win.
Exactly. Is this going to keep going? And then it just really stalled out, and Immortals got multiple fights that just started to go their way later on.
It really did. These consecutively go. 17 minutes now, just a little bit later, a 3-for-1 in the top lane. Usually these are 1-for-1, 2-for-1s, but multiple people going down each time.
This time around, we talk about the over-aggression. They get the nice kill onto Flame, but now they're extended in the long lane.
They look good, right?
Yeah, they look all right. They're trying to recall out of here. You see one person back. Now they're starting to do the other people. The empowered recall getting them back a little bit earlier, and now Ole sees them and says, aha, I'm going to stop this recall. And a good collapse here by the rest of Immortals. Cody Sun flashes over the wall, makes sure to finish off high. Nice move by Ole to keep himself alive here. Turtle does flash in for the kill, but obviously that puts him in range of Cody Sun to get the follow-up, and now Lemonation caught off by himself with Pobelter flanking.
Exactly. Right there, it's like, could Wild Turtle have actually just gone for more shots onto Cody Sun? It's unsure, because he did have Death Stance at that point, so he was going to bleed a lot of that damage anyway.
Absolutely. So we can already see the skirmishes coming to be just 8 minutes later. 25-30, Immortals 3-0, mid to Baron.
This was the big one. Wild Turtle doesn't have flash, and then the Bard ulti hits him. Immediately, Zac hits him. Ultimate comes through. Cleanse flash has to come through from high to avoid this. Because look at that. Xmithie just delivers Wild Turtle to his team. Let's bounce right into death. And then I love this as well. This that long range, able to get 3 with the knock up there. And
get bubble gum in your hair.
It's a nightmare. But that was a great play by Xmithie, and you get to see why Zac is just banned all the time. Even if he falls behind a little bit early on, he has so much team fight presence with his passive, with his multiple forms of CC and initiation, and as well as having respectable damage numbers. So
the 2 games I've seen him in this split, he has crushed so far. The other ones that maybe have not casted or caught so far in the NALCS, but so far the 2 have seen him in. This being one, it's been pretty great.
Yeah, I mean, there's that Lyra game where they lost with it, but he still had some monster team fights, had a format and ultimate.
Oh,
there
were some
you see the potential of it.
I was like, this game's over. He just got a 4-man. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
But it looked cool. It looked cool.
It happens. It's the ults we all wish we could have at times. Player of the game going to Xmithie on this one. Great engages as we saw, great gank pressure, and huge ults in the late game. Xmithie has just been, as we said before, the acquisition that really Immortals was looking for.
We mentioned it a bunch of times already over the course of this series. Brings a different style than Dardoch. The team plays a little bit more controlled. Well, maybe not quite as much this series, but last week a little bit more controlled. This time, very scrappy series overall, but able to come up huge at the end of the game, getting those critical team fight engages.
Yeah, and it's funny because like Xmithie is shining on a team that has Ole, who's been a playmaker on it. They have Flame, who could be a carry top. They have Pobelter. And they also have Cody Sun, who was coming off of his rookie split, now in his sophomore split, and he looked better and better. But Xmithie's picked up multiple player of the games. He picked up both today in the Immortals victories. So this guy is really just shining a lot more than he had in the past in almost all of his CLG splits.
Looking to repeat a little bit of history for Immortals there. So earlier today, we asked you, which playmaking support do you want to see in the NALCS and why? Here is what some of you think. At Galio Support said, had his dream come true, or he had his dream come true as Gate showed off the Colossus in the bot lane. He said, he has a great skill set to poke the enemy lane and is very effective against AP supports. Also, he protects the ADC. Feels good for ADCs.
I wonder if that guy's an OG Galio support, like pre-rework.
Oh, yeah.
Old Galio with the speed up.
The Resolute Smite, Righteous Gust.
Yeah.
That's a good skill set.
Yeah, like old Galio support definitely sucked because it had mana problems all the time. And now I think it still kind of sucks because it has mana problems. So I feel like you shore that up.
Downer over here.
Well, also like what?
I mean, it won.
You can't really take like the Spell Thief's Edge anymore either. Like we reduced how much mana per 5 you get on that. And then also you throw out your Q, you only get 1 tick of it every time. So you're spending like 80 mana for 1 tick of it to actually go off and give you gold back. So it takes forever to get that. It's just like, I don't think it's very good.
Don't listen to Zyrian, all right? Believe in your Galio support.
I don't think Galio support's good.
Gabe believed in it.
I think that Galio is good, so he could be played support. I just don't think it's even close to optimal.
All right, next to you, let's see what the people have to say. At Dragos Kritku.
Oh, nice.
Something like that. Said, I'd really like to see Leona or Blitz more because once they get to make a play, a kill is secured. This way, it's less boring, so flash hook. I like that. Less boring is fantastic.
Always want Leona to come back in the meta. It is more difficult than, let's say, the Blitzcrank, like you mentioned, because you can always fish from hooks from a relatively safe range, whereas Leona, to be effective, really, really needs to commit. She goes all in. She is no escape, and you have your ultimate, which I guess is like slightly more range, but it's still a much longer cooldown than the hook, so if you're looking for less committed engage, you still have to spend more resources to do it.
Yeah, it could be paired well with a Galio if you land an E.
Going double melee bot lane?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Galio support. Just throw it again.
Yeah.
I was like, not from support. I already knocked that already today.
All right, one more tweet. Then, at Dreamwalkers wants to see the Rakan all day. Never get sick of seeing those clean flash engages. We got some from Alphamu, some from Biofrost today. Smoothie had a fantastic one yesterday. It has been crazy.
He said he wanted to see it all day. We did see it all day.
We did see it all day.
Picked all 3 games in the TL series, picked multiple times in pretty much every series here. And the champion is just pretty disgusting in terms of how far away his range is for engaging. And even if he screws it up, he's not like Leona where you flail. You're just like, oh, I just E right back out. All right.
That said, he isn't, I would say, overpowered based off what we've seen. He does have some stuff that can feel a little broken at points where you have the instant charm into knock up. But if you're not comboing that with other abilities well, then they just land and they're fine because he's not like he's bringing a ton of damage. So you do have to coordinate with him well. And he does have a slightly weak laning phase. It's not like he's completely crazy, which is why it's nice to see him because you have to appreciate the skill it still takes to play.
Requires a lot of teamwork too because they can leave you out to dry just by walking away. You don't have an out to the fight. So with our matches in the books, let's see how the standings have shifted. CLG and Team Dignitas maintain a 3-0 record, tied at first, while Echo Fox drops to 5th and TSM to 6th place. We'll see what teams can end their weekend on a high note with our games tomorrow. The day begins with Echo Fox and Cloud9 taking the stage on NALCS 1, and then the Battle Arena hosts El Clasico matchup, Counterlogic Gaming versus TSM. Over on NALCS 2, Team Dignitas tried to end their week at 4-0 against Team Liquid, with a rematch of Spring Split's 3rd place match, Phoenix 1 versus FlyQuest at the end of the day. Now, for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, you know what time it is. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. It's time to go to bed.
Yeah,
good night.
Good night.
Good night. Echo Fox entering the building, looking to extend their 2-0 start. Today, they will be facing off against CLG, who's planning on doing a little bit of the exact same thing.
CLG trying to end the game. Frogger getting it left on, taken down by Donovan, who gets himself a quadra kill.
Whoa. Let's go, baby.
And who he almost... Afro! Oh, he gets kicked. The Q-Myth is great! Warhop's over here as entrance. Flash auto attack. He's going to get him. We're going to clean up on the other side, but they still have the jungler. Who steals it somehow? I have no idea how that happened, but CLG is starting to clean up. There's the ult from Donna.
Haunts are still
they're kicking it out. They're kicking it out. Cuts them off. TSM will rout Dignitas.
You just gotta be swagged out there. You're just not swagged out enough. If you win this set though, you'll be semi-swagged out enough.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I'll buy you a hoodie.
You buy me a hoodie?
I'll buy you a $140 hoodie.
And Someday has made his entrance. Haunter's gonna be cut down next. Someday on this Fiora has his late game. He's got the triple kill, and TSM will fall. Seraph gets grounded, but Pyrian cuts them all off, and Piglet almost dies in an instant. Lyra does finally get the kill. Seraph lands the dunk and takes down Piglet, and Pyrian might be all of they need here. Apollo forward on the Golden Glue, evaporates him as well. There's the next kill. He's actually grabbed a double. That's going to be the triple kill, I believe. Apollo might end it with a real big finish.
The back line. He could die. They're trying to get the pick off. There's the root, and here's the revive. They're going to pick off that one, no problem. So bot lane kill comes in, and now Cody said, once one Turtle flashes the arrow. But does he have the damage? Turtle's got to get away from the root. He's continuing to flash the kite away. Storm's not going to land, but finally gets the last little bit of damage. Doesn't even matter. And now Katie going to find 2 more. Let's bounce, baby. Finds 2 more. The kill's coming through thick and fast, and it's going to be all over. Mortal's going to close out their week with a match victory over FlyQuest, 3-1.